Welcome to Giant Lab courses. We have here a bunch of courses, all will be introduced through this Giant Lab. This lab simulates a real-world basic example of an corporate, but without branches. In the next stage of this Giant Lab, we will engage some branches with different security solutions. This lab is about network and system security solutions, not specified for networking. We have here multiple vendor security solutions to secure our assets. All are taken from Gartner Best in the Market. According to firewalls, for example, we have two main firewalls. We have Fortinet FortiGate, acting as a data center firewall to secure the traffic from users accessing these servers, and also to secure the traffic from these users or these servers to the internet. So it's acting as a first stage of defending against internet malwares and attacks. Also, we have Palo Alto Firewall. Palo Alto Firewall is considered an internet firewall, securing mainly the traffic to the internet. So we have two stages of defending against internet malwares. This is very basic architecture of mainly very environments. Okay, so speaking about services, suppose that you have some services inside your corporate, like for example DNS or HTTP or HTTPS, and you want these services to be available all the time to users, like, okay, or for example any user from external environment to internal environment. This could happen through F5 big IP right here, which is called Application Delivery Control, through a module inside it called LTM, Local Traffic Manager. Also, if you need to publish a specific web server to be accessed through the external world, any user from here can access these web applications, you need to secure this traffic. You need to secure the HTTP traffic and HTTPS traffic through what we call Big IP F5 ASM module or Advanced WAF. Another very important service that must be introduced by any corporate is the mail service. So you need inside your corporate, whether it's on-prem or through the cloud, a mail server. This mail server should be secured from external attacks, or maybe you need to secure the internal traffic also. This could happen through what we call FortiMail. Okay. Also, we need to secure the access from users to servers, or from users to the network in general. So suppose that there is a user right here, it needs to access our network to go through internet or to access any internal server. This should happen in a secured manner, okay? This could happen through what we call Cisco ISE. We can secure the wired access and also the wireless access. So Cisco ISE, it can integrate with virtual wireless controller to secure the wireless traffic, and also it could integrate with the Cisco switch or whatever the switch or the vendor of the switch, and then it could secure the wired access. Depending on multiple properties that I identify through configuration, I can tell my switch that this user should access my network and this shouldn't. This depends on, for example, the authentication. Does this user authenticate with me? If it's so, then let him go inside my network. For example, does this user have antivirus on its machine? If it's so, let it go through my network. Okay, so securing the access is very important also. Finally, we have to secure our machine itself, the last stage in the attack vector. Okay, so we have here a machine installed on it any kind of operating system, and we need to secure this machine. We choose here Kaspersky Endpoint Security Solutions because it's a very known vendor in this area. Okay, so we use Kaspersky. And then we will have a bootcamp about Kaspersky solutions. For example, firstly, we have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Linux, Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Solution for virtual environment, and then finally we have Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response for detecting attacks and investigating about these attacks. So these courses will be very, very useful for you if you need to start your career in cybersecurity world. Okay, thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Before we get deeper in our courses, let's get started with speaking about the network connectivity and all the IP schemas between components and also the VLAN distribution. Okay, so first we have here server VLAN, which is VLAN 10, okay, which is here. All this zone is consisting of some servers, okay, located in VLAN 10. All these ports are in access VLAN 10, okay. All these ports are VLAN 10, and the connectivity between our core switch, which is data center switch, okay, we consider this switch acting as a data center switch. The connectivity between this switch and the first layer of defense, which is Fortinet FortiGate, this connection is a trunk link between both devices, okay, passing all the VLANs, all the needed VLANs between them, okay. We have here in our data center, we have actually 3 main VLANs. We have VLAN 10, as we said, the server VLAN, and also we have VLAN 20, which is the management VLAN to manage all the boxes of our giant lab. So for example, we have Fortinet, sorry, not Fortinet. Fortinet is situated in VLAN 30, so we gonna access Fortinet through port 2, which is located in VLAN of servers normally. So for example, when we speak about 40 mail, so when we need to access 40 mail, we will access it through out-of-band. We will consider port 1 as an out-of-band management interface, so it's connected to this out-of-band switch through VLAN 20, which is the management VLAN. Also, for example, FMC and Panorama and the management PC that will access all these devices through their out-of-band interface, okay, through VLAN 20. So all these ports, which is Ethernet 00, Ethernet 01, and Ethernet 02 of out-of-band switch are located in VLAN 20, okay, and also this port. Okay, and this port connecting the out-of-band switch and the data center switch, which is here, is a trunk port passing all the needed VLANs, okay, in our data center, which again is VLAN 10, VLAN 20, and VLAN 13. Also, we have VLAN 30. Also, we have VLAN 30 here, expressing users VLAN. So we have users VLAN, which is VLAN 30. Users are located in this VLAN and can access our network through FortiGate. Let's speak about the gateway of all these VLANs. So as we said, we have mainly 3 VLANs in our data center. VLAN 10 for servers, VLAN 20 for out-of-band management, and VLAN 30 for users. All these VLANs can contact each others through their gateway, which is Fortinet FortiGate, the data center firewall. So no one can access anything else in this network except it passes through Fortinet FortiGate. And this is the reason why we need Fortinet FortiGate here acting as a data center firewall, okay? So for example, if this PC, which is the management PC, needs to contact any server here in VLAN 20, it will pass, or sorry, in VLAN 10, it will pass through Fortinet FortiGate. Okay, very good. So let's speak about the DMZ zone. Between Fortinet FortiGate and Palo Alto firewall, we have 3 main VLANs, okay? We have firstly an intermediate switch connecting both devices together, and have some other devices connected to this switch to connect to Palo Alto and to Fortinet FortiGate. So the VLAN between FortiGate and Palo Alto is VLAN 40, okay? And we have 2 other VLANs. We have VLAN 50, okay, connecting the big IP F5 to this intermediate switch, okay, and connecting Palo Alto and FortiGate and F5 through VLAN 50, and connecting Fortinet FortiGate to Palo Alto through VLAN 40, which is intermediate VLAN, okay, and VLAN 50, as we said, it's F5 VLAN. And we have 40 mail connecting Fortinet FortiGate and Palo Alto firewall through VLAN 60. So all these devices, both of these devices, which is Fortinet FortiGate and Palo Alto device, have all 3 VLANs, VLAN 40, VLAN 50, and VLAN 60 connected between each others, okay, as a trunk between both devices. And between big IP and 40 mail, there are 2 VLANs, okay, VLAN 60 and VLAN 50, separated from each others, of course, between Palo Alto and Fortinet FortiGate. We will see this in deep when we go to, or when we deal with courses for big IP F5 and 40 mail, okay? Also here we have VLAN 100. So VLAN 100, it's located here in the internet zone, okay? So users from outside the wallet, or from the external wallet, or from the internet zone, call it what you want, need to access our corporate, will locate in VLAN 100, okay? And there's a very important thing about IP schema. All this giant lab is expressed in 192.168.something.something. So according to the VLAN, we are expressing the IP address. So for example, when we speak about VLAN 10, so we have 192.168.10.60. If we speak about VLAN 60, we are speaking about IP 192.168.60.60, okay? So this is all about VLANs and IP schema. Thank you very much. Welcome back. So in this video, we will speak about an introduction about Kaspersky. Okay, so Kaspersky Lab is a Russian multinational cybersecurity and antivirus provider headquartered in Moscow. The first version of Kaspersky antivirus software was developed by someone called Evgeny Kaspersky in 1989 in response to Cascade virus. We have here an enterprise portfolio that we are focusing on. We are not focusing on small office or home. Okay, we are speaking about enterprise portfolio. So we have multiple solutions right here. And the very most and important portfolios are about security foundation and advanced threat. So the security foundation, we are speaking about something called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business, which our course is about. This application can secure our endpoint with its different vendors. Like for example, we need to secure Windows machine, Mac machine, or Linux machine. Also, we can secure mobile devices with this application like iOS or Android. We have another common solutions called Kaspersky Embedded System Security. This is very important with embedded systems like point of sales systems and ATMs, for example, and also the old operating systems like Windows XP. Okay, we can secure on the network level also. We could secure the mail traffic. As we said here, when we speak about our giant lab, we have here 40 mail to secure the mail traffic from external world to the internal world. Kaspersky also has its separate solution for securing the mail traffic through something called Kaspersky Security for Mail Server. Also, we have Kaspersky Security for Internet Gateway. This related to the web traffic, HTTP and HTTPS. We have here, for example, firewall. Firewall has in its components something called web filtering. So web filtering acting as a web traffic securing. So it's a proxy to investigate and inspect the web traffic from inside to outside. Also, Palo Alto has the same feature. But you could have a separate solution securing your corporate from web attacks and the web traffic, HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, so you might have some web proxies, and there are different vendors that can introduce this service to you. One of them is Kaspersky. Also, you may have, for example, Cisco. It has a very known component called WSA. For example, Blue Coat. You could have, for example, ForcePoint. ForcePoint has its separate component also to secure the web traffic. So in our case, we are speaking about Kaspersky Security for Internet Gateway, working as a web proxy to secure the web traffic, HTTP and HTTPS. For the advanced threat portion, we are speaking about something called Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response. This will be explained during our Kaspersky Bootcamp. As we said, we have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business. Also, we have this solution, Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response. Okay, we will speak about this in our bootcamp of Kaspersky. This is very useful because it gives you a comprehensive visibility into your machine. What happened exactly into your machine according to an attack or a malware. This is very useful against advanced threats because it can investigate and it can see whatever happened on your machine through this attack or malware. We also have Kaspersky Target Attack Discovery Service. This is very useful also against advanced threats because it can investigate and correlate and aggregate data on your machine to be able to know exactly what happened. So this is very useful when we speak about advanced defense. Also, we have some important integrated cybersecurity approach solutions. For example, the cloud services like Kaspersky Private Security Network and Kaspersky Threat Intelligence, for example. So these services help me detecting unknown files or unknown signatures of viruses. Okay, so it can ask a specific Kaspersky Private Security Network in the cloud to get us any result about any file that we don't know anything about it. So, for example, Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business didn't succeed to classify this file as a virus or not. It will go to Kaspersky Endpoint, Kaspersky Private Security Network to search for this file. And there are multiple things related to the human resource. For example, Kaspersky Cybersecurity Training, train the user how to use the internet, how to deal with phishing links. All this stuff will be served through these solutions. Also, we have very important solution here, and this also will be explained during our Kaspersky Bootcamp, speaking about Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Security. And it's designed specifically for virtual environments and the cloud. Okay, and this will help us improve the performance very much because we don't need to overwhelm our virtual machine with the normal application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business. Okay, this application might be used in the virtual environment also, but this solution is designed specifically for virtual environment, as we said, to improve our performance. Okay, so Kaspersky has very good portfolio, very good solutions to be installed in your corporate if you are targeting security. Kaspersky is very famous and known, and during the last decades there were multiple attacks and multiple malwares, and only Kaspersky was very trusted to defend any corporate through these attacks. For example, ransomware can smash your corporate devices. Kaspersky can protect you through ransomware and also many other attacks and malwares. Okay, thank you very much and see you in the next video. Back. So in this video we're gonna speak a little bit about Kaspersky Security Center, which is designed for centralized execution of basic administration and maintenance tasks in an organization's network. Okay, the application provides the administrator access to detailed information about the organization's network security level. It also allows configuring all the components of protection built using Kaspersky applications. Okay, so if we get back to our giant lab, as we said, we have some endpoints. Okay, this is the user zone. Okay, we have some endpoints that we need to secure. Okay, with its different operating systems. We have Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows, for Linux, and also we have Kaspersky endpoint security for mobile devices. So in this course, we will try to explain Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. So as we said, we have some endpoints that we need to secure using an application called Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. But how to manage all these applications? There is an application installed on these machines, but we need to manage these applications from a centralized management, right? Because it will be very hard to manage each application according to each individual machine. So for example, I need to manage it, I need to configure this application, so I will log into each machine to manage it. This is impossible. So I need kind of a centralized management that enables me to manage all these applications installed on these machines. This will happen through something called Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so Kaspersky Security Center is a management tool that enables me to manage all applications existed on these machines. We have different kinds of security center. We have, for example, MMC based, we have web console security center, and also we have cloud console. So if we get back to our giant lab, if we open this machine, which is here, okay, as we said, we have MMC Kaspersky Security Center. MMC means a normal Windows application that I can install here on my Windows. Then I can open it as an application, which is here. Okay, so this is the application that is called MMC based console. Okay, a normal Windows application that I can manage all the applications installed on these machines through MMC console. Okay, which is here. I can connect to administration server. Okay, keep in mind this is not a lab, this is just an introduction to Kaspersky Security Center. And the next section we will see how to install this application and how to configure it. So as we said, we have MMC based Kaspersky Security Center, and also we have web console. So for the MMC, we have here a normal application that we can manage our devices from here. For example, we have here some devices. Inside manage devices, we have here 2 devices, for example, and inside it we have a group consisting of 1 device, okay, to apply specific policy on it. So as we said before, we can manage our devices and our applications from MMC based console, and also we can manage it through web console. So during the installation process, I will be in a choice to install MMC and also the web console. If we log to the web console, which is related to also Kaspersky Security Center, so among the installation process of Kaspersky Security Center, it will install a web server hosted on this machine. You could have a choice to install it on another machine, okay, and you could open it from a third machine. So, but in our case, we are installing everything on this machine, so I can open the web console, which is here. It will be the local address with port 8080, and then I can log into my Kaspersky Security Center web console. So as we said, I can manage my devices through a web console or MMC based. All different components right here will be similar like web console with some differences, but the same idea. So for example, here I have a tab called the manage devices, and also in the web console, for example, I have something called devices. Inside devices, I have all the devices that are managed through Kaspersky Security Center. For example, I can click on manage devices, which is the same tab here, manage devices, also in the MMC, but with different graphics and different things. And also there are specific tasks that Kaspersky Security Center introduced for me. For example, Kaspersky endpoint detection and response will not show anything related to investigation and detection except in the web console. You will not be able to use all the investigation and details through the MMC. Okay, so this is the reason why we need to use also Kaspersky Security Center in other courses. As we said, we have the similar tabs here. For example, policies, we have here also policies, and tasks, we have here also tasks, but in different manners. Okay, also we have something called the Kaspersky Security Center Cloud version. We could manage all our devices through cloud. Okay, we don't have to install our Kaspersky Security Center locally on our machine on our on-prem hosts. We could also manage our machines from the cloud. So I can log into Kaspersky Security Center, this URL, and I can create an account on Kaspersky Security Center Cloud Console. I can create an account for free 30 days, and you need to have a license to complete your production work. So I'm gonna create an account, and then I can log into Kaspersky Security Center for Cloud, and also you will have the same tabs that you see here inside Kaspersky Security Center for Web Console. The same thing you will find on Kaspersky Security Center for Cloud. In our course, we will deal with Kaspersky MMC based because our application is quite simple, Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, so we don't need to use Web Console. But in your case, if you prefer to use Web Console instead of MMC to train yourself on using Kaspersky Web Console, it will be up to you. The same concepts will be in Kaspersky Web Console related to Kaspersky MMC. Okay. Then we have Kaspersky Security Center functions. What can Kaspersky Security Center do for me? So for example, the first thing is to create some administration groups. So if you open again Kaspersky Security Center MMC, we could here create some management groups. What will this help me for? The first thing simply is to create a group. For example, I can create here a group. Okay, let's name it anything, like for example test. And then there will be a group created under the big group, which is managed devices. We have here inside it a simple group containing some devices inside it. Okay, and according to this group, I can, for example, apply a specified policy or specified tasks related to this group only. Okay, this is very helpful when you have, for example, Windows machines, Linux machines, mobile devices, and you want to create for each type of devices a specific group, or for example, depending on the location of these devices. So according to your environment, you could create some groups, and for each group, you can, for example, create a group and then apply a specific policy and task for this group. Okay, so let's give an example here. From the features of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, it can, for example, block the USB on a device. So this device, for example, will not be able to ingress any USB removable drive to be used. I can block this from happening onto the machine. Okay, so I need, and at the same time, I will permit using USB removable drives on this machine. So how to do so? I will bot this device into a group called devices without USB, and this will be bot in a group called devices with enabling USB. Okay, so this is the reason why I need to create some groups to separate or segregate functions from each others. So as we said, we will create a group called, for example, Kaspersky without USB devices, and under policies, I will create a new policy related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, and then inside this policy, I will tell the application, block the USB removable drives from being happening. I could go to security controls, and then inside a device control, and then for the removable drive, I can click block. And apply this policy will be applied onto the range of these devices only. Okay, so this is the purpose of creating administration groups. Also, I can manage antivirus protection system built on the Kaspersky applications. As we said before, we have here specific devices have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows installed on them, so I can manage this application through Kaspersky Endpoint Security. Okay. So the next function of Kaspersky Security Center, something called remotely managed application. As we said, this is the same idea. We have some applications installed on our machines, and we need to manage them through Kaspersky Management Center. So I will be able to do so. Okay. We can also deployment the license from Kaspersky Security Center. As you know, these applications that are installed on these machines need kind of license to be able to work correctly. Any vendor has its separate license, giving you a specific license to be able to work with this application correctly, right? This will happen through something called distributing licensing from Kaspersky Security Center to our applications. So as we said, we have here a tab called Kaspersky licenses. So I can add a specific license into our management center, then I can push the license from here to be installed on our application on our devices. Okay. This will happen through a task, for example. We will speak about this in the labs, but this is an introduction, as we said. So the license is consisting of a number of devices. So this license, for example, it's a trial license. It supports, for example, 20 devices. Okay, so maximum device count is 20. So each application will be considered as one device, right? Because each application is installed on one device. So if I give a specific license to this device, so this number will be decreased to 19. Okay. Also, as we said, we have here manage and remotely manage applications, and also I can install updates, for example. So as we said here, getting back to our giant lab, this application needs some updates, right? To update the application modules, signature databases, and all this stuff, because it's an antivirus application. It needs updates from Kaspersky all over the time. to be able to get all the new added files, new added signatures from Kaspersky to be able to defend against unknown threats and zero-day attacks, right? So I need to push updates from Kaspersky Security Center to all these applications. Okay, this will happen also from Kaspersky Security Center. This could happen through, I could, for example, go to tasks, and then I'm gonna download updates to the administration repository. So all updates will be included here in this management center, and then through a task, I can push these updates to our application. Okay, so I have here, for example, update databases. This task will take updates from Kaspersky Security Center and then push them to endpoint security for Windows. So it's also a part of Kaspersky functions, or Kaspersky Security Center functions. Also, I could receive statistics and reports from the application. So the application installed on these machines, okay, will have, for example, some threats or some malwares for the machine itself. So it will send reports and statistics to Kaspersky Security Center, so I can see everything from there. So for example, if I go to repositories and then backup here, for example, will show me all things related to malwares that was deleted from the deleted or disinfected from the machine itself. Also, I can go to administration server, and from reports I can, for example, get a report on attacked controls, for example, or for example device users, or maybe the vulnerabilities of the device itself. I can click on here, report over vulnerabilities. It will get me a specific report related to all the machines that in my network. So for example, I have here a device which Windows 8.1, there is a vulnerability and its level is critical. So it could collect also information from all these devices. Okay. Also, it could receive notification from critical events during the operation. What does this mean? If I open Kaspersky Security Center again and go to manage devices, and then for example this device tells me that the security application is not installed, so it received some events from the device itself and kept them here in Kaspersky Security Center. For example, this device, which is client 2, the device of the states of the device is okay. So this is kind of events also. Okay, I can also from Kaspersky manage mobile devices. As we said, we could have mobile devices here instead of Windows machines or desktop machines. We could have mobile devices. Okay, so I could open Kaspersky mobile device management here, and right here I could have mobile devices added here and also certificates for them and all this stuff. Okay, then we have manage encryption of information stored on hard drives. As we said, a part of Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows, there is something called file disk encryption and full disk encryption. But in our course, this is out of the scope of this course. There will be a separate course related to encryption using Kaspersky, because it's a very big and very important topic, so it will not be included in this course, out of the scope. Then we're gonna speak about it in the next course. Also, we perform inventory of hardware connected to the organization. We can know exactly what types of devices that are connected to Kaspersky Management Center. I can detect all the hardware types, all the operating systems through Kaspersky Security Center. I can also, as we said, manage the files, remove to quarantine or backup by security application. As we said, if I go to repository and backup or quarantine, I can see all the files quarantined or backed up through Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. These files will appear for me here. For example, if there is a file I need to remove from the quarantine to be given again to the client, I can do so from here. Okay. Then we have some terminology to be spoke about. These terminology are very important, or this terminology is very important because we will use this in labs very much. Okay, but we will speak about this in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So in this video we will speak a little bit about some terminology that you may use during the upcoming videos. So as we said, we have here Kaspersky Security Center installed on this server. This server is called administration server. Administration server is the server that we install Kaspersky Security Center on it, and we can manage this Kaspersky Security Center. As we said before, we have MMC console, or we could manage it through the web console, and also we could manage it through cloud console. So the server that we will install Kaspersky Security Center is called administration server. The server can manage, install, update, and give license keys to all the applications inside our corporate. As we said before, we have a machine. On it, we have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So how can I manage this application? Through what we call Kaspersky Security Center. And the server that's gonna manage this application is called administration server. We have also something called web server. As we said here, we have a web console, right? Let me sign on it and to show you what I'm speaking about. Okay, so I have here a web console, right? This web console is running actually on a web server, right? So I have here a web server installed on this administration server. This web server enables me to install all my packages and distribute license keys, update database of applications installed on our devices right here. So I have here some applications related to Kaspersky, and through the web console I can install and manage and push agents. Like for example, as we said before, we have here, let's log in, administrator. Okay, so I think it will give me an error. This is not the password. Let's see. Okay, so as we said, the web console is similar to MMC, right? So when I need to push any application, try to install a task, or for example create a policy to enforce my application to work in a specific direction, this will happen through the web console, which based on the web server. So the web server also enables me to push applications and configure things on the machines through Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Like for example, if I go to devices, I will have here some devices. On these devices I can run multiple tasks, multiple policies, okay, and moving rules, do whatever I want through this web server. So also web server can deal with these applications installed on these machines. Okay, also we have something called network agent. This is extremely important. Without this agent that I will install on the machine, I will not be able to get anything or retrieve any information from the machine itself. So I am opening a communication channel between Kaspersky Security Center and the machine that has all the security components. So network agent, we are not speaking about a security application right here. Network agent, it's not a security application. Only it's an application installed on the machine to open a communication channel between me, which the Kaspersky Security Center, and the machine itself. So I can push afterwards our security applications. I can get events related to the system itself. For example, I can get the hardware model and all the inventory options from the machine itself. I can also do whatever I want, like for example, update my Windows operating system, update our third-party applications that exist on this machine. So network agent is extremely important to open a communication channel between Kaspersky Security Center and all devices installed right here. Okay, so try to differentiate between two kinds of application. The network agent that we are speaking about right here, it's not Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. It's just an application that will be installed on the machine that will host any kind of application, not just Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, but whatever the application is, I need network agent to be installed on the machine to be able to retrieve all the information as we said from the machine itself. Also, network agent must be installed on all devices on which Kaspersky Security Center is used to manage the Kaspersky applications. So it's not permitted to have a machine that doesn't have any network agent on it and manage Kaspersky or any kind of Kaspersky applications on this machine. I need to have network agent before I install any application on this machine. By default, Kaspersky Endpoint, Kaspersky Network Agent is installed by default on the administration server that hosts Kaspersky Security Center. So for example, if I go to Control Panel and open Programs, I should see that I have Network Agent installed on my machine successfully. Okay, so it will not be shown here. Actually, it will be shown on the admin portal of Kaspersky. So if I open Manage Devices, and then I go to this managed device, I will have CAS. CAS server, it's the server that I'm installing Kaspersky Security Center. If I hover here, I will find that network agent is installed, right? So it's right, it's a yes. So network agent is installed on this machine. Okay. Also, I have something called administration groups. Simply as we said before, we have something here called administration groups. Right now, I have here the big managed devices group. Okay, under this group or this parent group, I can create some groups, some other groups, and then apply on these groups some policies, some tasks as I want. So I can divide my big group into smaller groups. These groups are called administration groups. Okay. Also, I have managed device. Sorry, managed device is simply a device that has network agent installed on it. Okay, so the device that I can retrieve information about it, I can communicate with, it's called a managed device. Has network agent installed on it. I am not here referring to Kaspersky Security application. Maybe if I have Kaspersky Endpoint Security application is installed on it and I don't have any network agent on this machine, I will not be able to contact the management center, so it's not considered as a managed device. Also, I have something called unassigned devices. If we open here Kaspersky Security Center and go to unassigned devices tab, we will find some devices that are not managed by me. They don't have any network agent installed on them. Network agent is not installed. Okay, so they are not managed by me, so they came under unassigned devices. So for example, we have here server, its IP is 192.168.10.10. This server is located right here, which is the Active Directory. Okay, the Active Directory doesn't have any network agent installed on it, so I will consider this device to be unassigned device, but under the group of unassigned devices. Okay. we have something called management plugin. This is very important also. For example, when we speak about our course right now, we have something called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, right? The application that we are speaking about. This application will be installed on our devices, right? To configure this application from Management Center or Kaspersky Management Center, I need something to guide me through management of this application. I need to understand the components of this application. This will happen through what we call management plugin. So management plugin enables Kaspersky Security Center to be able to understand the application which I'm gonna deal with. So for example, we have here, if we go to under remote installation, we have an installation package. We have here, for example, Endpoint Security for Windows. This application must have a management plugin here, okay, that refers to this application. Okay, so when I have this management plugin, if I open tasks, for example, and I want to create a new task, I will find that I have an application called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So Kaspersky Security Center succeeded enough to deal with this application since it has what we call Kaspersky Management plugins. Sorry, Kaspersky Management plugin, okay? So after Kaspersky Management plugin is installed successfully on the machine that we have Kaspersky Security Center on it, so this machine will be able to deal with everything related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, like all these tasks related to this application, so I will understand all these tasks related to this application. And without the management plugin, I will not see anything related to this application. Okay. Also, for example, if I open policies and I want to create a new policy, I will find that I have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So Kaspersky Security Center defines this application as an application that has a management plugin within Kaspersky Security Center, so it will be able to create specific tasks for this application and also configure some policies related to this application. Okay. Also, we have something called Management Web Plugin. The same idea. I am dealing here with MMC console, right? If I open web console, I should see also a specific Kaspersky web management plugin that deals with a specific application. Let me show you. If I go to test and administration and then, sorry, if I go to console settings and web plugins, I should see that I have Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. So in this case, I don't have anything related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So I will not be able to configure Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, but keep in mind, this version of Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum, this is very new version from Kaspersky, pointing to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, okay, with a little bit added on it called Endpoint Agent. So I have an application called Endpoint Agent, Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Both are combined together to give me Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. So I think that by having this plugin, so I can manage and create tasks and policies and identify what we call Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Let me see. So if I go to tasks here, I didn't try this before, I will try it with you. So let me see. So if I go to task and then add task, for example, I should see the repository of Kaspersky. So yeah, so right now I can't find any task related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, so I was wrong. I need to install this plugin from the application of Kaspersky, and we will speak about this in labs, but let me show you quickly. So for example, if I go to operation, and then I go to Kaspersky applications, and then let's see current applications versions. If I open this panel, I should see all the applications from Kaspersky ingressed in one place, and I can choose between them to install. So for example, in my case, I want Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, this version, which is here, but I need to filter for the English. So let's filter for a language. This language, it's English, okay, and click apply. So after clicking apply, let's close this one. So I have here Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows web plugin. So if I install this web plugin, I will be able to install everything and create tasks and create policies related to this application. So keep in mind, this is very important. Okay, so we have something else called policies. So policy is a set of Kaspersky application settings that are applied to an administration group or its subgroups. So what we have said before, that we have something here called policies. So if I go to manage devices, I have here some devices, and onto these devices I will create a policy. This policy will be related to endpoint security for Windows. Inside this policy, I can create whatever I want. So for example, let's go to lab client policy. I have here a ready policy. If I double click this policy, so I will be shown multiple things and multiple options inside this policy. I can configure them. So for example, as we said before, we could, for example, edit the recommended settings for file threat protection. I can, for example, edit some things related to the firewall. So this policy will be pushed all over the applications that are inside this group, and this group is simply, it has one client. So this client is client 1, which is this PC Windows. Okay, so this client will be having all things that we edited through the policy. Okay, so this is we call the policy. we have something else called tasks. So suppose that I want to update my modules or my application module or my application signature database. How to do so? So I need to create a task pushing something from Kaspersky Security Center to our application. This will happen through what we call tasks. So I could go to tasks, and then I click on new task, and then I have something related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So for example, I need to add a key, add the license to the application remotely installed on a machine. Okay, so this is called a task. So I can hover on it and then click next, and then after I click next, I will put the key and then push this key to my application. Okay, then we have something called task scope. Task is different from policies. As we said, policies will be enforced on devices under this policy group, but tasks, I can choose the managed devices that I can install the task on it manually. So for example, let's take an example. So let's, for example, click on update. I need to update the databases of this endpoint security for Windows, and I will choose Kaspersky Security Center to be the source, and then I will choose here, I can choose the range or the scope of devices that I will install or push the task on it. So for example, I will go to manage devices, and I will choose Lab Kaspersky or Lab Client One policy. Then this is my scope right now. I can also choose multiple devices, or for example, I can add it manually through the IP address. Let me, for example, put the IP address of here, and also I can put the IP address here. Okay, so I can put the IP address of the device. If I'm not able to identify the device, so manually I can put the IP address of it. So this is what we call task. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Thank you very much. Welcome back. So in this video, we will spend a little bit speaking about Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So this is the application that we need to install on our machines. We have here some machines, and we need to secure them through what we call Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So this course is about Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, and in other courses we will speak about Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Linux and also for the virtual environment. So we have an application called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, if we go through Kaspersky website, let's go to Kaspersky Online Help. Okay, this website will give me very, very important information you can search for, and we will speak about it in the labs also. But for now, for example, we have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. This application will try to secure my organization, which contains Windows machine, from very important threats and attacks. How this will happen? So it provides us with comprehensive computer protection against various types of threats and network and phishing attacks. This will happen through main protection components. The first one is called Essential Threat Protection, and then Advanced Threat Protection. The first part, which is Essential Threat Protection, contains a list of some ways for protection my environment through a threat. So for example, something called File Threat Protection. So for our case, for our machine here, we need to secure multiple gates from being hacked or attacked through a malware or a virus. The first simple thing is simply files. I need to always secure files. So I have here something called File Threat Protection. This will try always to secure my files from being infected with viruses or malwares or anything like this. Also, I need to protect my web traffic. So my PC will try to go to internet through web traffic, right? So I need to protect also this web traffic through applying specific rules on the web traffic, so I can block any malicious files or any malicious category that I can open through my PC. So as we said, the first gate that I need to secure is files. Then I have the web to be secured also through Kaspersky Endpoint Security. And then we have mail threat protection. Also, the client that I'm trying to use is simply using mail traffic. It needs to send mails through a mail client. So also mail threat protection will be very helpful to secure our mail traffic from our machine to the external world. Also, we have network threat protection component. This will try to help me from attacks and malwares that come through the network. So for example, if a war happened in my network and an device inside my network or a device inside my network gets hacked or attacked by a threat that's considered a war, and this threat will try to publish itself into the network. So Kaspersky Endpoint Security will be aware enough to detect that this is a worm, and it will try to stop it. Also, for example, there are many hackers that tries to scan the network and send host sweeps, for example. So Kaspersky Endpoint Security will try to help me also from these types of attacks. Also, I have a very important component, which is a firewall. Firewall will be ingressed in any host. Okay, so it's also engaged in Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, and I can use many good features from the firewall in my network, okay, by blocking or allowing any inbound or outbound connections to my network. We will see this in lab in details. Also, we have bad USB attack prevention. So this is the 6 gate that I can secure my device from. Like for example, if someone has a USB device and it will connect to my PC, then this USB device will try to trick our machine to act himself as a keyboard, not a USB device, and then send some commands to my machine. So this part of the module will help me trying to protect my machine from these kind of attacks. We have something also called AMSI protection. This will be very important when we are dealing with Microsoft documents and all these macros inside these documents and all things that are ingressed in other applications. AMSI protection will help me detecting all these threats and mitigate them. The second thing that we need to speak about is something called advanced threat protection. Through this module, I can integrate my Kaspersky endpoint security with multiple components that will enhance our application from working against malwares and threats. The first thing that we need to speak about is something called Kaspersky Security Network. Simply, it's a cloud service from Kaspersky that I can use to send files that I don't know anything about them. I don't have any signatures for them, so I can send them up to the cloud. Then these files will be scanned for me, and then I will get back a signature from this Kaspersky Security Network, and then I can take a decision. Keep in mind, Kaspersky Security Network is full of signatures from users all over the world that detects new and updated and zero-day attacks. Behavior detection is very important because it tries to notice all the behavior of application. So for example, if it finds out that this application has a bad behavior and a malicious behavior, it will block it. So I can use these things in the upper layers of protections. So for example, file threat protection, web threat protection will use antivirus databases and also the behavior detection and also Kaspersky Security Network. Also I have exploit prevention. So exploits from the attacker are known around the globe through something called CVE. So also Kaspersky Endpoint Security is aware enough of these exploit trials from all the attackers to exploit my machine. We have something called host intrusion prevention. Host intrusion prevention, simply it's an host IPS will try to detect every trial from any application to intrude our network, and then it will block it. Okay, all these components are related to each others, which means that, for example, Kaspersky Security Network is used by file threat protection, web threat protection, mail threat protection, so they are linked together in one very advanced solution called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. We have also something called remediation engine. This is very important when I have a crash or any malware that tries to encrypt, for example, a file or delete any file. So remediation engine will help me recover all these files and recover my previous status machine of myself. So this is very important if something bad happened to me. Then we have the part of the control. We have something called security controls. As we said, we have protection component, which is upper there, and then we have security controls. I can control my machine from different gates. So for example, I can control the applications that run on my machine and also the device itself. So applications, for example, I can prohibit my machine to run, for example, PDF or run Microsoft Word, or for example any Mozilla Firefox or any kind of browser, for example. And also I can prohibit my devices from using USB, for example. This is under device controls. I can prohibit my device from using any kind of hard disks, CD and DVD. All these things are included under device controls. Also, we have something called the web controls. So web controls will identify and restrict my device from using specific categories or specific web resources actually that came under specific categories, or the web resources that contains a specific data files. And we have finally adaptive anomaly control. It will try to detect any malicious content that will run through an application known well by Kaspersky experts, like for example a Microsoft document that wants to run a PowerShell script on my machine. It will study this application well and knows exactly what's the reason for this application to run this script, and according to it, it will take a decision. Specific tasks. Okay, so endpoint security, Kaspersky Endpoint Security has also some important tasks, as we will speak about them in the labs. We have, for example, virus scan. I need to scan my whole machine, okay, from time to time to ensure that to ensure that there are no viruses or no malwares inside my machine, okay. And also I need to update my application always to ensure that I have the updated signatures, and there are some updated signatures on my machine, on my application, and I can mitigate zero-day attacks. Okay, we have a very important feature of Kaspersky endpoint application called data encryption. So I can encrypt the full disk of my machine, okay, through this feature which is called data encryption. I can encrypt or make full disk encryption. So in case of stealing our machine, okay, from any physical hacker, okay, so he will not be able to open this machine unless he knows the username and password of opening this machine. So all data will be encrypted. He will not be able to do anything with this hard disk inside the machine without the username and password for this machine. Also, I can encrypt on the file level. So there are some files that I need to encrypt. Kaspersky Endpoint Security will help me do so. And finally, we have detection and response. In the new versions of Kaspersky Endpoint Security from version 11.8 and 11.9, there is an ingressed component inside Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows called Endpoint Agent. So both applications are included in one application called Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. Okay, inside this application, I can launch some EDR functionality. Like, for example, trying to detect and respond to a specific attack or malware. For example, isolate this device from the network completely. This will be explained much in the course of EDR, Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. Okay, so Kaspersky Endpoint Security application could be installed on workstations machine or servers. So it's not restricted to Windows Server, it's not restricted on Windows 7 or 8 or Windows 10, which are workstation clients, but also it could install on server machines. Okay, but depending on the type of the machine that you are using, these features will not be available for a specific type. So for example, intrusion prevention or host intrusion prevention is not available in server machine, Windows Server machine. Also, for example, data or adaptive anomaly control, it's not available on Windows Server machine. And also Kaspersky disk encryption feature, as we will speak about this data encryption, we have both kinds, Kaspersky disk encryption, and also BitLocker, which is from Microsoft. So Kaspersky disk encryption, it's not included in Windows Server machine. Okay, so you need to know this well when you are dealing with the customer. Also, the file level encryption, it's not included in Windows Server, and encryption of removable devices. Okay, detection response is included fully on both kind of devices. As we said before, we have something called plugin. Okay, as we said, management plugin will help me a lot in managing our clients through MMC, and the web plugin will help me a lot when I deal with the web console of Kaspersky Security Center. Web plugin is not installed by default on the Kaspersky Security Center. I need to install it on the web console, but management plugin is installed successfully by default with the administration server. As we said, we have two main tasks that are vital and must be done on my machine related to Kaspersky Security Endpoint Security for Windows, which is virus scan and also updating the databases. This was an introduction for Kaspersky Endpoint Security, and in the upcoming sections we will speak very deeply about the labs and how to configure these things together. Thank you very much. Welcome again. In this video, we will install Kaspersky Security Center in our management machine, which is here, okay? And as we go further in our videos, we will install all our needed applications, okay, to our machines, which are here, okay? We have two main machines here, okay? MAB machine and Windows machine, okay? We will install Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows on each of them, and we will compare both applications installed on these machines to see features of our application, okay? To ensure that we have a gateway between our devices or our machines and our management center, we have Fortinet FortiGate connecting both devices. We have here management center, and we have here our machines connecting through Fortinet FortiGate. So there are some proper rules that we need to configure here on our firewall before we deploy or before we push our applications from here, okay, Kaspersky Security Center, to our machines here. And we also need to understand well what are those applications that we need to push them here. We will speak about everything related to these applications and what are the main features of these applications in upcoming videos. Okay, so let's open our machine that we need to install Kaspersky Security Center on it, which is here. Okay, I have it opened here. Okay, we need some files to be able to install Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, let's open this file, which is URLs. We have here a link called Kaspersky Small to Medium Business Security Downloads. We go from here, download Security Center, Kaspersky Security Center. Let's open it. Okay, let's open this link. And keep in mind also, we are connected to the internet through Fortinet FortiGate, and then to Palo Alto firewall, and then to the external router, the internet router, and then to the cloud, the internet. So we are connecting the internet. We can see internet. Let's get back to our device, which is here. Okay, let's paste this URL here. We will be redirected to Kaspersky download page to download whatever we want from Kaspersky. Okay, so there is a problem in the internet connection and this path. Let me review it and I will get back to you. Okay, let's complete. There was a problem in the DNS configuration, so everything is good now. I'm here in Kaspersky download. Okay, I'm able now to download whatever I want from Kaspersky. So I downloaded version 13.2 from Kaspersky Security Center, which is the manager of all endpoint applications that will be installed on each machine in my network. Okay, so I downloaded this one, which is full package of Kaspersky Security Center for Windows. Keep in mind, you could download it on whatever you want from different operating systems, and this appeared in these new versions of Kaspersky Security Center. So, for example, we could install it on Debian or Red Hat Enterprise Linux. This wasn't found in elder applications or elder version of Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, this is our application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, but we will not download it from here. We will go from Kaspersky Security Center and download everything from there. So this is the first application that we have downloaded here, which is this one. Okay, we also downloaded Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, but we downloaded it for a purpose. I will teach you how to install Endpoint Security for Windows from Kaspersky Security Center, download it directly from Kaspersky Security Center, and make an installation package from Kaspersky Security Center. And also I will teach you how to make an installation package from this application, download it from the website of Kaspersky and make your own installation package or Kaspersky Security Center. You will not understand what I'm saying right now because these things will be explained to you in upcoming videos. So let's speak about Kaspersky Security Center and how to install it first, and then we will go to each of these things to be explained in next videos. Okay, so as we said, we have Kaspersky Security Center, which we have downloaded from its needed website. Okay, and also we need any kind of database. Okay, so we need, for example, SQL database, professional version of Express version for smaller deployments. Okay, in our lab we will use SQL Express database. We will install it, okay, on our machine, and then we will install Kaspersky Security Center application. So before you install, keep in mind, before you install Kaspersky Security Center, you need to have a SQL database installed on your machine. It doesn't matter what is the version of the SQL database, or maybe it's not SQL, maybe it's Maria database or MongoDB. So you need to review the proper or the compatible versions of SQL of databases or different kind of databases that are compatible with Kaspersky Security Center. And to make sure of all these things inside URLs that I already showed you, you could take this URL, which is the online help of Kaspersky, and you could go to it. You will find everything you need to search for related to Kaspersky, not just Security Center, but all the types of applications that related to Kaspersky. Okay, so for example, I will show you how to search for the compatible databases that are compatible with Kaspersky Security Center. So let's click on Security Center right here. And okay, maybe another problem in the internet. Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure. It's not working. Okay, let's click refresh. I don't know. So let me go to the installation process first, and I will show you how to access this page and how to access the documentation website of Kaspersky Security Center later on. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do is to install SQL Express database. Before we install this application, we need to make sure that .NET Framework 3.5 is already installed on our machine. Okay, so let's enable it through features and Windows features. Let's enable it from Windows features. Let's go to .NET Framework 3.5. Let's make sure that it's already installed. Okay, and let's click OK. It will install it for me. Let's pause the video and I will get back to you after the installation finishes. Okay, let's complete our work. After we have installed .NET Framework 3.5, okay, it was successfully installed on our machine. Then we need to install SQL Express database for our lab here. But keep in mind, if you have larger deployment environment, you need to purchase a professional database from Microsoft, or for example MariaDB, or any kind of supported databases which are compatible with Kaspersky Security Center. And as we said before, we could access this website through these URLs that we have here. You will find them in the description of the video. Okay, so let's try to go to these URLs here from our main machine, because there is a problem in this machine of the lab. Okay, so here we are on the Kaspersky Help portal. We can go to Security Center from here. Everything about Kaspersky Security Center will be saved here. You could review anything you want. Okay, so for example, in the last video we said that we will check the database is compatible with Kaspersky Security Center. We could go here under Kaspersky Security Center 13.2. Let's expand it, and then if you go to where it is, I think here, yes, hardware and software requirements. If we scroll down, we could find that the database is supported by Kaspersky Security Center are these list. Okay, we have database server, we have SQL server, okay, with all its different versions, and also we have MySQL and Maria database server. Okay, so you could check whatever you want here from this portal of Kaspersky. And also we said that we could download our files from download Kaspersky portal, the URL here that I told you to access to download your Kaspersky Security Center and all different components of Kaspersky. So let's install our SQL database right here. Let's click on setup. And by the way, you could download this SQL Express from Microsoft website. It's free. You could download it. Okay, so it's very simple to search for Microsoft SQL Server 2014 via Google, and you could easily download this software. Okay, let's click on New SQL Server Standalone Installation, or add features to an existing installation. So we're gonna choose this one, New SQL Server Standalone Installation. Let's click on it. Okay, let's accept the license terms and also customer experience. You could check this box or not as you want. Okay, let's click next. Then it will try to rule check. Then here you could check this box also to use Microsoft updates or not. Okay, but it's recommended to your database if you are in a production environment. You must, or you should, click on this box to be enabled to get all the updates from Microsoft. Okay, so I will not check this box. I'm gonna click next. So it will try to search for updates, but it will not find anything because I didn't check. So it will go to the next step directly. So here in this video, it will choose the directory that I will install a SQL Server on it. So it automatically choose this directory. I will not change it. I will click next, and then it will edit and verify all the feature selections and feature rules. Okay, so this is the name of the database, SQL Express. I will accept this name and click next. This is about instance configuration, by the way. Then it will review for me the server configuration that hosts the database, keep everything at the default settings, and click next. Finally, it review for me the authentication mode of the SQL database server, and the administrator that will be able to view and configure everything related to the database. It's the administrator belonging to the test domain. Okay, I forgot to tell you that we are a member of the domain, this domain which is here, test.local. This is a domain controller acting as a domain controller and DNS server, CA authority, certificate authority, and also a mail server. When we go to 40 mail course, we're gonna use it as a mail server, and also FTP server and an NTP server. So in our case, we are a member of this domain. Okay, Kaspersky server will be, or it's a member of test.local server. Okay, so we're gonna use the administrator of the test.local domain controller, okay, to be the admin of this SQL database and also to be the admin of Kaspersky Security Center. So let's accept the administrator and click next. Then the reporting service, I will keep everything at the default state and click next. So the installation process is going on right now. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the video and then we will get back to you after installation finishes. Hello and welcome again. So after we have installed SQL database, we need to install Kaspersky Security Center. So let's open our file, which is here, Kaspersky Security Center 13.2, which we have downloaded from Kaspersky website. Okay, so let's open this file. Keep in mind we need to install both consoles, MMC console, which is a normal Windows application console, you could open it here, or the web console, which you could use the web browsers to manage your Kaspersky administration server. So we have here multiple choices. The first one is to install everything about Kaspersky Security Center, the MMC console and the web console. You could only install web console or administration console only, or network agent. Don't worry, we will speak about each of this choice in upcoming video. Right now we need to install Kaspersky Security Center 13.2, so you need to click on this link. So it will extract the files here. Okay, so from this point, you don't need this panel. Close it. And right now we need to install Kaspersky Security Center Administration Server. Click Next. Then it will check the .NET framework that it's already installed. As we said previously, you need to install .NET framework and also the SQL Express database. Click Next. Then accept the license. And click Next. Right here, you need to choose what is the mode of deployment here. For example, if you have one administration server, Kaspersky Security Center Administration Server, you have only one node, and you use this node in your environment. You don't have any administration servers, so you need to choose locally, and this is our choice in our deployment method. But in case you have two or more than one Kaspersky Security Centers, and you use one of them as an active node and the other is a passive node, once the active fails, the passive will be the active node. So you need to choose the role of this node here. It's a primary or secondary. So let's choose locally and click Next, because we have only one Kaspersky Security Center, one node. And let's choose standard installation method and click Next. And it asks me that do you want to install web-based console and MMC-based console? I will surely say yes. I need to install both consoles and click Next. What are the number of devices that you need to manage? The number of managed machines that the endpoint agent will be installed on them. In our case, we don't have more than 3 devices, in fact, but I will choose this option, which is 101 to 1000 network devices, because it automatically set up some features that I need them in my work. So I will choose this option, but you are free to choose whatever you want, and it depends on the number of machines that you have in your environment. Okay, so let's click Next. Then it will ask me where is the database server that you have installed. So I will specify the name of this instance of database, which is SQL Express, that we have installed previously in the last video, and click OK, and then click Next. What is the authentication method that you need to use? I will surely say that I want to use Windows authentication mode. Click Next, and then click Install. I will pause the video until installation finishes, and then I will get back to you showing the dashboard of Kaspersky Security Center Admin Console or MMC Console, and also the Web Console. So keep in touch. Keep in mind, during the installation process of Kaspersky Security Center, it will ask you to install Kaspersky Security Center for Web Console. So you need to be interactive with this installation process, because it will ask you to install Web Console. So click on OK, click on Next, accept the license and click Next. Then choose the path of installation, keep it at the default, and click Next. And choose the IP address of the Web Console that you need to install the web server on it. Okay, in our case we will use the same machine to install everything on it, but in some cases you could install the web server on another machine and connect to it, and the administration server will be here on this machine. Okay, so you may have multiple machines. Each machine has its separate role. Okay, so I'm gonna choose the same machine and click Next. And I will use the default accounts for the administration server, which is the administrator of the domain controller, and click Next. Then the new certificate, surely this domain, I will choose the name and click Next. This is the review, click Next, and then keep everything at the default. Every administrator port will be at the default state, and click Next. Click Install. So it will take some time. Let's pause the video. So after the installation completes, this is the first panel you will be faced off. Okay, we have here Kaspersky Security Center, which is the MMC console. We need to connect to administration console. This is our administration console. This is only the console, and this is the administration console. This is the administration server, which has a name of CAS as we choose during the installation process, and we need to connect to this administration server. Let's click on this arrow to connect to administration server and accept the certificate of this server. Then this is a quick start wizard. I will close it, we don't need it. We will configure each thing with our effort. Okay, so this is the administration server consisting of multiple tabs on the left, as you see. Okay, so we will speak about this quickly here, and also we gonna open our web console, okay, and compare between them. Everything is quite similar between this console and the web console. Let's open the web console also to see all the tabs in the right. So you might ask, why do we need web console? We only have this MMC and that's it. Why we need to open the web console? There are some applications that will not work with this MMC. For example, endpoint detection and response. It will work with web console to see logs and to investigate about the attack happening on your corporate. You need the web console to be able to see results and take some actions on this incident. Okay, so you will not be able to do such things using the MMC console. You need to use the web console. So let's connect to the web console, HTTPS, and type the IP of the machine. And the port is 8080. Okay, let's proceed to this web server. Okay, we have username and password. Let's type our administrator password of our domain. So I should be able to be logged successfully to the administration, to the web console. Okay, so here's the MMC console. There are some tabs here on the left, and we will use many of them during our work. The first tab, it's the manage devices. Inside there, we have some machines. Okay, so here is the list of the machines that have applications installed on them. Okay, it doesn't matter what is the type of the application that we install on the machine, but it will appear here. Inside this manage devices tab, we can create some groups. So for example, we could create here a group of devices depending on the type of the application installed on these machines will be put in one group. Okay, maybe according to the type of the machine itself, maybe workstations or servers, Linux server, Windows server. So according to the type of the machine or the type of the application that is installed on this machine, I could create a group and put all these machines in one group. Okay, so I could separate all the machines or the managed devices here to some groups. Managed devices means machines that have the protection application installed on them. So the machines that don't have any application or network agent installed on them will not appear here in this list on the managed devices. To be able to get all these devices that don't have any applications from Kaspersky installed on them, you must go to Advanced and then go to Device Discovery, and then you could search for the device with the IP address, or if it's a member of the domain, okay, or if it's not a member of the domain, you could find it inside an IP range. Okay, and also it will appear here automatically if this administration server can ping this device. Okay, if it can reach it through ICMP packets, it will appear here automatically. Okay, depending on the same subnet, of course. But if you have devices in another subnet, you need to add this subnet here in IP ranges, and we will see this in upcoming videos. You need to add this subnet here, and then it will appear to you here in unassigned devices. Okay, but keep in mind, Kaspersky Security Center needs to be able to reach this device through ICMP packets. Okay. The next tab is related to mobile device management. If you have mobile devices that you want to install Kaspersky on them, but this is out of the scope of this course, so we will not speak about this much. Okay, and then device selection. Inside this tab, you will have some reporting methods if you need to know devices with critical states, for example, or devices that have databases of the application are out of date. Okay, or sorry, are outdated. Okay, and things like this. So they are reporting stuff. And as we said, we have unassigned devices that don't have any applications installed on them. Okay, you could see them from here. And then the policies of each application. Each application has its own policy. So for example, when we speak about Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, has a specific kind of policy. Kaspersky for Windows Server has a different kind of policy, and so forth. Okay, so each application has its own policy. Then tasks. Most tabs we will use during our course is policy tab and also tasks tab. So tasks, like for example, we need to install an agent or network agent or application on a remote machine, so we need to use this tab, which is tasks. sorry, for example, we need to install application remotely. We need to install Windows updates on this machine remotely also. So we need to use tasks machine. We need to update a database of an application installed on a remote machine. So we need to use tasks tab. Policies, if we want to edit settings of the application or the security application installed on the machine, which in our case is Kaspersky Security for Windows. We will speak about application and network agent in another video. Okay, so we have something called policy. So the policy is to edit settings of this application that will be installed on the machine. Okay, for example, if we need to disable the web protection, so the machine or the user on the machine will be able to open any category of web URLs normally without any protection if you disable the web protection of the policy of the Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, for example. Okay, and we will see this in real world scenario. Okay, then we have Kaspersky licenses. This is the window of licenses. We will add our trial license here through activation code. Okay, and then we will assign this license to our application installed on our machines, and we will see also how to get a trial license from the website of Kaspersky. Then in the advanced tab, we could configure user accounts. We could add a user that controls this management center. We have also like a domain controller. It will inherit directly the domain controller users. Okay. As we said, we have remote installation here. Sorry, we didn't speak about remote installation. Remote installation, this is very important, so we will use this very much. Installation packages here, there are the installation packages that I use to install the application on a remote machine. So I could from here install the application to a remote machine or create a standalone package to enable the device to be able to install the application remotely with itself. I will not install the application from this management center to the device. The device itself will connect to me through a shared folder and take the package and install this application on himself without help of me. Okay, so we will speak about this in another video also. And this we have data encryption and protection. This a complete section of encryption. We will speak about this also. As we said, we have device discovery, devices that we need to discover that don't have any application installed on them. Deleted objects. This tab will show us anything that was deleted from the machine that has the application installed on it because of it's a virus or a malware or any protection deletion that occurred on the machine itself. Okay. Repository, we could see from here all things that have been quarantined or backup or anything like this. If there is an active threat appeared on the machine, it will also be shown here. Okay, this is related to the MMC console. A quick overview on the tabs that are here on the left. For the web console, I think there is a problem in the web console. Let's refresh this. Okay, let us speak about web console in another video. Until this point, that's it for this. Okay, it's open, so no problem. Let's speak about it also. Sorry. As we said, we will use MMC console during this course, Endpoint Security for Windows. But in upcoming course, we will use this console much because we will speak about EDR, and EDR will not show you any result except you use this console, web console. Okay, so right here we have all things are similar to MMC with some differences. Okay, so monitoring and reporting, for example, we have here a dashboard. You will not see this dashboard here in MMC console. For example, here devices, you have policies and profiles here inside devices tab. In here you will see policies in a separate tab here on the left. So it's the same idea, but Kaspersky developed this web console to be able to deal with it with graphs and dashboards and things like this. Okay, so welcome again. In this video, we're gonna see how to add a trial license from Kaspersky on our Kaspersky Security Center. So I already added one before, so let's delete this one and enter it one more time. So right here, we need to go to this website, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business Free Trial, and fill these data: the first name, last name, and the company name, the email address. Okay, it might be personal. Okay, it's not restricted on business accounts, so it might be personal normally. Okay, and it choose the country, a number of workstations or devices that you want to secure using Kaspersky, for example 10 workstations or servers or anything, and enter the phone number of your self, okay, and then choose if it's partner or customer, and click I agree and click I'm not relevant and submit. On the email that you have entered here, you will receive a message with the trial key. Okay, so I already received them, which is here. This is the trial key. I'm gonna add it inside my Kaspersky Security Center. So I'm gonna click on here, add activation code or key file. Keep in mind we have two methods of adding a license on our Kaspersky Security Center. We have the first one, it's activation code. Okay, as I'm doing right now, I have an activation code. I will add it here. But in this case, this server, which is Kaspersky Security Center, must be reaching the internet. So it must reach the internet to activate this license. But in some cases, you might in an environment that there is no internet here to the Kaspersky Security Center. So in this case, you will have a license file given to you through flash drive or from the internet. You could download it from any link from Kaspersky. Okay, you will have a license file and you need to add it here with offline method. So you will not connect to the internet to activate your license. So I'm gonna choose the first one, which is the activation code, and paste my activation code. I have here a very important option, which is automatically distribute license key to manage devices. So suppose that you have 10 devices, okay, and you have a license or a trial license with a limit of 10 devices. Okay, one device. I need to distribute these 10 licenses or this license file with a limit of 10 devices to all our devices here in our corporate. Okay, sorry. So if I choose this option, okay. This enables device that connect to my Kaspersky Security Center to take a license automatically from my license. Okay, so if a laptop or any person entered my environment with a laptop or any other device rather than the 10 devices that I need to install Kaspersky on them and connect to and install endpoint security, and then it connect to Kaspersky Security Center, it will take a license automatically. So this could make some problems to you. So don't choose this option. And after we add the license, we could go through tasks and activate our application on each machine manually through a task. Okay, so let's click next, and it will review the automatic distribution as we said. Click yes, and click finish. Okay, so we have here our license with a limit of 10 devices, and it's a trial, so we have 13 days only. 30 days only. If I double click on this license and see some from here, you could see the devices that took license from this license. Okay, so for example, we have 10 devices. We will see all 10 devices listed here that took the license. Okay, click OK. And also in the web console, you will see, if you need to see license, you will see license added here to the web console only. But forget about web console right now. We will not use it during our course. So let's close it, and we will deal with MMC only. Okay, that's it for this video. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. In this video, we'll see how to configure the communication rules between Kaspersky Security Center and all users right here. As we said before, we have some applications we need to push from this manager, which is Kaspersky Security Center, to all these users in this zone. And we said before that we have FortiGate between both of these zones. Okay, so FortiGate controls the traffic between server zone and user zone. So by default, everything is denied from this zone to this zone. So in this video, we need to see how to open the communication between both of these zones in a restricted way. So we will not open anything, okay, between both zones, okay, because in real world, you will not open anything. There are specific ports or specific services you need to be opened in both directions, from server to users and from users to server, which is Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so let's open FortiGate right now and see things that we have created. This is FortiGate, okay, and keep in mind this is not a course about FortiGate, so if you are not familiar with FortiGate, it's completely understandable. In another course, we will try to explain everything you need to know about FortiGate. So if you didn't grasp everything we will try to show you here, it's okay. Don't focus on it. In each course, we will try to explain everything. Okay, so what we have did here is simply we created some objects. Okay, objects mean some stable things that we have created, okay, to be used in policies. Policy is the communication rule that says this should not pass, this should pass, and so forth. Okay, So the first type of object that we have created is addresses. We have created an address for Kaspersky Security Center, which is 192.168.10.70/32, okay? And also we have created a user zone, which is here, user subnet, which is 192.168.30.0/24, okay? And for services, we have created needed services to be opened in both directions from Kaspersky Security Center and on the client machines. Okay, so let's search for Kaspersky. This not exist by default, we have created. So click enter. You will have three kinds of services that we have created. The first type is Kaspersky Management Server. Let's open this one. Double click on it. We have created 4 TCP ports, okay, and 1 UDP port. This should be opened on Kaspersky Security Center, okay, to be able to communicate with client machines. And you have very big document to describe every port and the purpose of every port. As we said before, we have a very good website. Let's open it one more time. Let's go to Kaspersky. Kaspersky Online Help. Okay, this website. And let's go to for business tab and then Security Center. So inside this you will find everything you need to know about what we are doing. And as we said before, we have a very good document. You need to read it before you go to the labs, as we said before. Okay, so for example here we have some ports, right? We have created some ports. What are these ports and what are the purpose of these ports to be open on Kaspersky Security Center? So you could know all things about this from here. You could go, for example, to Kaspersky Security Center 30.2, and then you could go to ports used by Kaspersky Security Center, and then you will find, for example, this port, which is 13,000. What is the purpose of this port, the description of it, and where should this port be opened, on the Kaspersky Security Center or the client machines, okay? So this is the first kind of service. We have another service related to Kaspersky also, which is here, Kaspersky clients. We have only one port to be opened on client machines, which is 15,000, okay, UDP, okay? And then we have also another ports need to be opened on client's machine, which is called Kaspersky Remote Installation. What does this mean? As we said before, we need to install some agents or some applications from Kaspersky Security Center to our machines, right? So to push these agents and to be able to install these agents on client machine remotely, so from here to here remotely, we need some ports to be opened also on client's machine. So we could have aggregated these ports together, which is here, Kaspersky clients and Kaspersky remote installation, in one service, but I prefer to segregate them to be able to understand what is the purpose of both of these services. So we have opened also on client machine TCP 445, TCP 139, UDP 137 and UDP 138 to be able to install agents remotely from Kaspersky Security Center to clients. Okay, let's go to policies. We have two policies, as we said. We need a policy from this direction, from users to Kaspersky Security Center in this direction. So users will try to contact Kaspersky Security Center from here to FortiGate. FortiGate will pass the traffic to here, so it's acting as a gateway between both zones. So this is the first security rule, from this direction to this direction, and here it is, from user zone, okay, to server zone. Let's review this policy. So as we said before, we have incoming interface, it's user zone, and we have outgoing interface, server zone. The source will be user subnet, which is VLAN 30. As we said here, we have user subnet VLAN 30, okay. And the destination will be two types of servers. The first one is the domain controller, because these machines will join the domain, so it needs to contact the domain controller also, not just Kaspersky Security Center, but also domain controller. So we have specified that we need domain controller IP address to be in the destination, and Kaspersky Security Center need also to be in the destination. This is our topic right now. What are the main services that need to be opened here in this direction? So I need to open Kaspersky Management Center. As we said before, we have some ports here related to Kaspersky Security Center need to be opened, and also Windows Active Directory to be able to join the machine to the domain. And this service group is ready and is it's existed by default on FortiGate. I didn't create it, okay. And then the action should be accept. We don't have any netting, okay, because the traffic is internally, completely internal. We will not use any security profiles don't think about this. If you're not familiar with FortiGate, it's okay. We will speak about everything in its course. And I need to log all sessions, not security events, and enable this policy. Okay, this is the first direction from users to server. There is another direction here from server to all the users. I need this Kaspersky Security Center to be able to manage and install and push agents from this Kaspersky Security Center to all the users here. So I need this server to be able to contact these clients. So there is another direction. There are two main functions to be done from Kaspersky Security Center to users. Sorry. The first task is simply to push agents from here to there. Okay, so to be able to push agents and to be able to install these agents, you need to open these ports, which is here, Kaspersky remote installation. Okay, the second purpose or the second task is to be able to contact the network agent that will be installed here on these machines to get events, to get information logs and all this stuff. And to be able to do so, we need to open port UDP 15,000, which is here, as we said before, UDP. Okay, and also I will open all ICMP to be able to reach these devices. Okay, as we said before, and click OK. So thank you for this video. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. So in this video, we will install Kaspersky Network Agent on machines. Okay, we will take a simple machine, okay, and install Network Agent on it. And as we said before, what's the purpose of Network Agent? Try to read the mini book that we have prepared for you in the first section before you go to labs. Okay, you will understand everything about Network Agent and what's the purpose of it. But now, Network Agent is simply the communication channel between the client machine and the management server. Okay, it doesn't relate to the protection component of Kaspersky, because simply you will have two applications installed on machines, as we said before. We have Network Agent, okay, that opens the communication between the device and the management center, and we will have Kaspersky Endpoint for Windows, which is the real protection application from Kaspersky. Okay, so right now we need to install Network Agent on this machine, okay, which is here, Windows machine, okay, through the firewall. Okay, and as we said before, we have done some rules to open the connection between Kaspersky Management Center and these machines. Okay, so right here we need to push the Network Agent from Kaspersky Security Center to our machine. So before we do so, we need to take a look at this tab, which is Device Discovery and Unassigned Devices tab. So unassigned devices are an aggregated panel of device discovery. You will have here domains, Active Directory, IP ranges. All these tabs are segregated here under device discovery. But right here, unassigned devices will have all these tabs aggregated here in unassigned device, which means that these devices don't have any protection component installed on them, and maybe there is an application installed on them, but they are not assigned to any group inside managed device, so they are not managed. This is the purpose of this panel, to tell you that these devices are not managed from you, are not included in any group from you. Okay, so this is the purpose of this panel, unassigned devices. And as we said, it collects all devices that exist here in device discovery, domains, Active Directory, and IP ranges. Okay, and as we said before, we are working under a domain called test.local. So each device which is a member of this domain will appear here. Under domains, you could open domains, and then you will find test. So under test, you will find each device that is a member of this domain. And right now I find server, which is here. This serve, it's simply the domain controller itself. So it's here. You could find from the right panel the IP address 1010, which is here also. Okay, and we have here by default this machine that we are existed on, which is the administration server of Kaspersky, will appear automatically under managed devices because it's simply managed. I'm the administrator, so it will appear here, which is this one, and the IP address is the local IP address. You will see here that we have client 1 machine. Client 1 I have already done with myself a quick lab, okay, before I record this video. So this machine, which is here, Windows, its name is client 1. If we open this machine, we could open it, no problem. This machine, which is here, and it's a part of the domain test.local. So I joined the domain, okay, and I'm logging with the administrator. Okay, so I think it was successfully installed. Let's see. So yes, it's completely successfully installed on our device. Let's see that we have completed successfully on the client one machine. And if you open the machine here, which is Windows machine. Okay, let's log in. Okay, and if we open control panel, programs, you will have Kaspersky Security Center Network Agent installed on this machine. Okay, before I finish this video, I need to show you something. There is a tool called RepPrep. This tool is used to prepare your machine to be able to communicate with the management center. So if you don't know about all the ports that need to be opened on the machines, or to configure them on the firewall, or if you have the firewall of the machine itself is opened and it's closed in my case, but in case that you are opening this firewall of the machine and you need to prepare your machine to open specific ports to be able to contact to the management center, you could use this tool, which is RepPrep, and you can get this tool from the management center itself. If I open the management center here and go to the folder of installation, which is here, program files, Kaspersky Lab, Kaspersky Security Center, you have this machine here, which is called RepPrep. Okay, so you can copy this machine and put this application and put it on the machine itself. Okay, you can run it. It will open ports and start administration server. Okay, and you could prepare your machine to be able to contact the administration server. Okay. Okay, there is something happened to my client. Let's minimize it. Oh my god. Okay, so let's close this video. We don't need it. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. Let's complete our work. In this video we need to configure a proper rules on FortiGate and also on Palo Alto to enable Kaspersky Management Center to go through internet to get its updates and also to get all the updated versions of Kaspersky applications. And in our case we need Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, so we need to configure the proper rules through firewall to be able to go to internet. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is the Fortinet FortiGate. We need to configure a proper rule to allow Kaspersky Management Center to go to the internet and to search for its updates, and this will be done through configuring proper URLs of the update servers that Kaspersky needs. So let's open the management PC that we can manage FortiGate and Palo Alto from it. Let's log into FortiGate. Once again, if you don't know anything about FortiGate or Palo Alto, it's completely okay. We have another course that describe each of them. Okay, so we will speak about the thing that we need here only. We will not speak deeply about firewalling and all the configurations of the firewalls. Okay, so there's a policy here to allow Kaspersky to go to the internet, which is here. This one allows servers to the internet, and we need Kaspersky Security Center, which belongs to server zone, to be allowed through FortiGate. So from this interface to this interface or this zone between Palo Alto and FortiGate, which is here, okay, it's called intermediate VLAN and takes an ID of 40. Okay, and the IP here is 40.60 and here 40.70. So we need a policy to be configured from this interface, which is 10.60, which is the server zone, to port 3, which is the intermediate VLAN 40.60. Okay, so here is the rule: allow servers to the internet. Okay, and in our case we need Kaspersky Security Center only to be allowed through internet. So this is the rule. Let's double click on it, see its contents. We have here the incoming interface, as we said, VLAN 10, and the outgoing interface will be intermediate VLAN, which is VLAN 40. The source will be the IP address of Kaspersky Management Center, and destination will be all. Why all? Because we need to go to internet. We have multiple IPs and multiple domains we need to connect to, so we will not be able to restrict all of them, but we will restrict them under web filter. We will speak about this in a moment. So the source will be Kaspersky Management Center, and destination will be all, and the service will be HTTP and HTTPS, since these are the URL that we need for Kaspersky. We have a list of URLs here this URL list Kaspersky Security Center will connect to get its updates and gets the latest version of Kaspersky applications that will be installed on endpoints. So we have a list here, as we said, and the service is HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, so here we choose the service to be HTTP and HTTPS, and we don't need any NAT here because since it's a data center firewall, netting will be done here. Okay, and we will speak about this in firewalls courses, so don't worry about it. And then, as we said here, we will not configure NAT. This is the most important thing here because we'll choose web filter. What's the mean of web filtering? Web filtering is a profile we apply to the policy to limit the rule to contact these URLs only. So there's a web filter profile we have created inside security profiles, web filter. We have created Kaspersky updates. This is a web profile. Okay, there are here list of Kaspersky URLs. As we said here, we have a list. Okay, so if you take a look on it, you will find that it's repeated. So we have, for example, dn1-01.gu.kaspersky 02.gu.kaspersky. So we have deployed the wildcard. So for example, here is a start.gu.kaspersky.com, which is a wildcard, and the individual URLs we have configured them here, and then we have blocked all the rest of URLs that the Kaspersky will connect to. So it will connect to these URLs only, and it will not connect to anything else. Okay, and then we attached this profile into the policy that we are speaking about, okay, which is here, servers to the internet. Okay, which is here, servers to intermediate VLAN. So as we said, we have attached the web filter profile here, and then we log all the session and click OK. So this is the first stage here, to configure the proper URLs that Kaspersky will connect to through the internet here on FortiGate, Fortinet FortiGate. The second stage is to make the same thing on Palo Alto Firewall, because it will pass through Fortinet FortiGate and then to Palo Alto Firewall. So the rule here on Palo Alto Firewall, we have here a rule called allow Kaspersky Management Center. It will go from intermediate VLAN to internet VLAN on port Ethernet 1.3. Okay, so we have this rule here, allow Kaspersky from intermediate VLAN. Okay, this is the source, from any source. We should have both the IP address of the Kaspersky Security Center, in fact, okay, to be more restricted and more secured. Okay, and the destination zone will be internet zone. Okay, and we have attached here the URL category. It's any, but we need to attach the web filter profile. In here it's called URL category, custom URL category. It's here Kaspersky updates, which is Geo Kaspersky, and all the same things that we have configured on FortiGate that must be configured on Palo Alto also. Okay, so everything on firewalls is okay. Right now we need to check our updates. Okay, so let's go to tasks and try to create a task to get updates from Kaspersky to our management center. Let's delete this task. I have configured that previously, so let's delete it. So to create this task, the task which will go to Kaspersky Cloud or Kaspersky servers to get updates from it, and then to also get the updated versions of security applications that we will install on machines. How to do so? Let's create new task, and this task is related to Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so it will appear under this panel. Download updates to the administration server repository. So this means that the updates that I will get from Kaspersky servers will be downloaded here to the management center. Okay, and afterwards it will be pushed to the applications installed on machines, and also I can download the package that I need to install on the machines. We will see this in next videos. So download updates to the administration server repository and click next. Where will you go to get these updates? I have here Kaspersky update servers, as we said before. Okay, we could download these updates in another machine and link it here instead of Kaspersky update servers. And this usually happens if you have an environment that there is no internet connectivity in it, like very secure and sensitive locations. So if you have such environment, you could download the updates on another machine, and here instead of Kaspersky update servers from the internet, you can add this machine here. It's called local or network folder. So you could browse for the network folder that you have updates on it, and then you can link it here. Okay, so in our case we're gonna use Kaspersky update servers. Let's click OK and click next. The task will be run manually. When I click on it, it will start. You can run it scheduled. Okay, and in other videos we will run it like this because we need everything to be automatic. We will not go to this task in the future and run it manually, but in our case now we're gonna run it manually, but in the production environment you need to schedule it to run automatically. So click next, and then this is the name, and click next and click finish. Okay, so we have the rule here. It needs to go to the internet, get the updates, and then once it's finished, you can download your Kaspersky applications that you will install on machines. Okay, so we're gonna start this task right now from here. So I'm gonna click start. So it should start automatically. Let's click start one more time. From here you could refresh this page. Okay, takes some time. So it's running right now. And here you could see the servers that Kaspersky Security Center will connect to get its updates. So let's click refresh. So as you see, it began to work. It connects to the same URLs that we have spoke about here, which is in the next management center, which is here. Okay, you have some URLs. Already it connects to it to get its updates. Okay, so once it's finished, I will get back to you. I'm gonna pause the video right now. Okay, so right now it's completed successfully, so all updates have been downloaded successfully to our management center. But we forgot to do something when we were configuring the FortiGate or firewalls in general. We have allowed the service to be HTTP and HTTPS. We need also to allow DNS, because I need to resolve all these URLs, so I need also to add DNS, okay, and also on the Palo Alto. So if we need to check that all updates are successfully downloaded to our Kaspersky Security Center, if we go to installation packages and then into additional actions and view current versions of Kaspersky applications to check if updates are successfully downloaded, we will have all the list of Kaspersky applications right here got from Kaspersky URLs. Okay, so for example, when we see Kaspersky Security Endpoint Security for Windows, we will see that its version is 11.9.0, which is the last and the updated version of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, so in the next video we will download the installation package of Endpoint Security for Windows, and we will see how to create an installation package by two main methods. Okay, the first method is to download it from Kaspersky Security Center if you are connected to the internet, and in the second method we will download it from the website directly and upload it here into Kaspersky Security Center and see how to create our installation package. That's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Thank you. So in this video we will see how to create our installation package that we will use to install the application on endpoints in our environment. Okay, and in our course we are using Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, so I already downloaded it here, but we will see the method to install or to create the installation package. So right now, suppose that we don't have this. Okay, we can delete it, by the way. We can delete this package and install it again. Okay, so to install the package or create installation package, what does this mean? This means I will have an application here or an installation package in my Kaspersky Security Center, and I will use this package to be pushed on the machine here, on the machines of myself. Okay, so I will use the installation package to be pushed from Kaspersky Security Center to our machines. Okay, so I need to have this installation package first, which relates to Kaspersky Security, Kaspersky Endpoint for Windows. Okay, so right here we need to go advanced and then remote installation and installation package, and then from additional actions let's go to view current version of Kaspersky applications. We will have all applications of Kaspersky, different categories. Okay, and we need from this list this application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint for Windows version 11.9. okay, which is here. Okay, this package. Okay, so I need to choose this package, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows 11.9 light encryption or strong encryption, whatever you want. Okay, so I will choose a light encryption and click on this button, which is download and create an installation package. So in previous version of Kaspersky Security Center, this option was download only. So you were able to download the package, and then by yourself manually you will create the installation package. So it will only download the package. But in updated versions 13.2 that we are using right now, you can download the installation package and then download the application and create the installation package right here. Okay, so this is the first method which you can use to download and create your installation package. So I will click on this link, which is download and create installation package. So previously I tried to install it, so it was a 0%, but right now it's 85 because I already tried to install it. Okay, but in your case you will find it 0 and it will start to be updated. So I will pause the video until downloading finishes and I'll get back to you. So as we said before, once we finish downloading the package, it will automatically create our installation package here. Okay, so once we download this package, it will automatically download and create our installation package here. This is the first method where we have internet connection to our Kaspersky Security Center, and then we could use this method. The second method is to use the offline configuration or the offline creation of an installation package. How to do so? The first thing that we need to do is to go to Kaspersky website and download our package. Okay, this that we have downloaded right here, which is here. Okay, this is the file that we will download from Kaspersky, and then we double click on it. It will unpack all these files that you see here. Okay, we will use this file to be uploaded to Kaspersky Security Center to create our installation package. Okay, so I already extracted them, so we have this file right now. We need to upload it to Kaspersky Security Center to create our installation package. So I will click again on create installation package using the KUD file, and let's name the installation package endpoint security for Windows version 11.9. Click next, then browse to the file, which is KUD file, and click open, and then click next. Make sure that you copy the updates from the repository to the installation package. This means that the updates that we have downloaded in the previous video, okay, to the management center will be transferred to our application. So all the updates will be ready to be used with the application. Okay, we can do this by a task, okay, afterwards. So I prefer to do so, not to take so much time. So I will not copy the updates from the repository to the installation package. I will use a manual task to do this job for me, and then let's click next, accept the license, and click next. Then it will upload the package to me, and then I will see the installation package right here after it finishes. Thank you for this video, and see you in Hello and welcome again. So in this video we need to install Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows remotely from Kaspersky Security Center to our machine. So we have here a machine called MAB inside Kaspersky Security Center. We have it here. The computer name is client 2. Okay, there's no application installed on this machine, so we need to create a task to remotely push security application, which is endpoint security for Windows, through a task. Okay, so we will go to tasks, and then we will click on new task. Then we have a task related to Kaspersky Security Center administration server. Since we need to push an application from Kaspersky Security Center to our machine, so this task will be included here in this package. So this is the task that we need to install application remotely. Then click on next. Then the package is restored in Kaspersky Security Center, so we need to click next. Then this is the package, which is endpoint security for Windows 11.9. Click next. Then it tells me that do you want to install network agent with this installation package in one shot. As we said before, we have a separate task for installing network agent, but in some cases you may want to install both applications in one shot. So by creating this task, you could check this box and then click on Kaspersky Security Network Agent to install both applications in one shot. But in this case, you need to enter the administrative privilege of the machine that you will install applications on it. So you will not be able to install security application using network agent. So in my case, I have network agent installed already on the machine, so I will not check this box, and then I will click next. Then would you like to force the installation package using network agent? I will check this box because I have already network agent installed on the machine. To make sure that I have it, let's go to the machine and then go to control panel. Click on programs, then you will find that we have network agent installed already on the machine. So to verify it from the machine itself, and you could also verify it using Kaspersky Security Center. If I go to, I will not be able to go to devices, but if you go to manage devices, you will find the machine under network agent. You will find it's already installed and a check mark on it. Okay, so we have using network agent, and click next. Then the prompt user for the action. If the installation package need to be to restart the machine itself, you will prompt the user for this action. But in our case, installation will not enforce the machine to be restarted. Only the uninstallation process will enforce the machine to be restarted to complete the task. So I will click next. Then select the network devices. The network devices in our case is client 2. Then click next. And then the account. Do you need any account to enforce this installation process? No, I don't need any account since I have network agent installed on our machine. So I will choose the first option and click next. The task will run manually. Okay, this is good, and then click next. Then installation application remotely, this is the name of it. You can name it whatever you want, and then click next. In my case, I have this task is already here. Okay, I used that previously. Okay, since I have the task already there in my panel, so I don't need to create a new task as we did before. Only I can double click on the task and change its configuration. So all the previous steps that we have tackled shortly could be changed here from these tabs. So for example, the device that I need to install the package on it, in the previous case, I was using client 1, so I can delete this one and add my device, which is client 2. Okay, then click OK. Also, I can change the setting of using network agent or the operating system resources. Okay, and the operating system restart, I can change also all these stuff. Okay, so I click apply, keep everything at the default because it's similar to the previous state. And then this task, I changed already the device that I will install Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows on it, and then I click start. Refresh this panel, so it will copy the files on the machine, and then it will start the operation of installing Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. I'm gonna pause the video, and once installation finishes, I will get back to you. Hello and welcome again. So in this video, I will show you how to install Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows by an offline method. So suppose that you are not able to communicate with the management center. Okay, you are in a closed environment, and Kaspersky Security Center will not be able to push the application through a remote connection to the machine. Okay, so how to do so? How to install Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows locally from the machine itself. Okay, so we will go to Kaspersky Security Center. We have here an installation package, which is here. Okay, we have Endpoint Security for Windows and Kaspersky Security Center Network Agent. So we will create two standalone packages. Okay, so the user will take those standalone packages and install them on its machine locally. Okay, so the first package will be through network agent. Click on create standalone installation package. Okay, so after the device install this package, which is network agent, a standalone package, it will be moved to manage devices. So I will click next. So it will create a standalone package for me, an XE file, okay, installer.exe related to network agent. I could take this installer.exe through flash drive or any removable drive and give it to the customer or the client that wants to install network agent. Then during the installation process, he will enter the IP address of the management center to be able to contact him, and then the device will be shown to me here in the dashboard of the Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so this is the path of the application. Let's take it, copy, click next, and then click finish. If I go to the shared folder, let's clear this one. Click OK. So I have here package installers inside KL share of this server. Okay, I could enter it, and then by double click on the installer, I could install network agent. So let's do this on this machine, which is called map machine, which is here. This machine, I will install Kaspersky Network Agent and Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows locally on the machine through connecting to the share folder of Kaspersky Security Center. So let's open, this machine. Let's open our shell folder of Kaspersky Security Center server. The IP address of it is 192.168.10.10. Click enter. Okay, there is no, it's 10.70. Yes, so we have KL share, and inside KL share we have package PKG installation, which are related to the standalone packages, and we have network agent inside it. We could take it, copy, or install it directly here. Double click on it to install it through the network. Okay, so click run. So keep in mind we are installing right now the network agent, not the Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. We have some steps to be done here during the local installation process. So it's still loading because I'm installing it through the network. So here's the application. So by clicking start installation, okay, it will start to install Kaspersky Security Center 13.2, and then it will check the connection to the administration server, and it will be installed directly. So keep in mind, I told you that there are some configuration steps you need to do. Okay, this will be done if you download the network agent from the internet directly. So you have Kaspersky website and you go to it, and then you have network agent, then you download it. Okay, so you have an exe file also, but from the internet. Then when you install it, it will enforce you to edit some settings, some configurations to, for example, set the IP address of the administration server to be able to contact him. But when we install or when we configure a standalone package from the Kaspersky Security Center, okay, it will do these configurations for me. So I don't have to do anything. Just click start installation, and then it will install the network agent and contact the administration server directly. Then when I get back to the administration server, which is Kaspersky Security Center, I will see the device appear there in my list. Okay, so let's wait until installation finishes. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the video not to waste your time. Okay, so we have here Kaspersky Network Agent successfully installed. Okay, so if we get back to our Kaspersky Security Center, we should see this device in our list. Yes, this is the device, and the IP address of it is 30.40. Okay, but we don't have any security application installed on it, so we have only network agent installed on the machine, and we need to install also Kaspersky Security, Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows through this way also. So we will hover on Endpoint Security for Windows and click on Create Standalone Installation Package. Also, by this way, you could bot the package of network agent among this package. So you will, when you install this package, you will have network agent inside the installation package of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So the previous step that we have did by creating a standalone package for the Kaspersky network agent will be forgotten, simply because I will include the network agent package inside the standalone package of Kaspersky Endpoint Security. Okay, so I will not check this sign because I already installed network agent, and click next. So it will create the standalone package for me. It will take some time because Kaspersky Security for Windows is much bigger than network agent. Okay, so it finished yet. Okay, so we need to go to this path to check the installation package. It's already here. Okay, so if I access this folder from my machine, which is here, okay, so this is the message. Let's close it. And if I get back to this folder, I will find that we have KES 11.9. Let's install this application also. So by double click on it, I will have the application starting to be installed. I think it's very big, so it will take much time, but you will not do anything. You will click start installation also, and you will find Kaspersky here installed on your machine, and the sign here on the Kaspersky Security Center will tell you that I have the protection component installed on our machine. So if you get back to your machine here, you will find that this a column will be green for you, and then the real-time protection will be running, okay, after you install Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, thank you very much. See you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video, I will show you how to uninstall an application from a virtual machine right here, which is Windows. Okay, so this machine, I have Kaspersky installed on it. So I already installed Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows, and I need to uninstall this application remotely from Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so how to do so? Let's open our Kaspersky Security Center. Let's go to tasks, and then I will click on new task. This task is related to Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so I'm trying to uninstall application remotely. This is a feature from Kaspersky Security Center, so I will go to this section, click on advanced, and then you will see that uninstall application remotely. Okay, click on it, click next, then uninstall application supported by Kaspersky Security Center. What this application? It's Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows that I want to uninstall from a device. Then click next. Then how could you uninstall this device? I have network agent installed on the remote device. Okay, so I will use network agent for this operation. And in case I don't have network agent installed on this machine, so I will use operating system resources. But in our case, I have network agent installed, so I am gonna check this network agent. And also, in case of network agent is not working, so I could use the operating system resources. Okay, click next. So once the uninstallation finishes, if the application wants to restart the machine, so it will prompt the user for an action telling him that I want to restart the machine because there is an uninstallation process happened. Okay, click next. Choose the machine. In our case, it's client 1 inside manage devices. Click next. Do you want to use the account or the network agent is installed? In our case, network agent is installed, so I will choose the first option and click next. Then I will run the task manually. Click next. Then the name of the task will be like this, and click next. Then click finish. Okay. So the task here, I want to start it, so I will click on start button. Then it will run for me, and once it finishes I will get back to you, but keep in mind it will stop at 99%, waiting for the client or the user on the machine to restart the computer. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the video until uninstallation process finishes. Okay, so as we said before, it stopped at 99%, and Kaspersky Security Center needs the client to restart its machine. So let's go to the client, which is here. Okay, this is the prompt from Kaspersky Security Center. We need to restart the device because uninstallation has completed. So let's click on restart. Then the machine will be restarting, and then the task on the management center will be completed successfully, and the installation will be completely removed from your machine. That's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. So in this video, I will explain to you how to activate your application through a remote task and also locally from the device itself. Okay, so as we said previously, we had here two machines. Okay, the first one is this device, which is here. Okay, and the second one is here. Okay, so the next step after we have finished our installation process, we need to activate those devices. And of course, in production environment, you will have a commercial license, and you need to apply this license on your machines. But in our case, we have a trial license, as we said before, and we need to push this license to our applications. We have two methods to do so. The first one is simply to push the license from Kaspersky Security Center, okay, remotely through a task. And the second method is to activate the application locally from the machine itself, but the machine must be connected to the internet because I will add the activation code on the application itself, not the Kaspersky Management Center. So let's go and try the first method, which is create a task from Kaspersky Security Center to activate our application. We need to add a key to our application, right, which is endpoint security for Windows. So what we need to do is related to endpoint security for Windows, not Security Center. So I will find the task right here, add a key. Okay, I need to add a key to this application. So add key from here and click next. You need to choose the activation code or the license key. As we said, we could have key file locally on the machine. We could upload it to our repository and then use it here. Or in our case, we have an activation code. So let's select this activation code, which is here. Okay, and click OK. Then it will review for me the features of this license key. Keep in mind the trial license will not give you all things that you need. Then click next. Choose the device that you want to install or push the license key on it. In my case, I will choose client 2. Okay, client 1 will be locally installed the license, so I will use client 2 and click next. Task will be run manually. When I click on the button, it will start and click next. Then the name of the task, okay, and click next. Okay, in my case, I have already one task and I did it before I record this video. Okay, so this task to install the license on client 2 machine, which is here. Okay, and it was successfully installed. And if you check the device itself, you will find that you have client 2 has a license. Okay, the trial license for 20 computers. Okay, and it will end 27 okay, it will take 1 month from now. Okay, so this is the first process. This is the first method to install or to push the license from Kaspersky Security Center to the machine that you have installed Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows on it. Okay, the second method is to activate the application locally from the device, but keep in mind the device must be connected to the internet. How to do so? I will have here a device. Okay, as we said, it has Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, but it has also a license. I already did this before. I can delete this license from here and reinstall it again. Okay. But before I do so, I will get back to my Kaspersky Security Center to check licenses. So this license, trial license, I have here 2 devices took the license from me. Okay, if I check the device, I will have client 1 and client 2. But I deleted the license previously. Okay, so it must be 1 right now. So if I click refresh, it must be 1 because I deleted the license from this machine. So I can get back to my machine locally and then activate the application locally through pasting the activation code here. Keep in mind again, this machine should reach the internet to activate the application. And click on activate, so it will connect to the activation server, and then it will activate the application. After the activation is completed successfully, okay, I should see this number became 2 because it took 2 license from my license packages. Sorry. Okay, so let's click refresh multiple times to see the updates. It must be 2. Okay, so the license has been distributed to 2 machines. Okay, it took 2 license, 1 for Windows machine and 1 for Mac machine. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. So in this video we will configure the next task, which is update. So as we said previously, we have updates downloaded on our Kaspersky Security Center via this task, download updates to the administration server repository, and then we need to transfer these updates to applications installed on machines. Okay, how to do so? We need to use this task, which is update. Okay, so it's related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows because I need to update this application actually, so it will be included here in this package. So this is the task that we need to use. Click on next. Then you need to identify the source of updates that will give you all the updates that you need. So you have 2 choices. The first one is the Kaspersky Security Center, which is here via this task. As we said, we have here updates that will load to the repository of Kaspersky Security Center. The next option is simply to update the application via the machine itself. So this application hosted right here will go and find its updates through the internet and will install all the needed updates on its repository. So it doesn't relate to the Kaspersky Security Center anymore. Okay, but in our case we will use the first option, which is Kaspersky Security Center. Click on next, then select the device that you want to install this task on it, and keep in mind, in production environment you need to have here some groups. Okay, so for example, the workstations that have endpoint security for Windows, and you need to apply the task on all the devices included in this group. Okay, so in our case I will choose all the managed device because I only have 1 group. Okay, but in production environment you must have some groups here, and you need to apply this task on all the group that contains all the machine. Okay, so in my case I will choose managed devices and click next. Then I will use the default account to push these updates, and then the task should be scheduled. Okay, so in other tasks we didn't change this because they will run manually. Okay, one time if I have a machine and I want to install Kaspersky Endpoint Security on it, so I will run it manually, but updates must be automatically and must have a schedule procedure. So we're gonna choose the updates to be every week. Okay, and to be run on Saturday at 11 p.m. Okay, and then click next. Okay, so this is the task called update Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, let's add here databases and click next. Okay, and click finish. So to enforce this task to be run not in a schedule, but I want to enforce it to be run now, not in the identified time that we have that in the schedule panel. Okay, I need to run it now. Okay, so I will hover on the task and then I will click start. So it's in case of pending right now because it's scheduled, but I want to run it now, so I will click on start. So it should work in both devices, and updates should be downloaded to our applications. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. So in this video we will see how to configure a virus scan task. Okay, so we need to have a task that scans our PCs in our corporate network from time to time to detect any malware or virus that wasn't detected using the protection components of our application installed on our machine. Okay, so I'm going to click on new task and refer to virus scan task, which is included inside the package of Kaspersky's endpoint security for Windows, and click next. Okay, so this is the scope of scan. Okay, and by default Kaspersky recommends to keep everything at the default. This is very enough for you, but in case you have for example mail client, or you have network drives that you want also to be scanned, you can shoot them from here, and these options could be edited since when we are creating our policy afterwards. Okay, so we will keep everything at the default and click next. What is the action that will be taken on detecting a threat? So the default action is disinfect and then delete if the disinfection fails. So if I have a file classified as a malware or a virus, okay, so I will disinfect our machine from this file, and in case this disinfection fails, the file cannot be disinfected, I will delete this file completely, and this is the recommended action from Kaspersky. Okay, we have here very important checkbox. Don't delete this checkbox from here, because the scan will be run when the computer is idle, not to exhaust your performance of processes and all the applications run on your machine. Okay, so keep this option as selected. Click next and then choose the scope of a scan task. As we said before, you might have some groups here to install virus scan on them, but in our case we don't have any groups, so I will install the virus scan on all the machines that I have in managed devices, and click next. I will use the default account, which is the administrator of our domain, to install this task on machines, and click next. And then I'm gonna schedule this task to run every n days. Every 3 days I will run this scan task, and I will make it 10 p.m. okay, and I will click next. This task will be called virus scan endpoint security related to the application. Okay, endpoint security for Windows. Okay, and click next. Click finish. Okay, to enforce this task to be started right now, I will click on start. Okay, very good, and that's it for this video. See you in the next video. Back. Okay, so in this video we will see another task that could be needed in some cases. Okay, sorry. So before we configure this task, we need to take a look on something here. So if we go to an installation package and open and double click on endpoint security for Windows, okay, we will see the components that will be installed among this package. Okay, so once I download this package on a PC, there are some properties that will be included in this package. These properties are included here. So for example, here are all these checkboxes will be enabled on the package once it's installed on the machine. Okay, so for example, advanced threat protection, we will have behavior detection, exploit prevention, remediation engine, and all these stuff, and also for the essential threat protection. Don't worry, we will speak about each of these things in a separate videos, okay, because we will try to custom the policy that we will create. We never talked about the policy yet, okay, but we will talk about it in upcoming videos. But we need now to check all the settings of the package. So once we install the package, all these things will be installed with the downloaded package. Okay, network threat protection, web threat protection. So bad USB attack prevention will not be included into this package once it's downloaded to the machine. Okay, and also for example data encryption, the file level encryption, and full disk encryption, all these stuff will not be included in the package. Okay, so what we need to do right now, we need to change these components. So after we download the package, or we push the package via Kaspersky Security Center or locally to our machine, we need to change these components through a task. Okay, so this is the task that we need to configure right now. So I will go to tasks, but before I create the task, let's check that in this machine we don't have any thing related to file encryption or full disk encryption. If we opened our security application, so we have these components that are enabled into the package: file threat protection, web threat protection, mail threat protection, all this stuff, but we don't have anything related to encryption. So what we need to do right now, we need to change the components of this application to include also the encryption. How to do so? We will go to Kaspersky Security Center, click on new task. Okay, this task will be included into the package of endpoint security for Windows. This is the task that we need to create a change application component. Okay, and click on next. Then right here you need to select something that you need to be added to your installation package into the PC. So for example, I will choose file disk encryption, full disk encryption, and BitLocker management. Okay, so these are the changes that will be done to the installation package hosted on the machine. And then I am gonna click next. Then I will select the PC that I want to change the components of the installation package, which is here, client 2, and then click next, and then click next. It will be manually, and then name your task, and then click next. I have this task already here, so I will not create it once more. So I will double click on this task and then change something in its properties. So devices, I will delete this device that I was trying to change something in it. So I will delete it, and then I will add the client 2 machine. Okay, and click OK, and then click apply and OK. So this task has changed. Okay, right now it will be applied to client 2, not client 1, and then I will click on start. So let's make sure it started already. Click start again, and then let's click refresh. So it must be run. Okay, give it its time. Still scheduled. So okay, let me I think this is a problem in the machine itself. So let's delete this task completely and create another one. Okay, let's create another task. Okay, and then let's check file and full disk and BitLocker and click next. Let's choose our machine, which is client 2, and then click next to run manually. And then this is the name of the task for KES. Okay, and this is our task. Let's click on start. It also gives me the pending. Yeah, it's running right now. So once it finishes, I will get back to you. Okay, so once back, we have here our machine. Okay, if we take a look on Kaspersky, you will find that inside security components, you'll find that encryption is added right now through change components task. Okay, thank you very much. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Okay, in this video, we will speak a little bit about other tasks. Okay, we have configured the main and the very important tasks to make our application working fine without any errors or warnings. But you might need to work with other tasks in some cases. So for example, you need to make an integrity check. Integrity check will check that all the modules of your application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, are fine and there's nothing changed with the application. Okay, so if you run this task, integrity check, and then after you finish this task, you can go to administration server and then reports, and then you open any report that will show you all the components of application that have been changed lastly. Okay, so but this is not our topic yet. We will speak about monitoring in upcoming videos, but right now we need to see other tasks. So we are speaking about integrity check, for example. There are some tasks that are related to Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum only. So this name of the application right now is changed from Endpoint Security for Windows to be Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. Inside this application, there is Endpoint Security for Windows and also Endpoint Agent included in one package. Okay, this happened from version 11.9 of Endpoint Security for Windows, but this is not our topic. Okay, we will have a separate course for Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum in the future on this channel. Okay, but right now we need to focus on our tasks related to Endpoint Security for Windows. So as we said, we have multiple tasks related to Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum, like for example IOC scan, indication of compromise. We have also delete file, get file. Okay, we have terminate process, and for example move file to quarantine. All these tasks are related to Endpoint Detection and Response, but we could also use it with Endpoint Security. So in case you need to know about them, you could read about all these tasks and how to use them. They are very easy and you could deal with them easily. But keep in mind, this task, once it run for you, you need to go to administration server and see reports on this task. Okay, thank you very much and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to speak about Kaspersky Security Center for System Management. Kaspersky Security Center can discover all the vulnerabilities that exist on any client machine and also it can generate some tasks to install the corresponding updates for these vulnerabilities. So it has main features related to vulnerability and patch management, discovering all the vulnerabilities on the client, and also it has a big list of database that could be used for installing the corresponding updates for these vulnerabilities. Okay, simply it can contact the Windows Server updates, and it can get all the updates that needed for any client on your environment. It also can automate the operating system searching for updates and installing these updates. Kaspersky Security Center could also work as the WSOS server for distributing updates. KSC could install apps through third-party packages. So suppose that you want to install some apps on multiple machines at one time. You can install these applications using Kaspersky Security Center. We will see this in action in our lab. Kaspersky Security Center could be used to collect data from the protected device, like for example the applications that are installed on our client, and also the hardware registry. And the license supporting this feature, we have 3 main licenses. The first one is KES for Business Advanced, Total Security for Windows, and Dedicated for Vulnerability and Patch Management. Okay, so if you purchase the KES for Business, you will have this license included among the KES for Business. Total Security for Windows also support this feature, and you could purchase a simple dedicated license for the vulnerability and patch management. So KSC will try to get the updates from Microsoft servers for Windows operating systems. Also, it has a database of the third-party applications to update them in case of any vulnerability exists on the operating system. So keep in mind, KSC is caring for the operating system itself and the applications installed on this operating system. So it can discover the vulnerabilities existed on the applications themselves, and also the operating system itself. Through connected to the cloud, it can get all the needed updates for the third-party applications and also the operating system itself. So it could be used to update your operating system and your applications installed on this operating system. Okay, so this feature is called Vulnerability and Patch Management. Also, Kaspersky Security Center can be used for installing third-party applications on your client directly. So you don't need to connect to the device and install the application locally. You can use Kaspersky Security Center for installing your applications remotely. You can get the needed information about the software updates and software vulnerabilities after you connect to the cloud and after you connect also to your client machines. So from this tab, which is patch management, you can see the vulnerabilities existed on your devices and what are the main solutions for these vulnerabilities to update them through software updates. If you click on operation and patch management, this is the software vulnerabilities, and in the previous slide you can see the software updates for these vulnerabilities. Okay, so the first thing that you need to do here is to sync with Microsoft Update Servers to get the latest updates from Microsoft servers to update your operating system inside your environment through a task called Perform Windows Update Synchronization. So you need to have in your repositories for Kaspersky Security Center all the needed updates, okay? By connecting to Microsoft Windows Update Servers, you can get all the updates that you need. And to discover the vulnerabilities on your host machines, you need to contact these machines and investigate about these vulnerabilities, which is happening normally because simply we have network agent installed on these machines, so I can get all the information that I need from this machine. Then you can choose from the below version of operating system and corresponding Microsoft. So this is a completion for the task that we were speaking about, which is sync with the Microsoft Update servers. After you create this task, you can choose what is the operating system that you need to get all the updates related to, and this is depending on the kind of operating systems that you have inside your environment. So suppose that you have Microsoft Windows, for example Windows 10, you have Windows 8.1, Windows Server 2012. So these are the main operating systems that you need to get updates about. You don't need to choose all the operating systems, not to overwhelm your storage of Kaspersky Security Center. Okay. And also you can choose among the needed updates. Maybe you need to update for the drivers, for example, the security updates, the critical updates. So you can also choose among all the categories that you will have according to these updates. We will see this in action during our lab. Okay, so the second thing that you need to do after you sync your repositories of Kaspersky Security Center with Microsoft Update servers, you need to create a simple task to update your operating systems, to patch these vulnerabilities that exist on your client machine. Through a task, you can install these updates. Okay, you can find the updates and update them directly, or you can find them only and then you can install these patches for these vulnerabilities in one more time. But during creation of the quick wizard, you can choose search for vulnerabilities listed by Microsoft and connect to the update server to update data. Search for the third-party vulnerabilities and update list by Kaspersky. Okay, so this is the methods for searching for the updates. Okay, and also during the quick wizard, you can choose to install these updates directly and automatically for your client machine, or you can install them through a manual task through Kaspersky Security Center. Also, we will see this in action. So yeah, this is the manual method of creating a task to fix your vulnerabilities and install updates, which is called install required updates and fix vulnerabilities. So you can use, as we said, KSC as a WSOS server to distribute updates to your operating system and your clients. Through the application settings of your network agent, you can go to software updates and vulnerabilities. You can choose the use administration server as a WSOS server to get all the updates related to Microsoft from Kaspersky Security Center. After finishing your tasks and install your updates and getting all the information about your vulnerabilities, if you need to check your client and see if there are existed vulnerabilities on your client or not, what are the main available updates that you need to install on your client, you can open the machine itself, and from this tab, which is called Advanced Available Updates and Software Vulnerabilities, you can see if there are any vulnerabilities that you need to mitigate or any available updates that you need to install on your machine. Okay, so verifying is very simple, related to the machine itself. If you need to install third-party application, this is very simple process. Simply you will create a new package. This package is related to third-party application, and keep in mind KSC has a very big list of all the third-party applications that you could install on your machine. So by selecting the third choice here and the new package wizard, select an application from Kaspersky database to create an installation package. Then you can choose from multiple applications inside the Kaspersky Security Center repositories, like for example WinRAR. You can choose the package and then push this package to your client machine remotely, and everything will be okay on your machine. Okay, so let's start our lab here. I will open here my lab. Okay, I have here a lab, as we said before, and this is for Kaspersky Security for Business Advanced. We have here 3 machines. All these machines are Windows 10, and we have Active Directory. All these machines are joined the domain, and we have Kaspersky Management for managing these machines. So let's open our Kaspersky Management Center. The first thing that we need to do is to sync our Kaspersky Security Center with Microsoft Update servers to get all the latest updates. So if you open Devices and go to Tasks to check if we have this task or not. So let's get down here to Kaspersky Security Administration Server. We don't have this task. Okay, so let's create a new task. Click on Add, and then the application is Kaspersky Security Center, and it's called Perform Windows Update Synchronization. Okay, and then I will click on Next. Then if you need to check this option, download Express installation files. Enabling this option may result in increasing disk space consuming on target device. I will not do so. So I will click on Next. Then what are the main applications that you want to sync their updates? Okay, you can choose among all this list. As you see here, we have very big list of operating system and applications related to Microsoft. So for example here, if you have Active Directory and you want to sync its updates, you can choose them. So I will deselect all application, then I will choose Active Directory. Then let's also choose, I don't have Exchange, let me choose also SQL Server 2014. Let me choose Windows 10, Windows 10 and later drivers, Windows 10 and later upgrade services, dynamic updates, feature on demand. Let me get also Windows Server 2001-12, 2000R2, language packages. Okay, that's enough. So I need to sync all these updates related to the operating system and the application. And in real world environment, keep in mind you might have all this list of applications installed on your client machine, so you need to select all the applications. I will click on next, and then what are the main updates that you want to sync? I will choose critical updates and drivers. Okay, forget about drivers, and also security updates. Then I click next. What is the language? I will choose English. Then I will click on next, and then what's the account? It's the default account, and then I click next and finish. So by creating this task, I will sync all my repositories with the Microsoft Update servers to keep myself up to date. So this is the task here. Let me start it. Oh, sorry. So it's running now. Okay. So the second thing that we need to check is to check that we have all the lists of the vulnerabilities on our client machines here, and also the software updates that are needed for these client machines. So I will open a tab here called, under operations you have patch management tab, and then you have software updates and software vulnerabilities. So if we click on software updates, you will find a list of all the needed updates that you can push to your client machines. Okay, so we have here, for example, Windows 10. These updates are needed on your client machines. We have a very big list. We have 5 pages here. Okay, and if we click on software vulnerabilities, we will also see all vulnerabilities that are existed on our client machines. Okay, for example, on Windows 10 we have critical vulnerabilities here, as you see here. And also, if we need to check on the device level, we can open devices and then manage devices. Then if we open, for example, client 190, and let's go to advanced tab, and on the software vulnerabilities we could list all the vulnerabilities exist on this machine. Like, for example, as you see here, we have multiple vulnerabilities that we need to patch through updating the system, the available updates. If we click on this tab, we will find all the updates that are needed on this operating system to mitigate against vulnerabilities. So we have here a very big list of updates that need to be pushed to your client to mitigate against all the vulnerabilities that could be exploited through these vulnerabilities. Okay, so what we need to do now, we need to review this task finished, which is sync with Microsoft updates. I think it will take some time. Let me check. Yeah, I think it will take some time, so let's forget about this. We will create another task to push all the updates needed on our client machines. So for example, I will create another task here. The second task that we need to use is called install required updates and fix vulnerabilities. What is the device that you wanna assign this task to? So for example, I will choose only one device to check the results quickly. So I will specify the address manually or import list, and then I will click on next. What is the device? I will choose selected network detected by administration server. What is the device? It's client 190. Then I will click next. Okay, so what are the main rules that you need to identify here to push your updates to your client machine? Okay, let's click on this add sign to create some rule. So do you want to create a rule for all the updates, or for Windows update, or for third-party update? So for example, I will choose, I need to create a rule for all updates, the Windows and also the third-party applications. Do you want to install all updates except decline, which are updates that are not proven? So yes, I want to install all updates. Install all suitable updates. Yeah, I wanna choose suitable updates. Would you like to fix all the vulnerabilities? Yes, I want. And then what's the rule? It's fixing, let me name it, fixing client 120, and click on finish. And then start installation at device restart or shutdown. No, I will install the patches directly to our client. Install required general system component. Download updates to the device without installing them. This choice will not install updates, will only download the updates. This is the folder that will receive all the updates from Kaspersky Security Center. And the enable advanced diagnostics. Okay, and then I will click on next. If the device needs to be restarted, I will prompt the user for an action, or let me restart it directly without asking me, and then click on finish. Okay, so this is a task for updating and fixing vulnerabilities on our client machine. Here we go with this task, install required updates and fix vulnerabilities. I will click on start. Let me check this task. It's running now. Good. Let me check my Windows Update Sync. Oh, okay, it's failed. Why it's failing? Can't resolve. Can't resolve. Download Windows Update. Why can't resolve? Okay, where's the DNS of mine here? I think we bought. Let me change this DNS to be Google DNS. Let me check again. Let me go to general and let me start this task again. Okay, so we need to wait until both of these tasks is finished. The first one, perform Windows Update, and install required updates on our client machine. Until this task is finished, to see the result on our client machine and also the updated sync from Microsoft Windows Update. Okay, so if we check our tasks here, we will find that perform Windows Update synchronization became 82%. And if you click on view results, you will see multiple stages passed through this task. So it's trying to sync its databases with the Microsoft Windows Update servers. If we check the second task here, it's trying to download 2 updates right now to our client machine, but I think it will take so much time. So let's complete our lab until this task is finished. The second portion of this video, we need to start a task that could install some third-party applications to our client. For example, client 125 to be our target to install some third-party applications on them. Okay, so let's open our tasks panel here. I will click on add task. Then the task is related to Kaspersky Security Center 13.2. And what's the task? It's simply okay, it's not from here. Let's install the package first. I need to create the installation package first, so I will go to operations and then repositories and then installation packages. I will create a new installation package for third-party application. So I will click add, and then I will select an application from Kaspersky database to create an installation package. Then click on next. And what is the application that you want to create an installation package for it? So for example, I will choose let me choose, for example, okay, let me filter here and choose WinRAR as a test. So I will search for something called WinRAR, and then I will click apply to see if I got some results. So I have here some results. So for example, I will install the first one here, WinRAR 4.x. This is the version that I will install to my client. I will click on next, and then I need to accept the license. So I will accept the license of this application here directly, and then I will accept all. And then what's the name of the package name? Let me name it WinRAR Windows. Then I will click on next. So it will try to create this installation package. After the installation package is ready for me, I can push it simply to my client through a remote installation task related to Kaspersky Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, let me wait until this finished. Okay, good. Then let's go to our installation package here, which is called WinRAR for Windows. Let me refresh my list. I have here WinRAR Windows. I will click this installation package and click on deploy. Then do you want to install the network agent with this installation package? No, because simply it's installed on my machine. So what is the managed device that you want to choose? For example, I will choose the second device. Let me select device for installation, the second choice, and let me choose my managed devices bit, and then I will choose client, for example 125, 125, and then the remote installation task, let me name it WinRAR, and then I will use network agent for this process of installation, and then I will prompt the user, and I don't move because it's in the managed device, and there is no account required simply because network agent is installed on our machine. Now we can next and then finish. Okay, let me close this one. Let me go to my tasks. Here I will find a remote installation task for my WinRAR. Okay, where is it? Let me refresh this list now. The same problem. Okay, let me create it from here. So I will click on add, and then remote installation task, and installed application remotely. Let me name it WinRAR, and let me specify my device. What is the installation package? It's WinRAR Windows. What's the network agent? I will not install network agent. I will use network agent for the installation process. Prompt the user, there is no account required, and then finish. Okay. Okay, let me scroll down to see my task, which is here, install application remotely WinRAR. Let me start this task now. Let me open the task to see details. Scheduled. Okay. Let me open the MMC console. Yeah, here we go with our task. It's trying to install our application remotely. Let me check this. Let's try and, yeah, it became 89. So after this, yeah, it's finished and completed successfully. Okay, let me check my device here, which is device 125. Let me check if I have this application installed on my computer. We can also verify from our device here tab on our Kaspersky Security Center. If you go to devices and then manage devices, then if you open device 125, and we check advanced or the applications, I think we should see, no, this is the security applications. If we go to advanced, okay, I think it's not here. Applications registry, we should see the WinRAR here also in the application registry. Okay, so it's still trying to collect the information. We can go to operations and then third-party applications, application categories. So after collecting the information one more time through network agent, you should see that you have WinRAR here installed on one of your devices, which is client 125. Let's open the device here to check. If we open control panel, for example, to check that I have the application installed or not. Let's go to programs. Yeah, as you see here, we have this application installed on our machine through Kaspersky Security Center, depending on the communication between Kaspersky Security Center and network agent installed on the device. Okay, very good. So what we need to do now is we need to check that the other task installed successfully. I think it will take so much time because downloading the file is very large. It's it's 1020 228 megabytes, so I think it will take so much time. And this task is trying to sync its database with the Windows Update server. So I think we have finished this lab now. So what we have talked about in this lab is simply to discover the vulnerabilities of the device, discovering the updates that are needed on our client, downloading our updates, and you can choose what are the main updates that you want to install on your client machine to defend against the vulnerabilities. And depending on your operating systems and third-party applications that are installed on your machines, you can search for vulnerabilities and install your updates. Also, we have seen how to push some third-party applications through Kaspersky Network Agent from Kaspersky Security Center to our machine, so we don't need to install all the applications locally through each device. Okay, so I'd like to thank you very much for this video and see you in the next video. Thanks. Welcome back. So in this video we will configure our first policy. Okay, it will be a general policy for our application installed on our machines. Okay, and then we will speak about each part of this policy and how to configure it, how to deal with it, how to work with it and see results on the machine. Okay, so we have here Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, this is our managed devices, which is here client 1 and client 2 have Kaspersky Security, Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, and we have policies. This is the next tab. The policies will be here, will affect these devices that are here. So let's work with groups also to show you how to apply the policy on a specific group. So for example, I have here managed device. I will create a new group and call it, for example, our lab. Okay, this group will be created under managed policy. So the policies that will be applied on managed policy will affect all the other groups under managed devices. But once we enter the group itself, we have another policy that will be applied to the group. Okay, so what I will do right now, I will take both of these devices, or let's say I will take one device only, and I will put here on our lab. Okay, and let's call this name of this group, let's rename it. Okay, so properties, let's name it lab client 1 policy. Okay, and click OK, apply, and OK. So lab client 1 policy, which have one client, which is client 1, and there are separate policies to be applied to this group, which is lab client 1 policy. So the policy that I will create here will affect this client only. So I will create a new policy. This policy is related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows 11.9. Okay, and I will click next. Then the name of the policy will be as the name of the application, and I will click next. Okay, then the policy will be created with default settings for now. Okay, and if you have another policy and you want to import some settings in a separate wizard, you could choose the different or the second option, but in my case I will create it with the default settings and click next. I need to accept Kaspersky Security Network And as we said before, we have a mini book in the first section describing all things that you want to know about all the terminology that we are using here. There is something called Kaspersky Security Network, which is simply a cloud service from Kaspersky that will receive files from you, testing something on it, and then give you the feedback. Okay, so I will agree to the license and click next. And then this policy should be active. Active means it will work and be applied on our PCs inside this group. Okay, and click finish. So I have here the first policy affecting one device, which is here, client 1. Okay, this policy has some settings. We will enter them right now and speak about them generally, and then in upcoming videos we will take one by one and try to see them in lab and how to configure them and custom installation of them. Okay, so if I double click on this policy, see what are the components of this policy and how it will affect my application hosted on my client 1 machine. So this is the policy. The first thing here, it's in high protection level, so everything is recommended on this policy, and it's from Kaspersky experts. These settings are from Kaspersky experts, and it's not recommended to change anything related to the protection components, but maybe you need to, for example, configure some category of URLs to be blocked into machines. So this is okay, but the protection components themselves don't change anything unless you are very familiar with what you are doing. Okay, so for example, this is the general state of our policy. Okay, let's go to advanced threat protection, review what's inside it. Okay, we'll speak about each of them in a separate video. So we are using Kaspersky Security Network, which is a cloud database that contains information about the reputation of files, web resources, and softwares that the signatures doesn't know anything about them, as we said before. And also the file will be tested there. If there is anything malicious, you will have the updated signature. Okay, so I'm enabling Kaspersky Security Network. Behavior detection, okay, I will also enable it. And if I detected any complex threats, I will delete the file. Okay, all these options will be discussed. As we said, we have exploit prevention also enabled, host intrusion prevention enabled, which is IPS of the machine itself, and remediation engine also enabled. So this is related to the advanced threat protection. For the essential threat protection, speaking about file threat protection, it's on the recommended from Kaspersky experts. Web threat protection also recommended. Mail threat protection recommended. Firewall, it's enabled, and by default it will allow all the connections from trusted networks like 192.168.10.0.0.0 and 172.0.0. Okay, so all the trusted networks, the local network, the private ranges will be trusted, and all the connections will be opened for them. Okay, so the firewall is enabled. Okay, network threat protection also enabled. We will speak about each of them in a separate video, as we said. And bad USB attack prevention, it's not enabled, as we said. All these components are here inside the installation package, as we said previously. So if we double click on endpoint security for Windows, you will find that it has some components under settings. Okay, so for example, bad USB attack, it's not enabled, so inside the policy you will not see that it's enabled. Okay, you will see that it's not enabled under the policy also. Okay, so let's get back. We have here essential threat protection, as we said, and detection and response. This is related to EDR optimum, so we don't have any endpoint sensor. We will not use endpoint detection and response optimum here in this course. In another course we will try to explain the main features of EDR. And then we have security controls, application control. It's by default not allowed, but if you want some applications not to be run on your machine, you could bot them here. We will see this. And then device control. If you, for example, need to block removable drives, no one can bot his flash drive or anything on the PC. You could do so from here. Okay, and web control and all this stuff, and also the data encryption. This is a huge topic. We will speak about it in upcoming videos. And local tasks. If you want users to do some tasks from the application itself, you could allow them to do so from here. Then some general settings. Okay, before we go to general settings, let's speak about removable drive scans. You could scan the removable drive that you are putting inside your PC. The scan will run on the local drive, not the removable drives. But if you want to scan also the removable drive, you should choose from here. There are two types of scan. We have detailed scan. Okay, detailed scan will scan everything for this removable drive, included the archives and all this stuff. But quick scan will only scan the files and will not take a look into the archives. Okay, background scan, enable background scan, not to exhaust your performance. A scan of the system memory, system partition, disk boot sectors, and startup objects, as well as rootkit search. Okay, this will keep your performance good. Then we have general settings like application settings of the interface itself. So for example, I can set a password, for example, from here. if I want to protect the application, no one can exit of the application unless unless he entered the password that I will put here. So the administrator only can exit the application, not anyone can exit the application. So for example, I'm trying to summarize all the components of the policy itself. Okay, we have also some policy profiles that are activated on a device in accordance with activation rules when a specified event occurs. For example, if there is something happened, this policy will be applied directly. Okay, so this is a general look on the policy of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, but each of these components have has something to be said on it in a separate video. So keep in touch and see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we will explain bad USB attack prevention and AMSI protection. Okay, so bad USB attack prevention, it's a way of Kaspersky to mitigate the virus attack that could happen from the USB that this USB, suppose that you connect a USB, okay? This USB could contain a virus that is trying to spoof himself to be a keyboard. So it's normally a USB, okay? And once you connect it to your PC, it appears to your computer as a keyboard. So when this virus tries to enter some commands from this keyboard, you could run something on your PC, download any malware, virus, anything like this, okay? We can mitigate this attack, okay, through this way of protection, which is called bad USB attack prevention. Okay, this could happen through this way of protection. Welcome back. So in this video we are going to discuss bad USB attack prevention technique and also the AMSI protection technique. So the first one is bad USB attack prevention. Suppose that you have a USB, okay, and you drag it into your PC, okay, and then this USB contains a virus that converts this USB to keyboard, okay, so your computer will consider this USB as a keyboard. This USB could enter any commands from this keyboard to your computer, okay, download any virus, run any malware, anything from this guy, okay, so I need to stop this attack. This feature, bad USB attack prevention, helps me to do this, okay. This will prevent these trials from a USB, okay, and this happens through authentication. So once I put the USB or once I put my keyboard into my PC, okay, I need to authenticate to this PC. So this is a pop-up appear on the screen, and I need to authenticate to make sure that you are connecting a keyboard, a real keyboard, okay. And if there are multiple times trying to authenticate and you fail, then you will be locked. This keyboard will not be available, okay. And suppose that this virus, the creator of the virus, maybe he is trying to also enter the authentication password. So he is trying to deceive the PC to tell him that I am a keyboard and I have also the authentication password through the screen on-screen keyboard. So he could enter these numbers through on-screen keyboard, and here on this option of bad USB attack prevention, I can prohibit use of on-screen keyboard also. So this is called bad USB attack prevention. There is something else called AMSI protection. This is very good feature from Kaspersky. It could integrate with other third-party applications like Office document, and it's the most known case to have some Office formats, okay, documents, anything from this type, okay, and this application is trying to run, for example, a PowerShell script inside this application, which is a document or anything from this type, okay. So it will contact Kaspersky to give him this PowerShell script to scan it before it run it on himself, okay. So this is called AMSI protection. And also the default will be good for us. We're gonna scan office formats only, nothing else. Thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. So in this video, we will talk about file threat protection. So in the last video, we have configured our policy. Okay, we have applied our policy to our application, but we need to make sure that everything we know about here in this list, we will not change anything, because we will keep the protection component at the recommended level from Kaspersky, and here it's called that high protection level. So it's not recommended to change anything that you don't know about. Okay, so keep everything at the recommended settings from Kaspersky. Okay, before we speak about file threat protection, let's speak a little bit about general tab. This general tab, we have active policy, out of office policy, and inactive policy. The active policy means that this policy will be applied on the PCs inside this group that will be applied on. And inherit settings from parent policy, this will enable this policy to inherit all settings from a parent policy. If there is a parent policy here on the managed device, as we said before, the policy inside lab client 1 policy will inherit everything from this policy. So I can change settings from this policy, not from the child policy. Okay, so this is the purpose of inherit settings from the parent policy. Okay, and then we have something called event configuration. So for example, once we have, for example, let's take an example. So we have here, for example, let's close this. We have here inside managed devices, we have a machine called CAS, right, which is the server that we are hosting our Kaspersky Security Center on it. So we have here a notification, right, called security application is not installed, right? So this is a notification, an event, come with a critical and visible. Okay, this is the classification of the event. Okay, I cannot change these notifications or these events that appear to me through this tab, which is here, event configuration. Okay, I can search for the event that I need, and then I can disable it or change its default configuration. So for example, for the warning tab, we have a warning that will appear to me, which is databases are out of date, right? If I double click on it, I can store this event in the administration server for 30 days or maybe anything, and I can export to this log to a SIM system using syslog protocol, and also I can send this log via email, via SMS, via SMP manager, or anything like this. Okay, so whatever I want to do, I can do it from here. I can change many things related to event configuration. Okay, so then let's go to our main topic today, which is essential threat protection. So we have here file threat protection. By default, it's enabled, okay, and it works on the recommended settings. But I can change some settings related to file threat protection, but again, it's not recommended unless you are familiar with what you are doing. So let's click on settings. We will have here a panel of file threat protection. Okay, so let's go to the general one. We have here the scan will happen, or the protection scope will happen on the files scanned by format. Okay, and I can choose files scanned by extension, or I can choose all the files. Okay, but this is not recommended because I will have much false positives if I choose this all files. Okay, so I only have two choices: files scanned by format and files scanned by extension. Okay, these options will only scan the infectable files. What does this mean? It means that, for example, Kaspersky Endpoint Security will scan exe and doc file, okay, or txt file, and it will not scan, for example, PNG, because it's not recommended to scan this. It will increase the exhaustion on the performance, and also on the application itself. So you need to choose one of these options, which is files scanned by format or files scanned by extension. What is the difference between those? Files scanned by format, it will check the header of the file, and then it will decide what is the format of this file, and then depending on it, it will try to scan the file. The file scanning by extension, firstly, it will get the extension of the file, and depending on the extension, it will decide the format, and then it will scan also by format. So the most preferred option is this, files scanned by format. Okay, then you have the protection scope. We have by default all the removable drives, all the hard drives, and all network drives, but if you have anything else, you could add it from here. So you could go to the path of the object or the folder that you need to scan through file threat protection, and you can add it. Okay, then we have performance. What is performance? Performance contains some scan options. The scan methods, for example, we have machine learning and signature analysis. Okay, this is by default enabled, and you can't change it because it's one of the most important feature of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, and then we have heuristic analysis. This is very important, helping you to detect unknown viruses, virus that hasn't any signature in database of the application. Okay, and we have multiple modes to set this heuristic scan. both of these modes will overwhelm your performance of your machine, because simply heuristic scans is trying to install or to push some instructions to your file, okay, to know if it's malicious or not, detecting his behavior, okay, so it will overwhelm your performance. So the best choice is light scan, okay. Scan optimization. Scan only new and changed files. This is chosen by default, and this is very important also, because I will scan only the new and changed files. The very old files and files that haven't changed yet, I will not scan them. There is no need to scan them, okay? So the scan will be optimized because of this choice. We have a scan of compound files, like for example, the archives or the distribution packages or the Office format. So Kaspersky by default choose Office format for OLE objects. That is very harmful, and also the macros inside documents. Okay, so this is very important to be chosen. Except of this, scan archives and distribution package. This is not important. This will overwhelm the performance and make things slower only. Okay, then we have additional tab. We have a scan mode, we have a smart mode, and on-access modification, on-access on execution. On-access and modification, manually, if I choose this one, so every file that will be accessed or modified, scan will work, okay? On-access, only on-access, no modification here. On execution, if the file is run already, so I will start my scan, which is file threat protection. And the advantage of smart mode, it's simply will classify every file. Okay, so this file, if it's accessed, I will scan. If it's modified, I will scan. If it's executed, I will scan. Okay, so Kaspersky knows well types of files that it can scan or not. So smart mode is very important option. You need to choose it. We have some scan technologies like iSwift and iChecker. Okay, these technologies are very important to make the scan process more faster. Okay, because it also knows the classification of files and the date of creating of the file. So this file should be scanned, this file shouldn't be scanned. Okay, so this is very important to be checked also. Okay, the last section here is pause file threat protection. When to pause the file threat protection? I could put some restrictions or some conditions to be taken if I need to pause the file threat protection. So for example, by schedule. Okay, if I click on by schedule, I could schedule a specific time that I don't need to run file threat protection. Okay, or for example, I need to pause the file threat protection once there is an application or a specific application started on the machine. So once this application is started, I don't want any file threat protection. Okay, so you could change this also. Okay, so from all of these options that we have seen, only this part you can edit, which is file pause threat protection. There is a trusted application, for example, that will not get infected. Okay, and you know this very well. You can choose, for example, at application startup, we can pause the file threat protection, but also it's not recommended if you are not fully confident that this application is trusted according to you and to your corporate. Okay, so don't change anything again unless you know exactly what you are doing. Okay, thank you very much and see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we will speak about mail threat protection, the third way of protection to our machine. Okay, as we said, it's enabled here and it's on the recommended state from Kaspersky experts. And remember, again, don't change anything except you are familiar with what you are doing. Okay, the action will be disinfect and delete if this infection fails. This one repeated with us in multiple protection profiles. Okay, right here we can change settings of mail threat protection. So the protection scope will be incoming and outgoing message. So I have here a mail client, okay, and keep in mind it will not work with the web clients. So if you have, for example, OAuth.outlook through the web, this profile will not be applied. It only applies to the mail clients that are working as applications on operating systems. Okay, so I will protect the incoming and outgoing messages. Okay, so this is the scope of the protection. The connectivity that I will try to protect is SCAN POP3 protocol, SMTP, NNTP, and IMAP traffic, which are related to mail protocols. Okay, there is here a very good feature of Kaspersky to connect to Microsoft Outlook extension. Outlook mail client has an extension called Microsoft Outlook extension. Kaspersky can connect to it to read all the message and all settings from Microsoft Outlook. Okay, and then you have options of compound files. As we said before, in file threat protection, you can scan the attached archives and then the files of the Office formats like macros and OLE objects and things like this. Okay, so you can scan underneath the archive itself or the package itself. Okay, then the attachment filter. This is very important because if you have some attachments from the kind of pad cmd.com, for example, all these shell scripts, exe file, these files could be directly installed on your machine once the client opened them without thinking about the extension that he is trying to download. Okay, so this is very, very dangerous. So this action helps me to rename the attachment. So instead of the file, which is here, this attachment that one user sends to another, okay, CMD, okay, so Kaspersky Endpoint Security will rename this attachment to something else. So the user will not directly open the file because it has another extension. So he needs to rename himself firstly before he opens it, okay? So this gives him some time to investigate and see what he is trying to open, okay? And you have another action to delete the attachment completely instead of renaming it. Okay, so this is very important. As we said, make it rename attachment of security types depending on the recommendations from Kaspersky experts. Okay, so we have additional. This is related to heuristic analysis. As we said, in all the above threat protection methods, we have heuristic analysis, but in some cases it's a light scan. It's depending on the way of protection, and in some cases it's medium scan, as Kaspersky experts recommend for us. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello again. So in this video we will speak about network threat protection. This is the fourth way of protection, of computer protection, related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So this feature is very important because it helps my machine to be able to protect itself from network attacks. So if the device itself finds that there is a network connection from any PC inbound, okay, and he is trying to do or to launch some attacks, okay, like for example MAC spoofing, anything that is classified as a network attack, it will block the connection with this device, okay, for a specific period of time, and we can configure this period. Okay, so this network threat protection is checked by default, okay, but I'm gonna change some features here, and it's completely okay because there is no recommendations here. According to your needs, you can do whatever you want. Okay, so right here, this is the add the attacking computer to the list of blocked computers for 60 minutes. Okay, I can change this period normally. Nothing will matter with we. Okay, so also I can create port scanning and network flooding as attack. So suppose that, for example, one user internally or from external network is trying to make port scanning. He's trying to see which ports are open, which ports are closed, okay, or he's trying to launch some dead ping traffic to my PC. Okay, so I will consider this to be attacks. Okay, so I'm gonna check this sign, and also I'm gonna block all the activities that are considered as MAC spoofing. So if any person is trying to take my MAC address and to spoof my character, I will also block this activity. Okay, and I'm gonna click apply. So by clicking apply, so these changes will be affecting after I click OK. Okay, let's open it one more time, and thank you, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we gonna discuss web threat protection, which is the second feature of essential threat protection for Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows policy. Okay, so we have discussed the file threat protection, which was about securing the file itself from being considered as a virus or a malware. So if it's a malware or a virus, it will delete it or disinfect the machine itself. Okay, but what about the web traffic? So there are multiple phishing websites and multiple sites that contains malware inside them. So how to protect our machine from these sites? Okay, this will happen through web threat protection. Okay, so it's on the recommended state of Kaspersky experts. Okay, so it's very recommended. Don't change anything except you are familiar with what you are doing. Okay, and the action on the threat detection, if you or if Kaspersky Endpoint Security detected that this file is malicious or this is a phishing website, it will block the download from this website. So this website will not be able to give me any files. Okay, we can change the setting from here as we said, but it's not recommended. If you are familiar with what you are doing, you could change, except don't do any changes. Okay, so we have here for the general tab, we have some scan methods. Okay, it divides into two main methods. The first one is simply the signatures. I have a database of web addresses that's considered malicious web addresses, and also I have heuristic analysis, which will try to give the files inside this website some instructions to see if it's malicious or not. And as we said, don't make it in the medium, leave it at light scan, not to exhaust your performance. And for the second thing, this is about scanning. Okay, we have also another feature of this web threat protection, which is anti-phishing settings. The first thing also, it's about database signatures of phishing web addresses, and the second thing is heuristic analysis. So suppose that you have some trusted web addresses or URLs that you need to configure them in the policy, so your web threat protection will not work against those URLs. For example, that you have URL of your company that is considered a threat or a phishing website from web threat protection, so you could configure it here to be safe and not scanned by web threat protection. Okay, so you could enter the URL here. Okay, that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. So on this video, we will speak about advanced threat protection. Okay, so the first feature of this advanced threat protection is called Kaspersky Security Network. We talked about it before, but we're gonna review it once more. Okay, Kaspersky Security Network, it's a service from Kaspersky, a cloud database that contains information about reputation of files, web resources, and software from all over the world. So each day there are a bunch of files that are tested through this cloud service, okay, and there is a signature stored according to this file or web address or anything from this kind. Okay, so when I connect to this Kaspersky Security Network, I can able to test unknown files, try to communicate with this Kaspersky Security Network to get updated signatures of files, web resources, and softwares, okay, to be able to test and investigate about unknown files and all the files that there are no signatures for them. Okay, so make sure to enable Kaspersky Security Network. It's very important to enable it among all the features of your Kaspersky endpoint security. Okay, so it's enabled here by default, okay, as we said, and there is a mode here called enable extended case-in mode. In this mode, Kaspersky endpoint security will send additional data about the file it needs to test. Okay, so additional data or additional files mean some details about the file, not only the file or the signature of the file, but also some other data or metadata about the file to be sent to Kaspersky Security Network. Okay, and then we have Kaspersky Security Network Provider. We will use global case-in, which all users will use, but in some cases you might have a purchase under Kaspersky to have your own Kaspersky Security Network via license, of course. But in our case, we will choose enable cloud. Choose global case-in. Okay, and for the enable cloud mode, this is very important also, because once you select this option, the antivirus or the files that will be sent to Kaspersky Security Network and the results that came from Kaspersky Security Network will not overwhelm your Kaspersky endpoint security. Okay, so most of the work will be done on the cloud. Okay, so make sure also to enable this not to overwhelm your application. Okay, and if Kaspersky Security Network servers are not available for you, okay, so the file that you don't know anything about it will be categorized as critical, because you don't know anything about it and case-in servers are not available right now. Okay, and to connect to Kaspersky Security Network, keep this at the default, because this is very important. You will connect it through case-in proxy, which in our case will be administration server. Okay, so you will contact administration server, which works as a proxy to your clients, and then case-in or administration server will contact case-in directly through the internet. And in this case, your clients don't have to be connected to the internet, since they are connected directly to case-in proxy, which in our case is administration server, and administration server will contact directly with case-in network. Okay, again, we have something called behavior detection. Okay, this is very important feature also from advanced threat protection, since once we enable this feature, it analyzes all the application behaviors and detects complex threats such as ransomware. So for example, if you if Kaspersky endpoint security detects any software or any application tries to encrypt a folder or a file on your computer without any rights to do so, so it will consider this as a malicious or malware. Okay, and it depends on that and something called behavior stream signatures. Okay, so it has a big database consisting of some signatures related to the bad or malicious behaviors of applications, and once it matches any one of these signatures, it will consider your application or this application as a malicious software and will block it, and will delete it. Okay, this is the first option, to delete the file or the application that is trying to do a malicious behavior. Okay, you have another option to terminate the application, to stop the process of the application completely, and also to generate a log only. Okay, but keep it at the default. Once this file is considered as a malicious file, it will be deleted directly. Okay, and then we have another feature of this behavior detection. It simply will try to see if there are any applications trying to encrypt the external shared folders. So for example, if there are some shared folders from your computer or from other computers, okay, and there are some applications trying to connect to these folders and trying to encrypt them, so this process will be stopped and blocked, okay. So the connection of this application will be blocked, okay, to these folders that are shared, and encryption will not happen, okay. So this is the default action to be taken if there are some trials from any application to encrypt our shared folder, okay. And it will be blocked, of course, for a period of time. You can edit this period, but as we said before, these are the recommended configurations from Kaspersky, and you shouldn't change anything unless you are familiar with what you are doing, okay. And of course, there are here a list of exclusions. You may exclude some applications from this operation. You know well that these applications is going to encrypt your shared folder, and you don't want Kaspersky Endpoint Security to stop these applications from doing so. So you have an exclusion list to both your applications in there, okay. Then we have exploit prevention. And this is also a very important feature of advanced threat protection. It will try to keep me secured from exploiting the vulnerabilities that are existed on my endpoint machine. So for example, we have some applications that are not updated for a very long time, and since there is a malicious code or an exploit trial from any attacker to exploit this vulnerability, Kaspersky Endpoint Security will be aware of this action and will block this operation, okay. So by default, it's gonna block this operation, but also you can generate a log only and keep the operation working, but it's not recommended, as we said. So as we said, we have a vulnerability on our application, and an attacker is going to exploit this vulnerability using an exploit code. Kaspersky Endpoint Security has inside it an exploit prevention engine who have a list of these exploits and ways of exploiting vulnerabilities, and it will try to block this operation from happening, okay. So we have also system process memory protection. All the processes that are running inside the memory will be protected from any trying to exploit it, okay. Then we have something called remediation engine, and by default it's also enabled through Kaspersky recommendations, and don't change this because simply this component is very important on recovering from any malware that targeted our machine. So suppose that there is a virus or a malware attacked our machine and created some files on the file level, okay, so the remediation engine will delete these files, or maybe it deletes some essential files on my computer. Remediation engine will try to recover these files again. And also on the system level, maybe this malware started some processes on my computer. Remediation engine will end these and stop these processes, okay. Maybe on the registry level. So for example, there are some registry established through this malware, and remediation engine will try to block or stop or delete these registry files, okay. So remediation engine is very important to mitigate against malwares or viruses that are trying to change on my system. Okay, so that's it for this video. We have tackled all these 4 components of advanced threat protection: Kaspersky Security Network, behavior detection, exploit prevention, and remediation engine. And also in the last videos, or the last couple of videos, we have talked about file threat protection, web threat protection, mail threat protection, network threat protection, bad USB attack prevention, and AMSI protection. Then we have firewall that we haven't spoke about, okay. And we have also advanced threat protection under host intrusion prevention. Each part of these features will have a separate video to speak about them, because they will take much time speaking about its components, and also in the firewall we'll speak about it deeply, okay. Thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we will discuss firewall, okay, and essential threat protection, and also we will discuss the host intrusion prevention engine, that it's actually an intrusion prevention system, but for the host, for the machine itself, okay. So we have here a component that keeps tracking of the application activities in the system and regulates the activity of applications depending on their states. And how could it identify the state of the PC or the state of the application? This will happen through using antivirus database signatures, and if it didn't find any signature for a specific application, it will search for Kaspersky Network, Kaspersky Security Network, okay. So once it gets the signature of the application, it will classify this application according to specific categories, okay. We have main 4 categories. The first one is trusted, and then low restricted, high restricted, and untrusted, okay. So depending on the behavior of the application, for example, if this application is an exploit from an attacker, so this application will be classified as untrusted application. And the result of this is simply the application will be blocked, okay, and will not run through host intrusion prevention. Also, this classification is used in firewall, and we will speak about this shortly. So if we click on settings right here, so it's enabled by default. Keep in mind, don't change anything from the recommendations of Kaspersky. So right here we have application rights. We have, as we said, 4 categories. Okay, this will be filled automatically once the host intrusion prevention detects the signature of the application and classified it as trusted, low restricted, and high restricted, and untrusted. So by classifying this application under this group, this application will have a specific rules to be done. Okay, so for example, as we said, if it's classified as untrusted application, inside this untrusted application, this application will not be able to call or operate or read or write or delete or create anything related to the operating system files. Okay, so everything will be blocked from this application. So to not be able to do anything related to the operating system, and also to not be able to do anything related to the personal data. Okay, so as we said, once the application is classified, so it will take a specific rule that is depending on these categories. So for example, if we take low restricted, so low restricted has all the rights to do whatever it wants. Okay, but for example, there are specific rights. For example, it can't change any module of the system, for example. Okay, for the network rule, it can call anything related to trusted network, local network, or public network. We will speak about this in the firewall. Okay, so keep in mind there is a very strong relationship between IPS or host IPS and the firewall. Okay, so as we said, the application will take a classification. Okay, and this classification is compatible with these groups. Okay, and according to this group or according to classification, application will have specific rules. Okay, and you could add custom application here. Okay, so you could have the mask of this application depending on the vendor or the application itself, and manually you could put this application in any group of these. So you yourself will do this manually, but it's not preferred. Let Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows try to run security or antivirus database signatures and Kaspersky Security Network for this application and get out with the result and classify your application. Okay, if you want to take a look at the protected resources, which we said here, we have, for example, trusted, we have operating system and personal data. These are the most important data on your PC. But if you have other data that you consider these as trusted data and must be protected from application access, you could add them here under protected resources. Okay, so for example, you can click on add, and then you can click a file or a path for a folder or anything from this stuff. Okay, under your PC, of course. Okay, so there is nothing here, or there is nothing very big to be done here. Okay, everything is working automatically through IPS, and it's not recommended to change anything related to this module. Okay, but in some cases, of course, you could have your own application that IPS doesn't know anything about it. You, for example, developed it with your development team and need to exclude this application from all the process of host intrusion prevention. You could do this from here. So you have the path of the application. You could do here. Or the registry file of this application to be registered here. Okay, then the IPS will not do anything to this application. Okay, and this is the first engine that we will speak about, which is here, intrusion prevention system. There are some settings here you could edit, but also it's recommended not to change anything. We have, for example, update rights for previously unknown applications from KSN database. So, for example, if KSN doesn't know anything about a file at this time, and after 5 minutes or after 1 hour, for example, 1 day, whatever the period, KSN succeeded to classify the application, so it will update the rights for this application. Okay, so don't change this option, and actually there is no need to change these options because it will not affect your work. Okay, and then trust digitally signed applications. As you know, each application or each famous or known application has its signature signed by a trusted CA. So if it's signed by a trusted CA, so this is a qualified application to be run on your system, and there is no need for running the host intrusion prevention rules on it. Okay, so trust it. Okay, then delete rules for applications that haven't been started for longer than 60 days. You have an application and it didn't hit any rule from the IPS, so it will delete these rules for these applications. Trust a group for applications that couldn't be added to existing groups. For example, if HIP, which is host intrusion prevention, didn't succeed to classify a specific application. So what's the needed action right here? So it will put this application in low restricted mode by default. Okay, of course you could change this to be untrusted, but in this case the application will not run correctly if you put it in untrusted mode. Okay, so the next thing that we need to speak about is essential threat protection module, and we will go to firewall. This is very important module. Okay, but keep in mind also everything here is automatically working. So I remember one day before when I started to study Kaspersky and deal with it and work on it, okay, I said to myself, this is so strange to find a firewall inside an endpoint. And because I didn't know at this time that every endpoint security must have a firewall, okay, but I found it strange because I need to type each rule on the firewall myself, okay, so this is very hard and this will left very burden on my shoulders. So, but once I studied firewall correctly, I found out that everything nearly is automatic. Everything will run automatically, okay, and this run through something called application network rules. As we said, you will find firewall is by default enabled, okay, and you will have inside this, you will have two main panels. The first one is application network rules, and we have another one which is called network packet rules. And in fact, you will work most of your work here under this panel because this is manually enabled or disabled. But this one will go automatically like IPS, and it takes its information from IPS. Okay, we spoke about trusted groups and low restricted group and high and untrusted group shortly, and it was related to HIP. Okay, and as we said, we have some signatures got from antivirus database and KSN that will be run against the application, and then the application will be classified under one of these groups, and according to this this classification, the application will have specific rights to be dealing with the operating system files and also the personal files. Okay, at the firewall level, according to these groups, the application will have a specific network connectivity. Okay, so the application, for example, will not be able to access anything, or like for example untrusted. If you click on untrusted, so the application, if you go under network rule, the application will not be able to contact any network from trusted network or local network or public network. Okay, we will speak about this shortly, but keep in mind, so depending on the categorization process of the application itself, in which group the application is located will identify what the application gonna connect to. Okay, so this also done automatically depending on the IPS. Okay, so this is related to application network rules. And of course, you could add your own application, and then you could put it under a specific group, and according to this classification, the application will be able to contact some things and will not be able to do with others. Okay, so under network packets, rules, and network, let's see network. Okay, we have here three types of network. We have local network and trusted network and public network. According to the type of the network, there are specific rules will be applied to this type. So for example, here by default you will find these private ranges, okay, of IP addresses under local network. Okay, so local network will be used inside application network rules and network packet rules. Okay, will be helped a lot in configuring these rules. So as I'm saying, for example, we have these local network. Okay, so let's take an example. We have here local network. Okay, these three that existed by default. So if we take a look at network packet rules that exist by default, so for example, we have any network activity will be permitted to trusted networks. Okay, so for example, I will click here add. There is no trusted here by default, but for example, I will click here add. Okay, and I will, for example, say DNS server. Okay, then I will classify this IP of the DNS server as trusted network. Okay, and I will put 192.168.1. For example, 20. Okay, /32. Okay, so I know that this is the IP address of a trusted PC. Okay, so this is a trusted PC. So if I go back to network packet rules, I will see that any network activity will be permitted to this trusted network. Okay, but let's take another example about local network. So for example, I have a server here located in 10 subnet. Okay, and if we take a look at any network activity for the local network, the permission will be processed according to the application rule. So the application itself will be classified to these groups, and once it's successfully classified, I will apply the rule depending on the rules that located under the group. Okay, and let's take another example. So for example, I will create a public network, okay, that's located inside the internet subnet. So any public IP address, I will put it here, and then if we take a look here, you will find that by default, anybody from the public network will not be able to run remote desktop network activity inside my machines. Okay, I could enable this one, but it's not enabled by default, but you could enable it. Okay, and then for example also if there is incoming ICMP stream from anything, it's not restricted to trusted or local or public, anything will be blocked. Okay, but for example, I can create myself a rule. So I will say here, for example, I need a rule. Okay, I will give it a rule. So for example, allow for example DNS. It's exited by default, I think, but let's repeat it again. So inside allow DNS, I will use the protocol to be TCP and the direction to be inbound and outbound. Okay, the remote port will be 53 and the local port will be anything. I will not configure it. Okay, and the network adapter on the machine will be, for example, any for example, let's say wired network, Ethernet. Okay, and I could put the IP address of this wired network. Okay, and also the MAC address. Okay, and then I will say the remote address and local address will not be changed. Let them be any address. You must these are the most important settings to be configured. Okay, and then don't forget to check the log events to have a report on them. And it says that the number of events listed in reports may increase significantly, so you need to be sure that you have the enough storage for storing all these log events. Okay, then you click OK. Then you will have a network rule right here. Okay. We need to say also that network packet rules will overcome the application network rules. So as we said, according to the type of the application, the group that the application is included in. So there are some specific network rules that will be allowed for this specific application. Okay, so this is depending on the type of the application and will not consider anything related to the network packet rules. But here for the network packet rules, this rule will be applied to any type of the application. So if there are both rules, okay, there are two rules here for the network packet rule and application network rule has similar properties, the network packet rule will be applied over the application network rule. Okay, so keep in mind this is very important. But this is very rare. You will not find this in production environment much, but you need to know the difference between them. Okay. So we speak about available network. As we said, we have trusted, we have local network, and we could configure some trusted network and also public network. Okay, we speak about also the network packet rules, and all these three buttons will take you on the same window. Okay, so this was about firewall and host intrusion prevention system for the machine. Thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we'll speak about some general settings related to Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. So here we go with the policy of Kaspersky endpoint security that we are speaking about most of the protection components and control components. Right now we need to speak about some general settings and local tasks. So local task here, we will not speak about everything, of course. We will speak about the most important settings right here. So for the task management here, we could allow the use of the local tasks. If we didn't check this point and click apply, then on the machine of Kaspersky endpoint security here, we will not be able to use tasks locally from the application itself. So if you open the application here, then we go to tasks, we will not see anything. We will not be able to do anything related to tasks. But if we check this point here on Kaspersky Security Center and click apply, we will be able to run all the scans that we have set through Kaspersky policy. So if you go here again, and then, let's open our machine, which is here, and then we will see every thing related to tasks. So we can run, for example, the task of scanning, also the critical area scanning, and all these tasks related to Kaspersky endpoint security, we will be able to scan it locally from the application interface. Okay, so we can control everything related to the application from the policy on Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, also we have here scan from context area. So this is the context menu or the context area of scanning. If we click on next, we will find that we have the scope. We will scan all the files. So this is recommended by default. So everything that you see on it recommended. So don't change anything of it, but we can review it. Okay, so we will scan all the archive, all the distribution package, and all the office formats. We're gonna scan them. We will scan all files. Okay, so this is the recommended way, and also the additional methods will use heuristic scans and also ISOF technology, which will increase the speed of the scanning process. Okay, and also the action of the scanning, that if there is a threat detected or anything like this, this threat will be disinfected and then will be deleted if the disinfection failed. Also, we can check this one. This is not recommended. There is no recommendations here. You can enable the removable driver scan, and to enable them, it's recommended. Okay, it's by default will be on the don't scan, but you can check detailed scan or quick scan. Quick scan will be more faster than detailed scan, but whatever you would like, you could choose quick scan. Okay, and then you can set the maximum removable drive size. So if the removable drive, for example, 60 gig, you can set the maximum drive will be 60 gig, or you couldn't check this and leave it at its default state, so any size of the removable drive will be scanned through Kaspersky Endpoint Security. And you could also show the scan progress on the local interface. And you could also block the stopping of the scan process. So if a user wants to stop the scan, you can prohibit this, so the user will not be able to stop the scanning process. Also, the background scan, this is very important option, and leave it at the default state, because it will scan all the memory and all the system partitions, disk boot, all things related to the rootkits will be scanned during your work. So it's background scan. This is not related to scanning the application or anything running on the system. No, but the system memory and system partition, all this stuff will be scanned through this option. We have also general settings. Okay, so we have these things are related to the application itself. So for example, the application settings, the operation mode, we will start the Kaspersky endpoint security once the system starts. Then Kaspersky endpoint security will start with starting the system. Okay. Then we have enable advanced disinfection technology. So for example, if there is any malware or anything, the Kaspersky endpoint security with its normal modules will not be able to disinfect from this malware. If I enable this one, so it will run advanced disinfected technology, but this will affect the performance. So you could enable this action if you want to restrict more and more. And also you can use Kaspersky Endpoint Security, Kaspersky Security Center, to be a proxy for activation. So if you need to activate this application on a client machine, and then use the Kaspersky Endpoint Security as a proxy, Kaspersky Security Center as a proxy before you activate it through the internet. These all are options that you could choose, and you couldn't choose depending on your need. So there is no recommendations right here. The recommendation part is related to the scanning, the protection, the control components only, and also not controls, by the way, only the essential threat protection and advanced, and also the scanning process. All these components are related to recommendations. Also, there is something here very important, which is called self-defense. Self-defense will enable Kaspersky Endpoint Security to defend against himself, so no one can try to uninstall Kaspersky Endpoint Security. Like for example, there are some viruses, some malwares tries to uninstall Kaspersky Endpoint Security, and by enabling self-defense, Kaspersky Endpoint Security will be aware enough to detect any trial from any application or any virus trying to uninstall the application itself. It will defend himself against these trials. Also, we have also something here very important called network settings. Network settings, there is something here called the scan encrypted communication. This is very important. Okay, so this is used to scan the encrypted connections. As you see, we have an encrypted way of communication to the web traffic, and also the clear text. So for example, when I use HTTP, let me give you an example. So if I open our machine here, which is map, and I try to, for example, search for Google or anything related to HTTP. So HTTP is a clear text, right? So Kaspersky Endpoint Security will know everything related to clear text. But what about HTTPS, for example? So HTTPS is encrypted traffic, right? So Kaspersky will not be able to detect anything related to encryption. So by enabling this choice that we have talked about related to encrypt or scan the encrypted traffic, Kaspersky will be able to encrypt, to detect and investigate the encrypted traffic. Okay, so for example, when I go to Google, for example, let me go to the certificate of the connection. We will see that the certificate is from Kaspersky. So Kaspersky will work as a proxy. So it will get the connection from the client, decrypt it, investigate it, scan it, and then it will encrypt it again. So this is work as SSL encryption. SSL encryption is a very important topic you will see in most firewalls and all the ADC, for example, application delivery controls. We will speak about this in its separate course, okay, in the future. So this is related to scanning the encrypted connections. This is very important. Don't try to ignore this option. Okay, we have also something very important related to exclusion. Okay, so here also we could bot the application, we could bot a proxy for the application if you need. Okay, and there is an exclusion. This is very important also. If there are any applications that you are hosting on your machines or related to your corporate, and you want to exclude these applications from scanning, because Kaspersky will not know anything about these applications that relate to your organization only. So I need to protect these applications. I need to tell Kaspersky these applications are related to me, and never scan them, never try to investigate with them. I trust these applications. So how to do so? I need to bot these applications or those folders or those files into a trusted application, okay, and put them in a scan exclusion. So if I click on text right here, I can bot, for example, a file or a folder or any object name, and then bot it right here, okay, and then it will be excluded from the scanning process for any component from Kaspersky. So any component will not be able to scan this partition of this trusted application. For example, also I can bot a trusted application, okay, so I can bot the mask, the path mask for the application, and then Kaspersky will not scan this file. Okay, also I have here something called interface. So interface, it's relating to the interface of the application, which is here, the interface itself. So let me give you an example for them. Okay, here for example, if I bot here a password for protection to the Kaspersky endpoint security not to be closed, or the protection component to be stopped from the user, I can do so. So the user will not be able to stop the protection or exit the application from the local interface of the machine. How to do so? I will click on enable password protection, and then I will go to the permission, and then I will bot the group. For example, I will choose the local administrator. So okay, so let me bot, for example, KLadmin. So KLadmin, which is the user of Kaspersky, the password of KLadmin, I can set it. So the username will be KLadmin, and then the password I can put it myself. Okay, let me put a password. Okay, and then click OK. So the user, all these configurations are related to the user. So the user will not be able to configure application settings or, for example, disable the protection components or exit the application unless he enters the password of KLA admin. Okay, so let me enable this and click apply and see the result. So if I go to our machine right now, and then I have the application right installed on our machine. This is the local interface of Kaspersky Endpoint Security. And then if I open the application and then I need to exit the application, for example, a normal user wants to exit the application, I will say exit. So by clicking exit, I will have a message from Kaspersky enforcing me to enter username or password of KLadmin to be able to exit the machine. So if I enter the password of KLadmin, I will be able to exit the machine. Also for example, if I need to stop the process of protection, pause protection, for example, I will see for 1 minute or pause protection. I should see the same message enforcing me to enter username and the password for the KLadmin user to be able to stop the application from working. Okay. This is very important related to the interface of the application. All these things, all these settings you can read with yourself. There is nothing hard here. You can read and you can search for each choice. There is no recommendations here. Okay, you can read for what you need, and if you need something, you can read from the policy and deal with it. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we will see the first penetration testing lab. We need to test if Mmap and NetDiscover will be able to get information about my PC or not. Means I need to test the firewall working, if it will work correctly to prohibit these applications from scanning our PC, because it's from the information gathering process of the attacker. They need to collect much information from my PC, like the operating system name, the version of software, the version of services, the IP address, the open ports, the closed ports. All these things need to be known from the attacker to be able to launch the post information gathering processes. Okay, so I need to make ssure that Kaspersky Endpoint Security will block these connections from happening, and they will not give them everything they want to know. Only the default ports that are open on the machine, Nmap and NetDiscover, will be able to know them, nothing else. Okay, so how to do so? The first thing that we need to do is to go to Kaspersky Security Center, and we need to go to firewall section under Essential Threat Protection inside the policy of the device that we are applying the policy on, and then we have settings inside the firewall section. The first thing that we need to define here under firewall is users that I need to be local. So for example, I need server zone to be local and also user zone to be local for the machine itself, not the Kali Linux subnet. And in real world production scenarios, Kali Linux will have a public IP. Okay, so I need to restrict the local subnets to be on users and also to servers. Only this, not included all the subnet of 192.168.0.0, because simply I have a lab here and I use only this subnet 192.168.0.0. Okay, and I use them inside multiple subnets. So I need to define those subnets only, 192.168.30.0 to be for users and 192.168.10.0 to be for server zone. Only these subnets must be defined as local subnets, and according to this definition, security rules or firewall rules will be applied according to this definition. So I need to do so. So I will open Kaspersky Security Center and I will go to networks, and I need to remove 192.168.0.0. This from here, I need to delete it. So I will click remove, and then from users and servers, I need to identify that users and server are local network only. Okay, and also 10./8, but in my case, I don't have any of these private ranges in my lab, so they will not be affected during our work. Okay, but we need right now to identify user zone and server zone and delete the general rule for 192.168.0.0. Okay, so when Kali Linux is trying to connect to our machine through this firewall, and we have two firewalls in the path, keep in mind, and we need to set the proper rule from Kali Linux and to be able to communicate through this path to our users. So we need to configure the proper communication rules on Palo Alto Firewall and Fortinet Firewall, but this is not a course about firewalls, so I will not show you these rules, but they are very simple. We will open from this direction to this direction, and also if we need this these PCs to be able to communicate through Kali Linux to initiate the connection, since these firewalls are stateful firewalls, so I need to create rule also in the reverse direction. Okay, so Kali Linux right now will be able to communicate through those firewalls, and then it will be able to reach our user's machine. Okay, so as we said, we need to make the local networks the user's zone and also the server zone. But the subnet of the Kali Linux will not be considered as a local network, so the rules of the firewall will depending on this definition, as we said before. Okay, so as we said, we have here users and server zone are local only. So let's review the network packet rules, which are by default existed on the firewall. So the first thing that will be hit here, the machine that contains Kaspersky Endpoint Security will be able to send DNS requests over TCP, okay, and this is outbound. So outbound means the user will be able to communicate through DNS if the application is considered as trusted or role restricted or whatever the categorization process of the application according to the process of categorization will be able to send DNS requests and through UDP and TCP according to the application itself. Okay, then according to the email message, the user also will be able to send the email messages according to the type of the application that uses this port of email messaging, okay, for this rule, and this will happen for all addresses, not just the trusted or local or public network. Okay, we have also any network activity to be allowed through trusted network. This is extremely important. If you have a specific IP that you want this IP to be trusted, anything this IP will be able to do, then you need to put this IP address inside trusted networks. Then according to this action, the IP address will be able to communicate with anything he would like to communicate with, whether it's internal or external or NDMZ or whatever the place of this subnet will be, and this user needs to communicate with this subnet. The IP address will be able to do so since it's put in trusted network. We have also any network activity to be depending on the application type according to the local network. Okay, so according to the local network that we changed it right now, the application will be able to do whatever it wants also, but in case of the application is not malicious. So keep in mind, even if the trusted network is malicious, it will be able to do whatever it wants, since the network packet rules will be overwhelmed against application network rules. So network packet rule will have a priority over application network rule. So even the application is malicious, and this rule is here, tells me that trusted network will be able to communicate with anything, even if the application is malicious. So, and this is done by the administrator, by the way. The administrator knows exactly that this application is not malicious. This user will not have any kind of malicious application, so I will open everything for it. Okay, as we said here, we have any network activity to the local network, and we did in the last step that we define that users and servers will be trusted only and nothing else. So Kali Linux will not be considered as a trusted network, or sorry, as a local network, so it will not hit for this rule. So it will not hit for this rule, which is here. Okay, so then we have TCP connection through local ports. After all these previous rules are skipped, then the Kali Linux will be hitting for this rule firstly. So if it's trying to connect through Nmap, trying to see open ports, closed ports through Nmap, which uses TCP connections, so it will be blocked, and we will see this in the events. And also for the UDP connection through local ports, also this rule will be hit if the UDP connections will held. And also we have here at the last of the list, we have incoming ICMP stream. It's blocked by default for any address rather than all the above. Okay, so incoming ICMP stream mean Kali Linux will head for this rule if it's trying to ping to our machine. Let's see this in general. So let's click OK, and let's open Kali Linux, and I'm gonna ping. Okay, let's check that I apply the rule. Okay, so let's open the policy one more time, and let's double check that I applied the policy to be installed on the machine, because I changed something here related to the network part. So for the network part, I already yeah, this must be removed. So let's remove it and click OK, click apply, and click OK. So I removed this general range not to consider Kali Linux as one of the 192.168.10 or .3, so it will not be considered as local network. It will be other network that are not included in the security rules. Okay, so let's open our Kali Linux one more time and try to ping to our IP. Keep in mind, when I leave this range, which was 192.168.0.0/60, so Kali Linux will be able to ping to our machine, since they are considered as local network, and then they will hit for the allow any activity rule for firewall rules. Okay, so let's ping right now one more time. As you see, there is no replies from the machine, and since because it hits for the ICMP rule. And if you want to see some events, you need to check the logs events on the rule itself to be able to see logs and events from the traffic of ICMP. So if we go again to essential and then open firewall and then go to the network packet rules, we have here the rule of incoming ICMP stream, and we need to enable log events, which means that all logging events will be stored on the administration server and also on the machine for the Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. Let's click apply and then OK. Okay, we can see these events from here, and also we can see them from selection properties. Let's check the selection. Okay, so let's go to create the selection. Okay, events will be devices, events, application, Kaspersky endpoint security, and let's click OK, and then run the selection. So this is related to Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. As we see here, we have okay, so let's try to generate some events from our machine, Kali Linux. Okay, we need to start sending some ICMP packets. It's already trying to do so. So as we see here in events for security center administration server, if we click refresh, this will be increased. As you see here, we have here network activity blocked. What's the module that blocked this activity? Which is firewall. Okay, throw, and this is very important. This is critical. So someone is trying to ping my machine, and I already block this machine from any network rather than the local and trusted network. Okay. Also, we need to see some other tools. Okay, so this is for the pinging, and we have also a very important tool called Nmap. So Nmap is a very simple tool from Kali Linux, from the attackers. They need to discover the devices in their place. Okay, so they want to send some packets using Nmap, and this work on TCP connection, and then they need to know what are the open ports and closed ports on the victim. And with knowing these ports, they can launch some attacks afterwards through multiple tools on Kali Linux. Like for example, trying to install any backdoor or anything. And we will see this in the next videos. We will create a backdoor and then we will assign it to our machine. And we will see that Kaspersky Endpoint Security will succeed to detect those kinds of backdoors. Okay, so we can use this tool, as we said, to see open and closed ports on the victim. Okay, and Kaspersky Endpoint Security will prevent this tool from getting anything except what is allowed for it, like default ports, like normal ports that are shown to all other people. So if we click enter, and then we go to our Kaspersky Endpoint Security to see events, as we said here, keep in mind the protocol here was, okay, it's not shown. Let's click on one of these things, okay, to see the rule it heads for. So we have here incoming ICMP stream. So this is the rule that this event head for. It was blocked by Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. If we click refresh, we will find that there are some other events that are generated through Kaspersky Endpoint Security, and this time is TCP connection through local ports. So because mmap is using TCP connections to get all the open ports and closed ports, so it will try to go and see, for example, port 40,070. Okay, so it was blocked through TCP connection through local ports. Okay, also if we see another tool called NetDiscover. So NetDiscover also will try to go to all the subnet and try to see all the IP address of all devices, getting information about these devices, getting about the operating system, about anything related to the operating system, and all this stuff. So if we use this tool, NetDiscover-R, to get the whole range, sorry, NetDiscover-R, and then 192.168.30.0, which is users zone, and then click enter. So it's starting right now, and then it will finish directly, and it will not be able to get anything. Okay, I think this is not because Kaspersky Endpoint Security, but also our application will prevent those actions from happening because it's an endpoint security solution that detects all these trials from the attacker. Okay, so that's it for now. This is the first video in penetration testing, and in the next video we're gonna see how to create a payload, okay, using some tools in Kali Linux, and how to attach this payload through web server of the Kali Linux, and the user will be able to go to a Kali Linux web application or web server and then download this file, and we will see how Kaspersky Endpoint Security through its awesome modules like web protection component, how web protection component will get this file, will detect this file, and how it will protect our machine from being infected from this Trojan or from this malware. Okay, so keep in touch and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. So in this video we will see how Kaspersky Endpoint Security will secure us against kind of payload that the attacker can create on Kali Linux, and then transfer this payload to the client, and once the client installs this payload on its machine, there is a reverse shell established between the Kali Linux and the victim, so the Kali Linux attacker can do whatever it wants on the victim's operating system. This will occur through an exploit called Windows Meterpreter Reverse TCP that is included inside Metasploit tool exploits. Metasploit is a tool that can launch some payloads and exploits on the victim machine, so the attacker can be able to control the victim's machine through a reverse TCP shell. Okay, so right now we need to go to Kali Linux machine, and then we need to, let's exit from Metasploit from here, and also let's clear this screen from here. And after exiting here, we need to clear also. We have separated our terminal into two parts. The first part will be about MSF console, which is a part of Metasploit tool, which is used to open a listening connection between Kali Linux and the machine. Okay, so on this MSF console, I can open the listening part and learning part, or listening port and local host that will listen the connection from the victim. Right here we will create our payload through MSF Venom, which is a tool also included in Metasploit framework. So this tool is used to create a payload of the exploit, which is, as we said, Windows Meterpreter Reverse TCP. This payload will be executed as an exe file on the victim's machine to open a reverse shell to Kali Linux. So the first thing that we need to create is simply the payload. How to create this payload? So the payload will be created, as we said, using a tool called MSF Venom. Okay, this tool, as we said, is a part of Metasploit framework. We here choose the exploit type, which is here Windows, the type of the operating system, and then the interpreter, and then reverse TCP. This is the type of the exploit, and then we have the mode of the operating system of the CPU, which is in our case 64 bits, and then the local port that I will listen for. Okay, which is the port of the Kali Linux, and keep in mind this port must be unsuspicious, okay, not to be detected through the antivirus. So 8080 is a normal port, not suspicious, so this is good choice. And then the local host should be the Kali Linux IP, because I will listen to the reverse correction from Kali Linux. And then the type of the file will be exe file. This is the type of the payload that I will create. And then this is very important. Encoding means encrypting the payload. So, for example, there are types of antivirus that will not be able to detect this kind of Trojan or this kind of malware because it's encoded under a specific encoded protocol. In our kind, we're gonna use something called Shikata Janai. This is very strong encoding protocol. I can use it to encode our payload. But in our case, if this payload is encoded using any encoding technique, Kaspersky Endpoint Security will detect this type of Trojan. Okay, and we will encode it 3 times. And then the binary of this encoder is this value, and then we need to create this payload using this name, but we're gonna change it to work with our lab, so we need to try it cas.exe. This is our payload, okay? And I'm gonna click enter. This will create a specific payload. Keep in mind the CPU and RAM performance became higher because I will or MSF Venom will try to create this payload on our machine. So right here we need to open MSF console. This is a part also of Metasploit framework. MSF console is used to open the handler or to listen for the connection from the victim. So I can listen to the connection from the victim right here, and then I can perform any command from this machine into the victim. Okay. Okay, sorry, let's complete. So, as we said here, we can establish our listening from here. So I'm gonna use the exploit, and then multi, and then handler. Okay, inside this exploit multi-handler, I need to set the payload to be Windows, and then interpreter. Okay, it will take some time to search for all these types of exploits, and then I'm gonna say I need to go to reverse and then TCP. Okay, this is the payload. I need to also set the local host, which is the IP of the Kali Linux machine. Okay, and then I need also to set the local port to P8080. As we said, it's not suspicious, and then click run. Then it will start to listen for our victim connectivity. Okay, and as we said, we have here, let's okay, I need to extract this. Oh my god. So let's, yeah. Okay, so we have here, as we said, the file is created successfully on our machine in this directory. So let's copy this file, which I have created, inside home or inside roots directory, which is here, cas.exe. This is the malicious file. I need to copy this file and put it into the web server of our Kali Linux machine. So the client, when it wants to connect to Kali Linux machine, then it will search for this file and it will be downloaded on the client's machine. Okay, the first gate of defending against those types of attacks is simply the web protection component. So this is the first component that will work against this Trojan. Okay, suppose that web protection component doesn't succeed to defend against this Trojan, then the second component is the file threat protection. It will try to defend against this kind of Trojan. Okay, so I will go to var, as we said, and then inside it I will go to www, then html, and then I will paste my file right here. So cas file became here among all these files onto the web server of Kali Linux. Then I will go to the machine, which is here, and then I'll try to access this file from this machine and see what will happen. So as we said, we need to go to our machine, which is here, which inside map, and then I try to access the Kali Linux web application, okay, which is here, and then I will download the cas testing file or cas. Okay, so this cas, I will click on it then I will see that Kaspersky Endpoint Security blocked this for me. So the first component that worked against this file is simply the web protection component. If I open Kaspersky Endpoint Security to get some reports from the local interface, I can click on reports, and then under web threat protection, I can see that we have a file called cas.exe from the category of Trojans through heuristic analysis was detected successfully from this component, and the hash of the file is simply here. You can search for any threat intelligence platform to search for this file, and you will get that this file is malicious. Okay, if I also go to Kaspersky Security Center to search for some events, I will find that I have here an event for client 2 that this web threat protection component has secured me, and the device is client 2 and the object was blocked, and then its type of Trojan, and according to this policy, which is lab client 2, and also the application is Kaspersky Endpoint Security, and the web threat protection is the critical category. Okay, so that's it for this video, and in the next video we're gonna show you how Kaspersky Endpoint Security will help us detect more advanced Trojans or more advanced malicious softwares. Okay, and we will see also how the web protection component can't help us, and file threat protection will help us. Through, for example, the Kali Linux attacker will try to create a specific payload, exe payload, and include this payload into normal application like WinRAR exe. And then the application WinRAR exe is supposed to be normal to me, but Kaspersky Endpoint Security will investigate in this action and will take action through file threat protection component. Okay, so we will see this in the next video, and thank you for now. Welcome back. So in this video we will see another type of malwares, but this time it's more advanced than the previous ones. Okay, we have a WinRAR normal exe file. Inside this file we will include the payload, our payload, which is malicious. And once the user execute the WinRAR exe file, the payload will work, and then I get a reverse connection from the client to the Kali Linux. This is more advanced, and Kaspersky Endpoint Security will be successful enough to detect this action, but without the web protection mode, the file will be successfully downloaded, but the file threat protection will detect this trial through also these components that we spoke about, like the antivirus database or the heuristic analysis. We will see this practically. Okay, so we will go to Kali Linux. Okay, we have a tool called Shelter. Okay, sorry, I actually forget the pronunciation of this file. Let's see. Okay, so I download this tool from GitHub. Let's click ls. Okay, and let's go to downloads, cd downloads, and then ls. We have the tool called Shelter. Okay, this tool is called Shelter. Okay, let's get into this folder, which is Shelter. Okay, and then ls. We have the execution file of this tool. Then we will execute this file using wine tool, which is a part of Ruby, and then we gonna execute this file. So this is the tool that we mentioned above. This tool enables me to include the payload into a normal exe file. Also, we downloaded the WinRAR, which is here on the desktop. Okay, so this is the WinRAR 520. This is a normal executable file. Okay, and I will include my payload inside this WinRAR. Okay, and I will see if Kaspersky Endpoint Security will succeed to detect this malicious file. I will get back to our Kali Linux terminal, and then I will see H to be, sorry, I will say A to the operation mode to be auto, so everything will be installed automatically. And then the target that I need to include the payload on it, which will be our WinRAR exe file. So I will mention the path to this file on desktop, root desktop, and then the file is called, let's paste its name, which is here, and then .exe. So this is our target. So what's the file? Yes, okay. So it's already working. Okay, so this ASM that was created. So I have the file, and then I'm gonna choose my payload to be included inside this file right now, but until it prepare everything for me. So let's wait a little bit. I think it will take some time. So let's review our work. As we said before, in the last video, we have a normal Trojan file that we have created through Kali Linux, through Metasploit tool, and then Kaspersky Endpoint Security will succeed enough to detect this Trojan
through web protection component. But in this time, as we said, web protection component will fail to detect this WinRAR exe file, normal file, but the file threat protection will be successful enough to detect this trial. Okay, and as we said, Kaspersky Endpoint Security is very enhanced endpoint security solution to detect those kinds of threats. Okay, so let's get back to it. Yeah, it finished. So the stealth mode, I'm gonna say yes, and then the payload that I need to choose, which is Meterpreter reverse TCP, as we said in the Metasploit tool. This is the payload I wanna choose. So I'm gonna choose the custom from the list. So I'm gonna check L, and then I will choose number 1, which is the Meterpreter reverse TCP, and then click OK. So the local host will be the IP of the Kali Linux machine, which is 192.168.120, and the port will be the unsuspicious port, which is 8080. Then I will click enter, so everything will be installed automatically as we said before, and then the payload will be ingressed into the WinRAR exe file. Click enter to finish, and then the file that we are speaking about, which is here, became malicious since we included our payload into it. Then we're gonna copy this file into the web server mode, as we said before in the previous videos. So the user, when the user access Kali Linux machine, okay, it will find all this list of files. This is the file that we need to download. Okay, so if I click on this file to be downloaded, it will download it, and see, so this file became here, right? This file became under my downloaded folder. Okay, but if I go here in Kaspersky Endpoint Security, it became deleted. I can't find it. Where is it? Okay, so it's deleted, right? So what's happened? I already downloaded it and it gave me it's successfully downloaded, but if I open show all, I will find this file is deleted. So who deleted this file? It's Kaspersky Endpoint Security through file threat protection. How can I know that this component already deleted this file for me? If we go to monitoring and then reports and then go to file threat protection, we will see that this file was deleted from our downloads. So this is the also Trojan, and it was deleted through heuristic analysis, and this file is called okay, so the file that was deleted, this is the object name. Okay, let's get it from administration server, Kaspersky Security Center, which is here. Okay, let's click refresh. Okay, we will find that there was another object that was deleted through file threat protection. This time was file threat protection, and the hash of the file was this one. I could search in any threat intelligence also to be able to know that this is a threat. Okay, and the component, it's simply file threat protection. Okay, so even if the file, even if it's a normal file but includes in itself a backdoor or any Trojan, Kaspersky Endpoint Security will succeed to detect those trials. So that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. And welcome back. So in this video we will see some reporting and some monitoring techniques in Kaspersky Security Center related to our applications installed on our machines. So we're gonna open Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, if we go to administration server, we will see the first tab here is the monitoring. The monitoring for the deployment, it will see it will show you some notifications about the installation process and all the update needings. If Kaspersky Security Center found that you need to update the databases, or you need to do something related to the software vulnerability or the protection settings. Also for the monitoring, if there are critical events has been registered on the administration server, all these things will be shown here under the monitoring tab. Okay, if you click on any link here, you will be moved to another tab related to statistics, reports and events. So the first tab is called statistics. For statistics, you can show multiple reports and multiple things related to the states of devices, for example.
So the current statuses of devices right here, if you click on critical, for example, you will find all the devices with critical states, and then if you go to the status of the device itself, you will read the information about the status description. For example, security application is not installed on CAS server, which is here, as this server, it hasn't any application to be installed on it. Okay. Also, if you click on OK, you will find all the devices that are good and there is nothing about them. Okay, and they are okay and visible. Okay. So also you could go to real protection status. You will find all the statuses related to the protection states, devices, whether the application on them are stopped or paused or started or running, anything. So for example, if I go to running here, I will find the client 2 has application installed on it, and it's running and nothing about it. Okay. Also, I can view statistics related to Kaspersky Security Network Agent. So, for example, I have here three devices that has Kaspersky Network Agent is installed on. Kaspersky Network Agent are installed on them, but for example, one device has Network Agent is not running yet, which is this device, by the way, Windows. Okay. Also, I can view some settings related to vulnerabilities. So the level of the vulnerability, maybe Windows update or application update or anything like this needs patching or anything. So I can, for example, click on devices with critical severity vulnerability. I will get client 2, for example, has something to be updated or anything. Okay. So the total here, if I click on total number of threat detected, we have 6 here related to this device, which we was trying to penetration testing on it. Okay. Then we have another tab here called deployment. So this was about the protection status of the application installed on the device, and also the protection of our device, whether the application is running, stopped, or anything from these types. Okay. We have here something called deployment. So this panel of statistics will show you everything related to the installation of Kaspersky Network Agent and also Kaspersky Security Application. So for example, here security application installed on 2 devices, which is client 1 and client 2, and devices that doesn't have any thing related to Network Agent. We have all devices are working with Network Agent, so this will result in 0. Okay, security application is not installed. CAS server, which is here, is simply not having any kind of application of security application or network agent. Kaspersky security endpoint only, the security application. Okay, and then here we have something related to license key usage. So for example, we have, this is the registration code or simply the activation code. Okay, and we have 2 devices. We are using 2 of this license, and the remain of these license are 18. Okay, so I could also find the license statistics from this tab. Also, we have here the distribution of application by version. We have here Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows 11.9 installed on 2 PCs, client 1 and client 2. Here we can get the history of discovery of network devices. So for example, we had discovered 1 device over today. Okay, so which is 24 June. Okay, we have discovered 1 device today. Okay, so it will show you all the discovered devices through the day that you are seeing it. Okay. If you click here, we can shrink or expand the statistics panel. If you click here, we could edit some things related to the view and devices that I need to show statistics related to. Okay, I could go to update, and then I can see all the update statistics. So for example, during the last 7 days, I can show the update because I have working on this device for less than 7 days, so there is nothing to be shown. If I click on updates during the last 24 hours, I will see that client 1 pulled some updates from Kaspersky Security Center repositories. Okay, if we click on threat activity, we will find some statistics related to threats.
Okay, as we tried the penetration testing in the last section, we had something related to Trojan, which is Win32. Okay, so there are 6 threats, all are tested on client 2. So right here I can see this device. I will get a report, okay, for showing the most heavily infected device from here. Okay, so this panel is very important when you and here also there are the users that face this threat, so it will show you by user, and also it will show you the name of the Trojan or the name of the threat, and you can click on it to see all things related to it. I can open it via Firefox to see the statistics related to this threat. Okay, so this is Firefox. It will open for me the report or statistics report related to Kaspersky Security Center, and we have here blocked R3 and deleted R3 because they are disinfected and then they are deleted from our machine. Okay, we can also go to general information related to technical support and license renewal and all this stuff, and updates for applications. We can here see the updates of the installation modules. So for example, if I click here not assigned for installation, we have 88 update for Windows 8. We have also update for 3.5. we had net framework. Okay, we have multiple updates related to the operating system. If we need to check, we can check this from here. Okay, and then the administration server status. There are top 10 most frequent event in database. We could see all the events that were stored here in the administration server. The most important panel here is reports. We can generate reports for every category here, or so for example, we can show report on threats. This is very important and used very much. Or we can show report on vulnerabilities. See, if we double click on it, we can open a report related to the vulnerabilities that are shown on the operating systems of machines. So for example, we have here a vulnerability KLA 10601. That's related to Microsoft for Windows okay, for Windows 8.1, and it's founded on a CAS device. And also for the client 2, we have vulnerability called KLA 10601. And if you need the description of the URL, you can click on here to read about this vulnerability related to Microsoft. So you could print this report from here. Okay, and then this report could be introduced to any administrator of the network or any responsible person to review with him all these vulnerability, and we need to update them. For example, also let's check this report of the threats. As we said, we have 3 threats that are blocked and 3 are deleted from the type of Trojan Win32 generic. All these threats are deleted and blocked. We have tested this in the last section of penetration testing, like WinRAR 520.exe and all this stuff. Okay. Also, we have some events. This tab we were using in the last section, okay, but we didn't explain anything in it. We can run a selection. Okay, so I need to create a selection. For example, events that I need to be shown here related to Kaspersky Endpoint Security application, and the severity I need, for example, to show the critical events only, and devices that I need to show events for client 2, for example. Okay, so if I run this selection and click run selection, I will show everything related to client 2 events that are critical. Okay, those are the critical events related to client 2 only. If I need to edit this selection, I can selection properties, and then I can edit anything I want to here to apply on the events that I want. Okay, so the monitoring tool in Kaspersky Security Center is very helpful. You can use it to investigate and try to detect anything happened on your machines or in administration server, by the way. Also, we have here inside the repositories, we have something called backup. Backup will show you everything was deleted related to classifying it as a Trojan or as a malware. Okay, you will find it here, and you can restore it from here if it was false positive or anything. so you can investigate from here, and then you can restore it if Kaspersky endpoint the security was wrong about it and it was a good file, not a malicious file. You can restore it from here. Okay, so that's it for this video, and during the next videos, okay, we're gonna start speaking about another Kaspersky solution called Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Security, used for virtualization. And this playlist of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows will be updated during the time. If there are anything, if there is anything was missed during this course, will be instructed in another day. Okay, so this list will be updated during our walking. But the next solution from Kaspersky will be Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Solution, and also Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. Okay, we will speak also about Kaspersky Endpoint Cloud and Kaspersky for Office 365. Okay, during this bootcamp of Kaspersky Lab. Okay, so thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this section we are going to practice some labs related to Kaspersky Lab. In the previous sections we have tackled the main three products of Kaspersky: Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business, Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Solution for Virtualization Environment, and Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum, which is a part actually of Endpoint Security for Business. So during the upcoming sections we are going to practice some labs to make the operation simple, because in the last sections we have tackled the main components of Kaspersky to be installed inside an environment that contains many other security solutions like firewalls and also like FortiMail and F5 and all that components. So the last sections we have tackled the main idea of Kaspersky solutions. In the upcoming sections we are going to practice more labs to make the process simple. Okay, and keep in mind the difference also between these sections and the last sections will simply we are going to use the Kaspersky Web Console, not the MMC console as we did previously in the last sections. Okay, so as you see here, the lab here is very simple. We have two main machines, Windows machines, and we have Kali Linux for launching some attacks, and see how Kaspersky Endpoint Security gonna help me to protect these attacks. Also we have Active Directory to join these devices to this domain. Actually we join this device only. Okay, so this device is not join the domain, this only is a part of the domain. And also our Kaspersky Management Center is a part of our domain, and this is the management PC for our Kaspersky Security Center, and this is a router to be the gateway for the internet, so all these devices can access the internet simply without any restrictions like firewalls and all the stuff that we have tackled before in the previous sections. Okay, so what we need to do now is simply to open our Kaspersky Security Center. Keep in mind we have installed previously the SQL database and Kaspersky Security Center on this machine, and we have joined the needed machines to the domain. So this PC is a part of this domain, and also the Kaspersky Management Center is part of our domain controller. Okay, and we have configured our router to access the internet, so everything is ready for us to start our lab. Okay, so in this video we are going to see how we will start the initial configuration for our Kaspersky Security Center web console. We will use web console actually, so we will see how to start initializing this web console to start our next labs in the upcoming videos. So I will open this management PC, which is Kasp Management, which is here, and I need to log into my Kaspersky web console, which is the local host. Keep in mind we need to make sure that we turn off the firewall on our PCs. So we need to turn off firewall here on the clients and also for the Active Directory and the Kaspersky Management PC. Okay, and we are going to turn off the firewall simply to make the communication between our parties easier. We can open the ports that we need, but I need to make it easier for you, so I will turn off the firewall completely on our devices to make the process simple. Okay, and remember that in the previous sections we have spoken about the ports that needed to be open in both directions, from the client to the management center and from the management center to the client. And we saw this already on our FortiGate when we put some rules on the FortiGate to permit the traffic from the clients to the server and from the server to the client. Okay, so here in our management center, let me check that I already turned the firewall on this PC. So system and security, Windows firewall, and it's closed for all the domain and for the public and private networks. So here we go with our Kaspersky Security Center web console. We need to log into this IP address, which is the local host. This PC has the management center, so I will log into this PC, and the port will be by default 8080. During installation, you can change this port, of course, as we said before in the previous sections. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is to launch the quick wizard to start initializing our Kaspersky Security Center, like downloading the needed packages and also to see the kind of devices that we need to secure using this lab. Okay, so to open the sorry, to open the quick wizard, I will click on CAS-PC here, which is the administration server tab. Then you will find here, if I click on this icon, which is like this key, you will find a Start Quick Wizard inside the General tab, upper tab here, and also for the right tabs, you will find the tab called General, and from this tab you can click on Start Quick Wizard to start your quick wizard from beginning. Okay, so this is the quick wizard. Simply this will initiate and start initializing your Kaspersky Security Center, okay, for both the consoles, the MMC and also the web console. Okay, so I will click on start here to start our quick wizard. Okay, so it asks you about the internet connection. So it tells you that your administration server requires to have internet connection to start downloading packages, to activate the license. For multiple reasons, your Kaspersky Security Center needs to access the internet. So how can you access the internet? If you have a proxy, you can put the IP of the proxy here and the port that this proxy is working on. And if you don't have any idea about the proxy simply is a device that will be put in the internet traffic between the device that wants to access the internet and the internet itself. And by putting a proxy, simply I will try to secure the traffic of the internet. So this is called a proxy, but we don't have any proxy in the path, so I will choose direct connection and click next. Okay, so it will try to download the required updates for all the packages, for all the operating system it knows. All things related to the updates will be downloaded here. Okay, so according to these updates, it will show you some options that you can choose among. Like, for example, if there are any new operating system that the Kaspersky Security Center is able to detect and to secure, it will show you all these operating system, the kind of packages that will be used for this kind of operating system. If there are any updates for these packages, they will be shown here also, and then you can choose among these packages. Okay, so here it asks you about the assets that you want to secure. So what are the types of operating systems inside your environment that you want to secure? So in our case, we have two Windows machines, but also in the upcoming videos of this section, I will insert a Linux machine to start also practice some security features of Linux machines. So I will download endpoint security for Linux related to Kaspersky, and I will try to push this application to Linux machine via the command line and see how this application can secure our Linux operating system. So for example, let's say that we will use Linux and Windows. So the areas will be workstations only. We are not going to secure virtualization or embedded systems on file server and storages because that's related to another application. So this application, for example, is related to Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows Server. Virtualization, we have tackled this product, and it's related to Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud for virtualization. For the embedded system, there is another product that we didn't speak about it in this course, called Kaspersky for embedded systems, like point of sales and all that stuff. Okay, so in our case, we will choose workstations. And what are the main operating system? I will choose Windows and also Linux. Then I will click on next. Okay, good. So Kaspersky application for the protection areas that you selected include cryptography tools, implementing the advanced encryption standard with 256-bit strong encryption or 56-bit light encryption key length. Downloading and using the distribution package with this key must comply with the applicable laws. So simply, what is the key that you want to download your packages with? So not to make things more complex, I will use the light encryption and then I will click on next. Okay, good. So it will ask you what are the main plugins for managed application you want to use. So for example, in our case we are using Windows, so we will download endpoint security for Windows, so we need this plugin to be installed. So I will click on this plugin to be installed. Good. And what are the main plugins that you need to install? Also for Linux, for example, I will try to download Kaspersky endpoint security for Linux, so I will also choose this plugin. So I will choose these plugins to be installed and then I will click on next. So right now it tries to install the selected plugins that we have selected. After installing these plugins, it will ask you about the packages that you need to download and install on your Kaspersky Security Center. Okay. Okay, so once the plugins that we need to install have finished, okay, so we are going to click on next. Then it will ask you about the packages that you want to install on your Kaspersky Security Center. In our case, we are going to use Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows Light Encryption version, and also we are going to download Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Linux, which is this one, and also, for example, let's also download the Debian package for Linux. Okay. Okay, we can postpone this to another video, but okay, so let me install this one also. And okay, I will choose this one, Network Agent for Linux 64 Debian. Okay, and then I will click on next. So this is not related to our labs right now, but in the upcoming videos we are going to tackle Linux and speak about them, so it doesn't matter to download these applications also. So we need to agree about Kaspersky Security Network. We have spoken about Kaspersky Security Network, and it's very important for the cloud think and also for the threat intelligence from Kaspersky Cloud. And then I will agree to this license, and then for the Kaspersky statement, and then I will click on next. Then if you have the activation key, you can put it here. If you have a key file, you can upload the file. If you have an activation code, you can put it here, or you can choose to add the license key later. And let me remind you that the difference between activation code and key file, the activation code is simply a code that you will receive from the sales sector in your customer environment, and then you need to put this key here. But keep in mind, the Kaspersky Security Center needs to be connected to the internet to activate this key. But in case you have the key file, you can upload it directly here using this option, add a key file, and then upload the key file directly, and then everything will be okay. You don't need to be connected to the internet. But if you have the activation code, you need to put the activation code in this place. So in our case, we have got a trial license from Kaspersky. Okay, I will copy this key here, and then I will put it here on this place, and then I will paste it and click on send. Okay, so it will try to contact the Kaspersky servers for checking this license, and if it's okay, it will tell you that this license is trial license for the Business International Edition for 10 nodes, and it's 1 month trial license, and it will expire at this date. Okay, and it's trial license. Okay, if you want to distribute these licenses to your clients that will join the Kaspersky Security Center, you can check this option. I will do so. Not to create some other tasks for activation our applications on our machines. So automatically after the client will have the application from Kaspersky Security Center, it will pull a license from the license that I have on my Kaspersky Security Center. So this to save us some time. I will click on next here to go to the next step. Okay, so it will try to ask you about the updates that it will get for your machines that you are securing with Kaspersky Security Center. So how can you find and install these updates? So for example, for the updates and to install them, do you want Kaspersky Security Center to search for updates and install them directly, or you want to search only for updates and throw some kind of tasks you can create your own updates manually? So in my case, I will keep the first choice to be here. And for the Windows Server update, do you like to use the Windows Server update services or a WSOS server? I will keep also the first one at the default state, and then I will click on next. Okay, then also let's accept the Kaspersky Security Center, but this time for Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Linux, not for Windows. So let's accept also this confirmation, and then I will click on next. Okay, so it will review all things will be created on your Kaspersky Security Center, and what are the main policies and what are the main tasks that will automatically be created on your Kaspersky Security Center. So I will confirm all these things, and then I will click on create. Okay, let me click on next. So if you want to receive some error notifications about anything happening on your Kaspersky Security Center, you can put an email address here to send this notification for this user. So in our case here, also I have created some kind of mail traffic to start to practice the security of the mail traffic through Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So on my Active Directory, if I open this server here, I will show you something about the mail server and mail traffic right now. So let me start to access my domain controller, and let me also open one client to show you something about the mail traffic. Let me open the second client. So I think I opened it once before. So this is client 4, this is client 2. Let me close this one. Okay, so this is Bob, and this is... Okay, and if you are one of my subscribers for the 40 mail course, you will understand this very easy, because I have tackled all the mail traffic in this course. But in this lab, I will show you a quick introduction about the mail traffic and how I am using a mail server and mail clients to start sending mails and receiving mails on our clients. Okay, so on my Active Directory here, I have installed something called HMail Server. This HMail Server is simply a mail server. Okay, so it will start to send and receive emails between clients and each others. But keep in mind, we are in a private environment, not a public environment. So there is no public communication between, for example, the Gmail server or Microsoft server or any other server. We are in a private environment, so we have only one mail server, and it consists of multiple accounts. And I'm using a Thunderbird mail client to start sending and receiving emails using this mail server. So this is the mail server called HMail Server. Okay, so I have here a domain called test.local. Inside this domain I have some accounts. Inside these accounts I have Alice and Bob. Okay, so these are the main mails that I have, or mail accounts that I have created inside this mail server. On our PCs here, on the first PC, client 4T, I have used one of these emails inside an application called Thunderbird. It's like Outlook or Gmail or any mail client, but this is an open source application, so for this reason I downloaded it, and then I used it to access my mail server and put my first account, which is Alice. The second account here on this Win2, it uses the second account, which is bob.test@test.local. Let's try to send an email message to our Alice account for this mail server. So for example, this is Alice account, and then I will call test live. This is the subject, and for the body I will do anything. Then I will click on it, on send. So after clicking send, you should receive this message on the second PC here on client 40 for Alice. Okay, it will take some time. I don't know actually why it's not sending, so okay, let me start to NS lookup for the mail traffic. So okay, good. So it should send this email message. Okay, not to waste your time, I will not troubleshoot this right now. Let me complete our lab first, and then I will trouble this problem behind the scenes. I will get you with the results. But for now, I need to go here on my Kaspersky, and then I need to bot one of the emails that I have created on our mail server to send any error to this email address. So for example, I will bot administrator, and then I will let me create it first. So let me create it on our HTML server. So I will go on account, then I will create another email address. So for example, let's put any password. Then I will click save. Okay, so let me get back here to my Kaspersky Security Center about this administration email address. SMTP server will be the IP address of our domain controller, and then the SMTP server port will be 25. Okay, and then if you need to send a test message, you can do so, but because I didn't use this email address on one of my mail clients like Thunderbird, so I will not get a message. So I will keep everything at this state, and then I will click OK. So forget about the TLS version, and if you are using TLS for the mail traffic and ESMTP, all these options are related to the mail traffic, so we will not tackle this here in this course. So I will put my mail, and then I will click on next. Okay, so it asks me about this the certificate of my server. So if there's a certificate for the server, but how to get it? Yeah, I need to download it from my HTML server and then to upload it here. Okay, let's forget about the mail here, not to waste the time. Forget about mails. Okay, it doesn't require to send mails to our administrator. Let me forget about this, and then click on next. Server port, I don't want server port. Let me get back, and then next. why are not enforcing me to use mail server? I don't want to use mail server. So strange. Okay, so after I put the certificate of our HTML server and set my email configuration correctly, so it will give me the next step, which is step 14, to start polling the network to get all the devices that are exist in this network. You can start your polling, or you can postpone this until you configure all you needed stuff before you start polling the network to get all the devices in the network. Okay, you can click on here to view the detected devices. For the managed devices, you will see only CAS PC, which is our PC here of Management Center. For the unassigned devices inside the domain, you could find that you have the client 14 and server device, which is the Active Directory, and CAS management also. It's a part of our domain, and there are two other devices that are existed before, but I deleted them. So because it found a record for these devices inside computer section in the Active Directory services, so it got these devices, but they are not existed anymore. So the device that I care for, the client 14 and serve and CAS management. Okay, let's click cancel, and then I will click on next. So here we go. So I will click on finish to finish my quick wizard installation of our administration server CAS PC. Then for the protection deployment wizard, let's close this one. I don't need it right now. If we need to review some stuff that we have installed before, for example, let's go to devices and then manage devices. You will find CAS PC as we said before. If you want to see the licensing, you should see that you have the trial license that we have installed, which is this one. If you need to see, for example, the applications that we have installed inside repositories and then installation packages, you need to see that we have Kaspersky endpoint. Okay, so this is the network agent, but the endpoint security for Windows and for Linux, you will find them in progress. We are downloading for Windows, and also we are downloading the network agent for Linux, and also endpoint security 11 for Linux. We need to accept the license terms before we should see that these packages are completely downloaded. So let's open this one here. You will find that you need to accept the license, so I will show EULA, and then I will accept the terms to complete my download. Then I will click on accept. Okay, good. Let's go to the next package here for the Kaspersky network agent. I will also accept the terms of the license agreement and click on accept. And then also for our endpoint security for Linux, let's do the same. And once the download finishes, you will find that all your packages are downloaded successfully in the repositories of your Kaspersky Management Center. Okay, good. So if we need to check, for example, our web plugins that we have installed, we will find that we have Kaspersky Network Agent, Administration Server, Endpoint Detection and Response. They existed by default, but you will find also Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Linux that we have installed, and the Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows that we have installed also. And you can see the date here, the date that they were installed successfully. Okay, so I think we have finished this video right now. We have spoken about the quick wizard and how to start initializing your web console to start the upcoming labs. Okay, so thank you very much and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we are going to complete our fall lab related to endpoint security for business. During this lab we are going to see both installation methods of pushing our application to our clients. So the first client is a part of our domain here, which is client 14. This client 40, will take the package from Kaspersky Management remotely. So I will push this application from Kaspersky Management Center to this client directly remotely, but this client will try to access the standalone package that I will create on Kaspersky Management Center to locally install this package inside its repositories. So how to do so? The first thing that we need to push this application to our client 40, which is a part of our domain. So let's open our Kaspersky Management Center. Okay, let me close all these notifications. Okay, so let's go to operations. So under operations, you will have here repositories, and then you will have installation packages. So in installation packages, click on downloaded. You will find all the packages that we have downloaded from Kaspersky repositories. So the first package that we will tackle, or that we will work with during our first portion of this lab, is the Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, so this is the first package. So I will check this package, and then I have here a button called deploy. So if you click on this button, deploy, then it will ask you, do you want to use a remote installation task or a standalone package? In the first part of this video, we will use a remote installation task to install our application on the client that is joined our domain, Active Directory. Okay, so I will click on next to choose the first one, and then, do you want to add our network agent with this installation process? Yes, I do. So I will check Kaspersky Security Center network agent to be installed with my Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Then I will click on next. So what is the main device that you want to install this package with Kaspersky network agent on? So I will expand the manage devices. Okay, if you wanna install the application on one of the managed devices, you can do so, but in our case, this device that we want to push the application to is a part of the unassigned devices related to the domain test. So I need to choose the second choice here, which is select devices for installation, and then I will expand unassigned devices, and then I have a domain called test, and then our client that I want to push this application to is client 40. So I will choose this device and click on next. Do you want to install this package using the network agent or not? In my case, I will not use the network agent, simply because I will enter the credential of the administrator of the device that has the enough privileges to install this application on this device. Let me rename this one to be remote installation task for Kaspersky Endpoint for Windows. Then I will click on next. Then these are the main options that what will happen after the trial from the Kaspersky Security Center for the installation process to the client. So for example, you can choose don't restart, so the device will not be restarting if the application needs to restart the PC. Restart the device, it will enforce the device to restart. Probe the user, it will give a user a notification telling him that the application has successfully installed, but you need to restart your system. So I will keep this choice here, and then I will click on next. Then if you have any application installed on this PC, so before you install Kaspersky Security Endpoint Security for Windows, you need to uninstall the incompatible applications automatically, because simply Kaspersky will not be compatible with these applications. You need to uninstall them before installing Kaspersky. So automatically this process will happen after you choose this option. Then I will click on next. And then if you want to move the device in managed devices after this installation process finished or not, So I will click on move and assign device to a group. What is the group that you want to move this device to? I will choose manage device directly, and then I will click on next. Then if there is any account needed for the installation process, yes, of course, because I don't have any network agent installed on this PC yet, so I need an account for this process. So what is this account? I click on this add sign and then bought my account. So the account is a member of the domain, so I will choose the administrator of this domain. Okay, good, and then I will click on OK, and then click on next. And then if you need to run the task directly after you finish the wizard, you can click on this choice and then click on next. So after click on next, you will have your task run directly without asking you to run this task. So directly you will find that the task is run automatically. To get this task, you should go to devices, and on devices you will have tasks. And once you click on tasks, you will find your tasks here and you can monitor it simply. Okay, so we need to wait until this task finished, and after finishing this task you will see that you have the application and network agent, both applications, the endpoint security for Windows and network agent, are installed successfully on our client.
Okay, so let's check our task. After we give it the proper time to be finished on Kaspersky Security Center, we need to check that this task is finished and the applications are installed successfully on our client. Okay, so I'll open tasks here from devices, and then I should see a task called remote installation task. I will click on this task and see the details of the status of this task. As you see, it's completed successfully here. This means that our applications are successfully installed on our client, the Kaspersky Network Agent and Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, and if you need to check the results related to this task, you can click on this tab and see what happened related to this task. So in our case, it's completed successfully without any error. So you will see that the application is installed completely successful on our management or on our client. Okay, and the device was transferred to the group managed devices after it has the application installed on it. Okay, so if we need to make sure that we have this PC inside managed devices, we will open managed devices to check if we have this device inside this group or not. Okay, so as you see here, we have client 14 inside the managed devices group. Okay, and if we click on this tab here, you will find that you have the status of this device as okay, and it's inside managed devices. If we go to applications here, we will find that we have Kaspersky Security Center, Network Agent, and Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows are installed on this machine. Okay, good. And then if we need to make sure also that we have the applications installed on our machine, we can open the machine itself. So for example, I will open this machine, which is client 14, and then I will go to control panel, and then under programs you will find that you have Kaspersky Network Agent and Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. And if you open this arrow here, you will see that Kaspersky is installed successfully on your machine. Okay, so what we need to do now, after you install your application on the client that you want to protect, you need to activate this application through adding a license key to this application. So you will be protected by putting a simple key to activate the application. If you didn't put any key on this application, you are not protected simply because there is no license. So at least you need to have one trial license, for example, to be activated on this application. You have two main methods to activate the key on your client. The first one is simply to take or to pull this key from the Kaspersky Management Center. So you will create a task on Kaspersky Management Center called add key, and then you will put your key on your task and then push this key to your client remotely from Kaspersky Management Center. The second way is simply to put the key directly on your client, and the client will go to the internet, activate this license through Kaspersky servers. Okay, so let's open our Management Center here. Oh, sorry. Okay, and inside tasks here. Okay, sorry. So inside tasks here, you can create a task called add key. So by clicking on add, you need to choose the application that you want to create a task for. So for example, I will choose Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. What is the task type? Simply it's add key, and you can give it another name because I have this task before, so you can give it another name. And then what is the administration group that you want to assign this task to? So for example, I will choose assign task to a device selection, not to an administration group, whatever. Could be this one, and then I will click on next. And then what is the group that you want to activate this task on? Or for example, it's a device, so if you expand and manage devices, okay, I think it's not that choice. Let's get back here, and then I will specify the address manually or import address from a list. Then I will click on next. So what are the devices that you want to include? I will choose, for example, devices detected by administration server. Simply they are managed devices and unassigned devices. And under managed devices, I will choose my client 14 device here, and then I will click on add. And then the client is added here successfully. Then you will click on next. And then what is the trial license you want to add to this device? It's one trial license that we have added before in the last video. And then I will click on next. Then click on next to add this key to your client. So I added this key before, so I will not add it one more time. So after you click start for this task, the key will be added from your Kaspersky Management Center to your client, and the application will be activated successfully. And if you want to make sure that the application is activated, you can open your client here and check that the application is activated and pull the license automatically. If you go to license here on the level of the application, you will see that you have the license pulled successfully from your Kaspersky Management Center. So for example, here I have a trial license for 10 computers, and you have only 29 days left to be expired. Okay, and this is the key that pulled from Kaspersky Management Center. Okay, so the second section of this video is simply we need to install the Kaspersky Endpoint Security for another device, but by the second way, which is a standalone package. So we need to create a standalone package from Endpoint Security for Windows through Kaspersky Management Center, and then we can access the shared folder for this device through our client, and then copy this executable file on our machine, and then install this file to install Kaspersky Endpoint Security and Network Agent locally from our machine, not remotely from Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so how to do so? The first thing that we need to do is to open Kaspersky Management Center, and we need to go to Operations, and under Operations we have a tab called repositories, and under repositories you have installation packages. Okay, so to create a standalone package, you need to choose your installation package first. In our case here we have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, and then you can click on deploy. Okay, so after you click on deploy, you will be forced to choose between two main tasks. The first task is using the remote installation that we have did recently. The second one is to create a standalone package in the shared folder of Kaspersky Security Center. So this is the choice that we need to click on. I will click on next, and then it will review with you the shared or the path that the client need to enter to start to copy the installer to paste it on its side, and then you can install the application on your side locally without referring to Kaspersky Security Center to install it remotely. Okay, so this is the folder. You can click on next, and then this is the folder, and you can open the list of standalone packages after you finish. Okay, because I have add the standalone package once before, so you have here, if you need to review all the standalone packages, you can click on this button here to review all the standalone packages. So for example, I have here a standalone package, and this is the path for this package. Okay, so I will go to the client right now. The client here at this time is client 30, okay, because it's not part of the domain, it's out of the domain. So I will go to this client, and then I will try to access this shared folder of Kaspersky Security Center. So the first thing that we need to do is to enter the repository of our Kaspersky Security Center. Inside this you will find KLS share, The second folder here is the pkglnst, and then you will find your application here as a standalone package. After you click on this folder, you will have this installer exist in this folder. You can copy this file button in your machine and then install it directly. So what are the main process of installing this application? If we double click on this application, I copied it before. If I double click on this application here, you will find some 4 steps to be launched after you install this installer. Simply, the first thing is to extract all the files through this installer, and then the second thing here is simply to connect to the administration server, and then, to install the network agent first, and then to connect to the administration server, and then to install your real application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So because I installed it once before, so I will not install it one more time. I just want to make sure that I have installed it and it connected successfully to the administration server, and the device was shown successfully to my Kaspersky Security Center. And here we go with our device here, but keep in mind it's not activated yet, so I will activate it now. But I have the application here successfully installed and it's connected to Kaspersky Security Center. Let's get back to Kaspersky Security Center to see if we have this device moved to manage devices or not. So inside devices here, you have managed devices. We have this PC which is called Test PC. So Test PC is the device that we have installed the Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows through the standalone package, not remotely from Kaspersky Security Center, and it's successfully transferred to managed devices. And if we click on this device and see the applications installed on it, you will find Kaspersky Network Agent and Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, as you see here. Okay, so what we need to do is to activate this application. So I will go to tasks and create another task. I have a task already called add key. I will delete this task and then I will create a new one. Let's add a new task. The kind of the application is Endpoint Security for Windows. The type of the task is add key, and I will specify the devices manually. And then let's choose our selected network devices detected by administration server. Inside manage devices, I have Test PC. I will click on add and then I will click on next. This is the trial license that I want to assign to my application. Then I will click on next and then next, and then finish the task. This is my task right here. I will click on start. So after starting this task, Kaspersky Security Center will try to push this key to our application on our client, and it will be activated directly and everything will be okay. Okay, so in this video we have tackled the main methods of installing our applications to our client. The first thing is simply to push the application through Kaspersky Security Center. Afterwards you can assign the key to this device. The second method is simply to create a standalone package, and then the device that wants to install the application can access the shared folder of this standalone package, copy the package, paste it in its side, and then it can install it successfully without any problem. Okay, so I'd like to thank you very much for this video and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we're going to speak about the hierarchical groups, how to create multiple groups inside the managed group, and how to automatically transfer devices that will enter newly to our network to these groups according to some rules that we are calling moving rules. So we are going to set some conditions. According to these conditions, our new devices that enter the network will be assigned a specific groups according to these rules. So let's go to our management center. Before we start our lab, we need to firstly, we need to install our application on this server, Microsoft Active Directory. We will install Endpoint Security for Windows on this server, and we need to see that this server will be assigned a specific group that we will create according to specific conditions. So the first thing that we need to do is simply to create other groups or some groups. So under devices tab, you will have here a tab called hierarchy of groups. So we can choose this manage device group. This is the parent group, and we need to create some groups inside this managed devices group. So I will create on this add, or I will click on this add sign, and then I will name my new group to be, for example, Windows servers. Okay, so this is a group that will include all the Windows Server devices inside it. Okay, so I will click on add. So if you expand manage devices tab, you will find under it Windows Servers group that will include all the Windows Server devices. So for here under devices, you will have another tab called moving rules. So moving rules will be the conditions that we will set, and according to these conditions, the new devices will be assigned these groups directly. So I will click on moving rules. So by default, you will see some rules that are created automatically through the tasks that you are created. So for example, during creation of the remote installation task for Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, among the options of this task, we have said that after you install these applications on this client, you need to move this device to a specific group. So automatically you will find this rule created directly after you create this task. Also, there is another task created through standalone installation. Also, among the options of creating standalone installation, we have said that after you install the standalone package on this device, you need to move this device to managed devices. So both of these tasks or both of these rules are created automatically once you create your own task. What we need to do is to create a custom rule manually here. So I will click on add sign here inside moving rules, and for example, I will name this rule to be Windows servers. Okay, and what is the administration group that you want to apply this rule on? I need to apply this rule on Windows servers group. Okay, so you wanted to apply this rule once for each device. So each device that enter or that matching this rule will match this rule. Okay, so then I need to enable this rule, and then I will go to rule conditions. So inside rule conditions, there are multiple conditions that you can assign that can be matched with this rule. So for example, if there are some tags that you can apply to this rule, maybe network, maybe you specify, for example, the Windows domain, the DNS name of the device, the DNS domain, or for example, the IP range. So if the device is within this range that you will identify here, for example, 192.168.100.50, and the end of this range is 60, for example, and for example, the server is within this range. So if it's within this range, this means that it will be matched with this rule. Or for example, the fingerprinting of the operating system itself. So for example, if you wanna see if you need to check that if the network agent is installed on this device, you can choose this also if it's installed. Yes. Okay, so I will assume that I install network agent on this device, and the application that I will install on this device is Endpoint Security for Windows. And for example, I also will identify the fingerprint of the operating system. So for example, I will choose that the operating system will be Windows. Okay, it will be Microsoft Windows. And for example, the Windows that, or the fingerprint of this Microsoft Windows is Windows Server 2012 R2. Let's go to the second page here. You will find this fingerprint of this operating system. So I will click on this enable button also for identifying the server, simply because this server is 2012 R2. Okay, and then maybe also identify the operating system bit. Maybe it's AMD 64 or x86 or IA64. I will not do this identification here. Okay, so maybe the operating system build number, you can put it here.
maybe the operating system release number. So there are multiple identifiers here that you can set on the application tab here. Or for example, the virtual machine. So if it's a virtual machine, you can also assign this device to a specific group. If it's a member of the Active Directory, for example, so you have here inside your list the Active Directory, so you can identify the device by its name. So let's, for example, expand. So I will check this one, device in Active Directory organization unit, and then I will expand test.local. For example, I will expand computers. I think I can't see data here, simply because I don't have any access, or I'm not able to. No, it's here. So I think let's go to. Okay, so I can go here to the SAM account and domain computers. Yeah, this device is a member of. Okay, I will not check this one. So this device is a member of an Active Directory group. What is the group? I think it's domain computers. Okay, simply because the name of this device is CAS, so I will choose domain computers, and then I will click on save. Network tabs. I didn't import network tabs. Why it's showing me here? No, I don't want IP ranges, so I will click on save. So here we go with our rule that we have set. So I created the rule. If the fingerprint of this operating system is Windows Server 2012 R2 and it's a member of the domain inside domain computers, I need to include this server inside this group automatically after I install a network agent and also the endpoint security for Windows, which is version 11.11. So what we need to do is to install our application on this device and see the results and see if the device is automatically transferred to this group. Okay, so for example, I'll try to install our application remotely, but before we do so, we need to check that the firewall is turned off on this device. So let me check. Windows firewall, and it's turned off for all things, so it's good. Let's go back to our Kaspersky Management Center, and then let's go to operations, and I will expand repositories, and then under installation packages I have here our package endpoint security for Windows, and which is here. Then I will click on deploy, then I will choose remote installation task. Let's include our network agent also. Then what's the device that I want to install it inside it? So let's select device for installation. Let's open manage devices. Let's open, where is it? I think no, okay, so yeah, it's this one, serve, under unassigned devices, and this is the name of our domain controller, and let's name it, okay, Windows Server Remote Installation, and then let's click on next. Prompt the user, and let's put okay the incompatible applications. Okay, click on next and move unassigned devices to the group. You can choose here to move it manually here through this task, or for example you can click on don't move devices and the rule will be applied directly to your device. Okay, so I will click on next. What is the account that you want to set? So the account is test administrator admin at 123. Okay, click on OK and then next, and then click on run the task after the wizard finishes.
Where did it go? Okay, let me create another task. Let me click on add. So I will choose Kaspersky Security Center because it's my way of installing or pushing application remotely. Install application remotely. Okay, so what is the device? I will specify the device address manually. Let's put our device here. Courses. This is the second course in Kaspersky Bootcamp. In this course, we are going to speak about a solution from Kaspersky called Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Solution for Virtual Environment. Suppose that you have a virtual environment. You have a big physical machine with very huge resources. This physical machine has something on it called the hypervisor from any virtualization vendor, like for example Citrix or VMware or Microsoft. This hypervisor is consisting from multiple virtual machines. All these virtual machines are sharing all the resources for this physical machine. It's not recommended to use the previous solution that we were speaking about, which was endpoint security. Endpoint security, which we have explained during the previous course, is very optimal when you have physical machines like those machines that we had in the previous course. We have here separate physical machines, workstations or servers, physical separated servers, have their separate resources, not sharing with anybody else. Okay, so it's optimal to use Kaspersky Endpoint Security. But suppose you have a virtual environment, a physical machine that has multiple virtual machines installed on it via any virtualization vendor. So during this solution, you need to use something else from Kaspersky called Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Solution. Okay. But before we get deeper in our course, we need to discuss a little bit the solution from high-level overview and know its components and how we're gonna use it during our course. So for the beginning, why we need Hybrid Cloud Solution? We could use the normal endpoint security application for securing our virtual machines installed on our hypervisor. But this will lead to some problems like non-optimal use of resources, boot and updates, or virus search storms. This means that you have multiple virtual machines that sharing the resources of this big physical machine. Each virtual machine will use everything related to the scanning and virus searching and all these things related to the application itself. So if we installed on each virtual machine the endpoint from Kaspersky, it will do whatever it wants on this virtual machine, like scanning and updating and all these stuff related to tasks and policies on the single machine. So this is not optimal for the resources because all the virtual machines are sharing all the resources of this big physical machines. Okay, so as we said before, we could use the same application, which is endpoint security, that we have explained during the last course on virtual machines also, but this is not optimal. So keep in mind the application will give you all the features that you need on virtual machines, like the same if you install the application on normal workstations.
What does this mean? Simply, as we said before, we have here some machines, okay? These are physical machines, workstations or servers, it doesn't matter, okay? But the same application could be installed here, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So it's made mainly for these types of machines, physical machines, and also physical servers. But also keep in mind, we have another application from Kaspersky called Kaspersky for Windows Server. This must be used on the physical Windows Server instead of the normal endpoint security. Okay, but as we said, if you have a virtual environment, it's not recommended to use the same kind of application. Okay, because of the resources and all the storms that could happen on the virtual machine, and it will overwhelm the resources of this machine. Okay, so a dedicated scanning server working with all hypervisors guest machines will solve these problems. In that case, the boot process could be controlled on the whole host rather than on an individual virtual machine. For usability and security reasons, the scanning server operates on a specially prepared virtual machine, also known as the protection server, which is called SVM. So this design is very important. We have here on the hypervisor a separate machine called protection server, a normal OVA machine from Kaspersky that you will install on your hypervisor. This machine will have everything related to the protection components and also the control components. So the device itself, the virtual machine, will not do anything related to the updates and scanning and all these processes that the application itself will make to protect our virtual machine. This server, which is a normal OVA machine that we will push from the Kaspersky Security Center to our hypervisor, will do this job for me. So the machine itself will never have any application related to updating and scanning and protecting my server. It's only a simple application that could take these updates and these decisions from protection server and apply it on its machine. So the application itself that will be existed on the machine will never do anything related to the protection components. The SVM server, the protection server itself, it's the machine that will do whatever I want on my virtual machines. Let's see this in practice. So as we said, we have here, and this will be in the next section, the labs will be in the next section, but now this is an introduction only. So as we said, we have here a vCenter, which is the manager from VMware. Okay, this vCenter is managing an ESXi from VMware. Okay, this ESXi. Okay, this ESXi is a hypervisor installed above a physical machine that consisting of multiple virtual machines, and I need to secure these virtual machines. Okay, how to do so in the modern solution from Kaspersky, which is called hybrid cloud solution? Simply, I will have a machine here from Kaspersky called SVM machine. This machine I will push from Kaspersky Security Center. This is from Kaspersky. This machine is acting as the protection component for all other virtual machines installed on this hypervisor. So this is the brain of protection. Only virtual machine will have a simple application called Light Agent, because during this course we will speak about Light Agent, we will not speak about agentless. In some cases, these virtual machines could have no applications installed on them, and this solution is called agentless, but this is not in our course. This is out of the scope. We will speak about something called Light Agent, and Light Agent is very powerful than agentless solution, of course. But there is another solution called agentless. As we said, there will not be any application installed on these virtual machine. Only we have SVM that will interact with vShield of VMware, okay, and this will protect the vShield, and that's it. But in our solution, we are speaking about Light Agent. So we have here a simple application on virtual machines called the Light Agent. This Light Agent contact SVM machine, which is the brain of the protection. It will take updates, it will take decisions of protection like scanning and signatures and all these things from SVM machine, and it will apply it to its machine. So there is no overwhelming for the resources of the machine. All the processes are run on this machine, which is called SVM machine. Okay, so here we say that all large antivirus vendors offer some solutions to protect virtual environment. Some of them are agent-based and some are agentless, as we said. Okay, so again we have a small application called Light Agent, and we have a protection server called SVM, an OVA file or an OVA machine from Kaspersky that we're gonna push from Kaspersky Security Center to the hypervisor. Whatever the hypervisor is, it doesn't matter. The same process will be run if you have a Citrix or if you have a VMware or anything else. The same process will be run on this hypervisor. We have an SVM machine. This SVM machine will be installed on the hypervisor to protect all the virtual machines that are hosted on this hypervisor. Okay. As we said before, we have two main solutions from Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Solution. We have agentless and light agent. First of all, when we speak about agentless, it's a very simple solution from Kaspersky, and it will run only on the VMware vendor. So it's not dedicated for Citrix or Microsoft, okay, because it's operating on the layer of vShield, okay. So it's protecting this layer of VMware, okay, vShield, and vShield is trying to protect all the virtual machines. But there are some disadvantage of this solution, simply because vShield doesn't provide access to the virtual machine's internal processes. And this will decrease any solution ability to provide deep protection against advanced malware at this level. Okay, so vShield will not be able to take deep actions on the virtual machines. So there might some advanced attacks that will target deep level components of the machine itself, and it might be passed through protection. Okay, and as we said, this solution is made specifically for VMware, nothing else. Okay, we have also another solution from Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Solution called Light Agent, and this is the solution that our course will be on. Light Agent is used to overcome the limitations of agentless technology. Another approach was introduced, deploying a small lightweight application to the VM being protected in addition to the SVA. Okay, so in the previous solution, as we said, we don't have any application installed on the virtual machine, but in this application we have a small application called a Light Agent. This application will try to contact the SVM or the protection server installed on the hypervisor to get updates and scanning and to do everything related to the deep protection on the machine. So it could do everything on the machine. So this is the main advantage of this application. So while providing access not just to the VM's file system but to its memory and internal processes, as a result, additional more advanced security techniques can be employed through this solution, which is called Light Agent. And it's created for all three of the most popular virtualization platforms: Citrix, Microsoft Hyper-V, and also VMware. And the main advantage of this solution in general, which is called Hybrid Cloud Solution, is simply the anti-malware scanner and the signature databases reside on a dedicated SVA server, just as with agentless technology, freeing up resources for deployment of additional VMs, so consolidating ratios are optimized. As we said before, we have an SVM machine installed on the hypervisor. It's the brain of protection. The Light Agent that is installed on the machine will never do anything. It just take all the updates and decisions and scanning results from the SVM machine, and it will apply these actions on the virtual machine. And at the same case, it's a hybrid solution, because the protection components run in a single copy on the host and uses caches, which helps to avoid rescanning the same files over and over again and saves resources. So the SVM machine, for example, suppose that it has scanned a file successfully on a virtual machine, and it contacted the Light Agent that is installed on the virtual machine and took a decision. Then the Light Agent took this decision and applied it on the machine. So the next time that the Light Agent needs to scan this file, it will not go to SVM to ask here for action. It will cache the result, and then this result will be used again. And also the file that was scanned on a simple virtual machine, it will be cached on the SVM. So another virtual machine, if it's trying to scan this file, it will take the result from SVM because it's cached from the SVM, so it will take the result directly. So no need for SVM to scan the file again and again and again. Okay, so SVM will try to cache all the files from all virtual machines and share these data with all virtual machines. Kaspersky security for virtualization, especially light agent, is a hypervisor independent, meaning I will not integrate with anything related to the hypervisor, like agentless. Agentless needs to integrate with the vShield, which is the main component of VMware hypervisor, meaning you don't need to integrate it with the virtualization platform to install and configure this product. It simplifies the system, thus minimizing points of failure. Sorry. And also reduces the requirements for the infrastructure. Okay, so this is very important. We have here some components of this solution, which is called hybrid cloud virtualization light agent solution components. We have first we have something called Kaspersky Security Center MMC console, management center from Kaspersky to manage protection and light agents installed on machines. This was installed in the previous course, something called Kaspersky Management Center, and it has multiple consoles like the web console, an MMC console, and also the cloud console. But during our courses we will use MMC console, but in an upcoming course speaking about EDR we will use web console because the results will not be shown in normal MMC console. We need to use web console, but in our case we're gonna use MMC console. Okay, so as we said, we have management center. This management center could be used to push the SVM from the machine of it to our hypervisor, especially using something called integration server. So it's not the MMC, it's not the Kaspersky Security Center that will push the SVM to our hypervisor. There is something else called integration server that will do the job for me. Okay, but in our case we are installing the integration server on the same server that has Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so it's the same server that will push SVM machine to our hypervisor. Okay, so Kaspersky Security Center also is used to create tasks, to create policies for our applications like protection server, which is SVM, and also for light agents. So light agent has its separate policy and tasks that need to be deployed on our Kaspersky Security Center, and also the protection server, which is called SVM, needs its separate policies and tasks, as we saw before in the previous course of Kaspersky Endpoint Security. What is the policy? What is the task? You need to subscribe for this course to be able to get all this information. And we have also something called protection server. This is the machine that we have spoken about in the last slide, which is SVM. So as we said, a special virtual machine that holds a shared cache of distributed updates and licensed to light agents installed on the machines. We have here a shared cache of files and also the updates from Kaspersky Security Center, and also the license to distribute these things on the light agents that are installed on the virtual machines. Okay, so a central device called the protection server, which is called also SVM from Kaspersky, that holds everything related to file signatures, all updates from Kaspersky Security Center, all license, taking decision of scanning. It's the brain of the protection that will try to protect our virtual machines through what we call light agents, that are very small applications that are installed on our machines. Also we have something called light agent. As we said, this is a very small application that will be installed on our virtual machines that will try to contact the SVM machine to take updates, to take decisions, and all the files signatures that it needs to scan our PC and to keep our PC protected. So it's a protection solution like Kaspersky Endpoint Security that will be installed on the machine, having the same protection components of KES, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security, of course, except for encryption. So keep in mind, this solution does not support the encryption. Only the Kaspersky Endpoint Security supports this feature. And also we have something called Kaspersky Network Agent. This we spoke about it in the last course, which is the communication channel and events transferring agent from the machine to Kaspersky Security Center, and if you need to install any application from Kaspersky Security Center to our machine, you need to use Kaspersky Network Agent to be able to do so. Okay, so it's the communication channel between machines and Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so we have two kinds of this solution. We have two main applications. The first application is Light Agent for Windows, and also we have Light Agent for Linux, because simply we have multiple types of virtual machines that are installed on our hypervisor. We might have Windows machines and we might have Linux machines, right? So the solution must support both operating systems. But during our course we will speak about Light Agent for Windows, but Light Agent for Linux is not that hard, it's very simple. And during another course we will speak about Light Agent for Linux, and also we will speak about Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Linux, to aggregate all applications that are compatible with Linux in one course. Okay, so technically speaking, the protection components of Light Agent, such as the anti-malware engine and databases, drivers, and etc., are similar to Kaspersky Endpoint Security components. What makes the virtualization protection solution different is the protection server, which is SVM, of course, that also provides a scanning engine. It works with another set of databases containing special hashes, thanks to which a file does not need to be rescanned entirely, and a shared cache that optimizes the scanning process. Keep in mind, this is very special to this solution, which is called Kaspersky Security for Virtualization. The normal endpoint security application from Kaspersky will not be able to do this feature from the SVM or the protection server. Simply, the protection server will not rescan the file again and again for all the virtual machines. Once the protection server is able to detect that this file on a specific virtual machine is considered a malicious file, it will tell all the other virtual machines that this file is malicious, and all virtual machines could be easily aware of this file without rescanning the file again and again and again. Okay, through sharing this file and caching this file entirely inside the protection server. Also, it could save the resources through something called shared cache, which helps to significantly reduce the rescanning and also the load on the disk, CPU, and memory, as we said, of course. Okay. Then we have also communication rules that must be configured on the firewall if you have firewall embedded between Light Agent and the protection server, or the Light Agent and the Kaspersky Security Center, or the Kaspersky Security Center and the protection server. So all different components, there are multiple components here, keep in mind. So if you have a firewall embedded between all these components, there are communication rules that you might need to configure on your firewall to be able to support permitting and allowing the traffic between these components and each others. Okay, and keep in mind also, Light Agent that are installed, or Light Agents that are installed on our virtual machines, must be connected to the protection server. Okay, so you need to allow this traffic on the firewall if you have firewall on the path. Okay, there are main three methods to establish the communication between Light Agents and protection server. We have something called integration server, and we have connection tags and list and connection tags, and also the list of protection servers. We will see this in labs when we configure the policy of the protection server and Light Agent. We will see how this will be configured properly on the policy. Okay, but we have here something called integration server. This is very important. The integration server is an application working as a channel between Light Agent and protection server, and also it's the application used to push SVM from Kaspersky Security Center to our hypervisor. Okay, as we said previously, let's discuss it on Kaspersky Security Center. As we said, we have here an ESXi, right? This ESXi is linked to vCenter. Okay, vCenter is the manager of this ESXi, both from VMware. And as we said, we have here Kaspersky Management Center. We need this device, which has also the integration server, which is the application, as we said, installed on it. And we need this application to be able to push the SVM from this server to this manager, which has ESXi on it. Then the SVM could be installed on ESXi simply. Okay, let's see it on the Kaspersky Management Center. This will be explained during the lab, but I will show you what I mean here. So if I open this tab, which is called Manage Kaspersky Security, this is the console of the integration server, a normal application, a part of Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, as we said, we have here Manage SVM. If we click here, then we will choose to deploy a new SVM from the integration server. If we click on Next, we can add the vCenter of VMware, and under this vCenter we will have an ESXi. So I will push the SVM machine from here to the ESXi. So I will have this machine installed on our ESXi. So this what I mean by the integration server. Okay. Okay. Then you could define the protection server address directly. Also, so this is the first function of the integration server, is to push the SVM to our ESXi, and also it's a communication channel between Light Agent and the SVM itself. Okay, so Light Agent that we have installed on our virtual machine, I need this Light Agent to be able to contact our SVM. So directly through the policy of the Light Agent, I will tell Light Agent that this is the address of SVM, this is the IP address, you need to contact it directly. Or I could declare the integration server IP address that contains SVM on its properties. So the Light Agent will use the integration server to be able to contact protection server. So Light Agent, as we said, Light Agent can directly contact the protection server through putting the address of the protection server inside the policy of the Light Agent, or through integration server. It could go ask integration server what's the IP address of protection server to be able to contact it. Then the integration server must have the IP address of protection server, and everything will be okay. So this could be done, and the second thing also could be done. In our lab, we will see you everything related to both methods. Okay, and these are the main ports that you need to configure on your firewall if there is one exists in the path between all components and each others. We have here the source and destination and the port that's working on, and the protocol and the purpose of this traffic. So you need to copy and paste these rules on your firewall to be able to allow the traffic from parts and each others. Okay, this is the ports. This is another slide of the ports. Okay, so let's recap all what we have said in this introductory video to our solution. So as we said before, we have here physical machines, right, inside the user zone. We have also other user zone inside the virtual environment. So we have two main environments: the physical environment, inside which we have some physical machines, workstations or servers, it doesn't matter, the main concept exists. So here on the physical workstations, I need to install an application called Kaspersky Endpoint Security. This application was explained successfully in the previous course. So I use this application to install on the physical machines. Okay, but and also for the physical servers, we have two kinds of application. The first application is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, and we have another application that we haven't explained yet called Kaspersky for Windows Server. Okay, so we might use both applications in both cases. Okay, but the new design, we have a virtual environment. We are using VMware for this virtual environment. This virtual environment consists of vCenter, which is the manager of multiple ESXi's, and we have hypervisor from VMware also called the ESXi. This ESXi is managed by vCenter. Okay, and we have here multiple virtual machines, right? These multiple virtual machines are not considered physically like this, but they are normally also users and might be servers. Okay, and we need to secure these virtual machines and these virtual servers. How to do so? You might ask, why not to use endpoint security for Windows, as we previously explained this solution in the previous course? I will say that if we used Kaspersky Endpoint Security solution that we have installed on physical machines on the virtual machines, this will overwhelm the resources of this big physical machine that hosts this hypervisor, and this is not optimal. This is not recommended. So I need another solution to be compatible with this virtual machines and with this virtual environment. This solution is called Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud, which is called also Kaspersky for virtualization, especially light agent. As we said, we have both types of Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud, light agent and agentless, but in our case we are going to discuss light agent because it has multiple advantages over agentless solution. We will have a simple application installed on our machine. In our lab we will use this machine, Winston Remote. This machine will have a simple application called light agent, okay, and we have here another application called, or another virtual machine called SVM machine. This is the brain of the protection. This is from Kaspersky. This will hold everything related to updates, license, scanning. All these things will be held here on this SVM machine, and then this SVM machine will talk to the light agent, which is the small application that is installed on this machine, to inform it with everything related to the protection state and all the needed information for protection. Okay, so multiple virtual machines here will have light agent, and all these light agents will contact this SVM machine, as we said, through multiple ways. One of these ways is called integration server that we will use also for pushing the SVM machine to this hypervisor from Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so once all these components are installed successfully, you will find that this solution is very good, and the performance will be very good, and there will not be any overwhelming in the resources of the virtual environment. Okay, so this was an introductory to hybrid cloud solution and what's the purpose of it and how to use it and what are the main components of Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud solution for virtual environment. In the next section, we're going to speak about labs and how to configure all these things accordingly, and how to see the different components and see how to configure the policies for each application, and also how to test the protection of this component through multiple malwares and trojans that will be pushed through Kali Linux here to our virtual machines that are installed on our hypervisor. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome to Giant Lab courses. In this course we are going to complete our Kaspersky Bootcamp. In the last course we have tackled Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, very important application used for physical workstations or physical servers. As we said before, you might have some workstations here for users, and you need to secure these workstations while they are physically embedded in your environment, so you're gonna choose Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows for them. Okay, and also if you have physical servers right here and you need to secure these servers, you need to choose Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows or Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows Server. This is another solution, and we haven't spoken about it yet, but we are going to have a separate course for all of these solutions. But as we said, we have some physical servers or some physical workstations, and we need to secure them, so we have tackled Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Right now, suppose that you have virtual environment. What I mean by virtual environment, like for example, you have a dedicated server, okay, from any known vendor like Dell or like IBM. This server is called a Chassis server. This is very enormous server, okay, and you need to separate this server into multiple virtual machines. Okay, so right now we are speaking about the virtualization term of technology nowadays. We have a technology called virtualization. We are separating one physical server, one huge physical server, into multiple virtual machines, whether they are workstations or servers. It will not matter with us, but the concept is unique in both cases. You will have some virtual machines installed on this physical server, and you need to secure these virtual machines. And keep in mind, we are not focusing on a specific vendor. For example, you might have VMware, you might have Microsoft, Citrix, or any famous and known vendor that applies this technology, which is virtualization, but the concept is unique. Okay, in our case we are going to discuss
VMware, okay, and we are going to take an example of it, the ES6i hypervisor and its manager vCenter. Okay, what I mean by virtualization, as we said, we have one physical server, okay, very huge physical server consisting of very powerful resources, CPU, RAM, and hard disk, and this physical server will be segregated into multiple virtual machines. Each virtual machine is specialized in a specific mission for the user or for a service, for example. So you might have servers, you might have users, it doesn't matter, but the concept is unique. We have a physical server and we are segregating this physical server into multiple virtual machines. Okay, the case is different here. You might say to yourself that I have endpoint security for Windows, why not to install this application on these virtual machines also that are got from this physical server. There is a physical server and we are segregating this physical server into multiple virtual machines using any known vendor. Okay, why not to use Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows on these machines? Okay, we don't need to have another application. The answer is simply no, because there are some specifications and some needs that we need to save for us during securing our machine. It's not only about security, also the performance. We need to care about performance, and we will speak about this in a separate document, why we need to use Kaspersky hybrid cloud for virtualization. We will speak about this shortly. Okay, but before we speak about the solution that we are going to explain here in this course, we need to take a look at our diagram or our giant lab after updating using this solution, which is Kaspersky hybrid cloud for virtualization light agent. As we said before, this is the previous solution. We have here some workstations and we have here also some servers. Okay, and we have an application called Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. This solution is used very much with physical components, whether they are workstations or servers. Okay, and in our solution right now we have a hypervisor. Okay, we have a dedicated physical server consisting of multiple virtual machines. They are consisted, or they are physically separated using a specific application or a specific software called hypervisor. In our case we are using VMware. Okay, so we are separating our physical server using ES6i from VMware. Okay, if I log in here to my ES6i, I'll find that I have some virtual machines I have created on this physical server from IBM. So I have IBM that introduced for me the physical server, and I used VMware ES6i to separate this physical server into multiple machines, as you see right now. Okay, so as we said, we have here the ES6i, which is the hypervisor from VMware. There are some there are some virtual machines, and I need to secure these machines, and I will use Kaspersky for this mission. Okay, so this is the hypervisor containing machines, as we said, and also we have here something called VMware vCenter. vCenter is simply the manager of ES6i. If I have multiple ES6is, and this is the case in production environments, you will have multiple ES6is, and then you need to manage these hypervisors. You're gonna manage these hypervisors using vCenter from VMware. Okay, so our design here, we have here vCenter. Okay, vCenter is used to manage this ES6i, which I installed directly on my IBM server. Okay, so vCenter will go to ES6i to manage it through what we call management network. Okay, so this is the network that I am located in, and this is the one that I open Eve from it. So my Eve is taken 1.59, and my VMware ES6i is taken 1.200, and my vCenter is taken 1.73. Okay, and I connect all of these components via a switch. Okay, and all of these components are directly connected to my Fortinet FortiGate, which is my data center firewall, to secure the traffic from the management center to our components right here. So as we said before, we have here ES6i, and also we have the vCenter and the cloud network to connect all these components together, and they are all connected to FortiGate, and Kaspersky Management Center can contact these components directly through FortiGate. Okay, we didn't speak about anything related to the solution until now. Hybrid Cloud Light Agent, don't be worried. We are now just trying to explain the architecture diagram of our solution. So as we said, we have Kaspersky Management Center. It's connected to Fortinet. It can Fortinet FortiGate. It can reach all these components through Fortinet FortiGate. And during our work, we are going to configure some policies to allow the communication between Kaspersky Management Center and all these components, as we said before. Okay, so this was an introductory to our course. Okay, in the next video and in the upcoming videos, we are going to speak about everything related to this solution and how to configure it, how to make sure that our application is already installed, and how to see the components of this application, because there are multiple components. It's not the case as Kaspersky Endpoint Security. You have network agent and the application, and you just push the application and network agent to the device, and that's it. No, in the next solution or the current solution, we are speaking about different components and something called protection server, integration server. All this will be explained during this course, so keep in mind to follow up with me in the upcoming videos and keep in touch. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So on this video, we are going to discuss how to set up and install VMware vCenter to be able to connect it to our ES6i, because Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Virtualization Light Agent needs this vCenter to be able to contact ES6i that is linked to it. It's not just ES6i that wants to connect to Kaspersky. We need also vCenter to connect to it. Okay, so we have here vCenter, as we said. If I open vCenter, this is the first screen that will appear to me after I bought this vCenter into our Giant Lab. Okay, so this is the first screen. So right now I need to customize some things related to vCenter, so I'm gonna press F2, as it said, customize F2. Okay, so let's click F2. So it will ask me about the password of the root. For the first time, according to you, it will ask you to change the old password, and the old password will be remain free, so you will enter your new password only. So in my case, I have changed the default password, so I will enter my new password one more time. Okay, so right now I have changed the password. I need to go to the second choice, which is configure management network. So I'll press enter. Then I'm gonna change the IP configuration. In the default state, you will find it's using dynamic IP address, and it will pull a specific IP address from the HTTP server that you are configuring in your network. But in my case, I have changed it to static IP address, and then I have put 192.168.173, which is here, and the gateway will be 192.168.1.1. okay, I'm gonna save everything and then get out from here. Let's click enter one more time. It should change all these network components. So if I go here into my browser and search for this IP address, which is here 192.168.1.73, but never forget to use this port, which is 5480. You need to choose this port. So I'm gonna navigate to this IP address 192.168.1.73, and the port is 5480, and let's click OK. So you will be facing this screen from VMware, and it needs you to create a new vCenter server appliance. So as we said, we have here, this is the fresh installer one. So I need to set up a new vCenter server. I'm gonna enter the password of the root one more time here, and then this is the screen to install your vCenter server appliance with embedded PSC. So this is an introductory screen. I'm gonna click next. Then you need to put an IP address and a specific name for your vCenter. So I'm gonna change this and name it Kaspersky Lab. Okay, let's see the error, this error. valid FAQDN. Okay, it needs an IP address or a name or a valid name. So let's choose an IP address. So I'm gonna name it as it shows me the IP address of my vCenter, and this is the default gateway, and DNS is good. Then the NTP server, I'm gonna choose to synchronize time with ESXi host, and then I'm gonna click next. So it's working on my values that I have entered here, and then it will be converted to the next screen, which is the appliance configuration. So let's wait a little bit. Okay, so here is the administrator login, username and password. So I'm gonna choose the domain of my Kaspersky of my vCenter to be vcenter.local as it is, and then the keep in mind this username is different from the this username and password is different from the root and password that we have entered shortly. So I need to create another password for the administrator that I will log in to the GUI of vCenter. Keep in mind, because I have here a GUI for ESXi, and also I have GUI for vCenter. Okay, so we have both GUIs here. Okay, so I'm gonna, as we said, I'm gonna choose a password. I will type the same password, by the way, but you might use different. And then for the site name, I will choose Kaspersky to be the site name, and then click next. Okay, so this is the CEI experience of movement. I'm gonna click next directly, and then we have these configuration will be applied on my vCenter. So I'm gonna click finish, and then OK. So from this point, the installation is going to start, and it will take some time. So I'm gonna pause the video until installation finishes. Installation finished. I will log into my vCenter, okay, with the same IP address, which is here, 192.168.1.173, and then the port will be 443, not the port of the installation. So you have two ports, which is 5480. This is used for the installation process, and 443 is used to connect to the vSphere client itself. Okay, so I will click on vSphere client HTML5 to be able to go to vSphere client, and it will ask you for the username and password. I already entered them, so it was administrator at vsphere.local, which we choose during the installation process, not the root password of the vCenter itself. Keep in mind. Okay, so right here I need to create a new data center. This process will enable me from adding ESXi to our vCenter. So the name will be data center, and the location will be the same IP address of vCenter. Then I will click OK. Inside the center, I need to add a new host related to the ESXi host. So I need to enter the IP address of this host, which is 192.168.200, and the location will be inside data center, and then I will click next. The username and password related to this ESXi must be entered from me. Okay, so root and the password, and then click next. Okay, so it will try to check the connection to the ESXi. So it needs me to verify the certificate of ESXi. I will click OK. Yes, I need to connect to this certificate. Okay, I think I typed the password wrong. Okay, so it will give me the an invalid username and password, and I need to check my username and password. Okay, so let's try again. Click on next. Then okay, so the connection succeeded. I have here ESXi host, which is 192.168.1.200, and then this is information about the virtual machine that are hosted here on this hypervisor. Then I'm gonna click next. Then the license, I will use the evaluation license related to the vSphere. Okay, so I'm gonna choose the evaluation license. Okay, so it's expired. Okay, let's choose this one and then click next. Okay, this is the license agreement. Okay, this is the lockdown mode. Let's click next. I don't need this mode. And then the VMware location will be inside data center. Let's click next and then finish. So right now I am trying to add my ESXi on my vCenter to be able to manage this ESXi through vCenter, and this will enable me also from connecting to Kaspersky Management Center and then use my solution Kaspersky for Virtualization Lite Agent. Okay, so the process finished right now, which is here. Let's expand this data center tab and then going to the our ESXi host, which is here. So right now I'm able to manage my ESXi host through Kaspersky, through VMware vCenter. Keep in mind, because I have this conflict all the way, you have VMware vCenter and you have Kaspersky Management Center. There are two managers right here. Okay, so don't make yourself in a conflict. So this was the process of connecting ESXi host to our VMware vCenter. Okay, to be able to manage it. This was the first need, and also to be able to connect to Kaspersky Management Center to download our components on vCenter using the integration server. We will speak about this in another lab. Okay, so that's it for now, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we are going to take a quick look on Kaspersky Security Center, how to install it, how to configure it. But deeply, if you want deep configuration, you need to subscribe for the previous course of this boot camp, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security and Kaspersky Management Center, to be able to get all the needed information related to Kaspersky Security Center. But in this video we are going to look at Kaspersky Security Center from a higher overview, okay, and see how to install it, how to configure it, what are the main requirements that you need to have on your machine to be able to install Kaspersky Security Center, and also the main tabs consisting Kaspersky Management Center. So here's our machine, which is Kaspersky Security Center, connected to our main data center core switch and then connected to our firewall. And also we need to have some communication rules on this firewall, which is data center firewall, to be able to allow the traffic from Kaspersky Management Center to our components right here related to virtualization, as we said before into the introductory video of this course. So let's open Kaspersky Management Center from here, try to see the main components of this server and how to install it, how to configure it. Let's log in using our normal user. Okay, sorry, we are part of the domain, so we need the username and password of the domain. So this is our server. It's a normally and usually when you configure Kaspersky Management Center, you gonna choose Windows because it's easier and more common. Sorry, but you can use also some versions of Linux. Okay, there are some operating systems you could use to install Kaspersky Management Center on them, but this happened lately on some versions only on Linux operating system, but commonly you would use Windows for this mission. Okay, so this is Kaspersky Security Center as we installed in the previous course, but let's review it again. We have here some files to be able to install Kaspersky Security Center. The first thing that we need to do is to install our SQL database. You need to have a database that Kaspersky Security Center will use to store events, store logs and all this stuff. So you need to have a database on your machine that you will install Kaspersky Security Center, and also you could be able to install Kaspersky Security Center on another machine rather than the SQL database or any kind of database. And as we said before in the last course, you have some compatible databases that are that will fit with Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so in our case we have choose SQL Database Express 2014, and you need to install this database on your machine. And it's so easy to do this process. It's a setup and then next until you reach the end of this installation process to be able to have SQL database installed on your machine. Let's open control panel, check that we have SQL database installed on our machine. We have here SQL database, okay, installed on our machine. So Kaspersky Security Center will be able to use this database during its work. Okay. The second thing that we need to do is to install Kaspersky Security Center. Keep in mind there is a short note here. You will not be able to install SQL Express database unless you have Net Framework 3.5 on your machine. So you need to install this firstly, and then you can install the database on your device. As we said, we can click on Setup, and Setup will take you to another panel. This panel, you can create a new database. So for example, I will click on here after it opened. Okay, until it opens. The next thing, as we said, here we go. So this is SQL Server Installations Center. I will click on here, New SQL Server Standalone Installation. This will take me to the configuration panel. I will click next, and there are multiple options that you can change, but try not to change anything. Keep everything at the recommended state, and then click next, and then finish. This will start to install your SQL database. So here we go. It will take some time, of course. So until it opens, let's speak about Kaspersky Security Center. So after you install SQL database, okay, this will take you to the next step, which is Kaspersky Security Center. Before you install Kaspersky Security Center, you need to download this source file from Kaspersky website. Okay, you could go search on the internet to download Kaspersky Security Center, and once you find the file, you can download it normally, and then you can install Kaspersky Security Center. By double click on it, you will find this panel trying to install Kaspersky Security Center on your machine. We will choose this one, okay, because this will install everything needed. But in case that you have something installed on your machine and you need only to install, for example, Network Agent only or Administration Console only, you can choose this. Also, you can install Exchange Mobile Device Server or anything related to this stuff. But in our case, we need to install everything, so we will choose Install Kaspersky Center. After the extraction finished, this panel has nothing to do anymore. We could close it easily, and then we will go to the next panel to complete our configuration. Okay, so this became useless. We don't need it. We need just this panel to complete our setup. So by clicking next, I will go to the agreement of the license. I need to agree the license, and then for my case, I have Kaspersky Security Center installed on my machine, so the panel will take me to the upgrade process. But the upgrade will never do nothing for me because I have this version currently installed on my machine, so I will not install it. Okay. So in your case, you will find that this is a fresh installer. By clicking next, and then choose the database that you have installed shortly, and then click next, and also choose the authentication way to be the domain admin that you have created, and everything will be very simple and straightforward. Okay, so we will not review all these steps again because we have tackled this in another course here on this channel. Let's click next. Let's click cancel for the database also, and then let's open our Kaspersky Security Center. It's checking all its components and how to use it during our work. So as we said before, if you didn't watch the previous course, you need to watch it to be able to follow up with us on Kaspersky Security Center, because all these components we have tackled, but this is a refresher for those people that didn't purchase our last course or didn't subscribe for our last course and need to go directly for hybrid cloud. So we will speak quickly about Kaspersky Security Center, and then we will start our work for Kaspersky hybrid cloud solution. Okay, so it takes some time to open. Let's go and review our solution one more time. As we said, we have here Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, and we have here a virtual environment. and we need a specific application for it, which is Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Virtualization Especially Light Agent, because it has multiple advantages over Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud Virtualization Agentless. So we choose Kaspersky Light Agent to install in our environment. And as we said, we have here Kaspersky Security Center. We'll be able to contact this environment through the firewall, and we need some communication rules to be installed here on our Fortinet FortiGate, and we will do this in upcoming videos. Okay, so let's check our, yes, it came up for us. So this is Kaspersky Security Center. This is the dashboard that you can use to take you to other panels, other important panels like reports, events, and statistics, and we have tackled all this stuff in the last course, as we said. But for the administration server cast, we have here some panels that help you go through the reports and statistics and reports and all this stuff. Okay, we have here some managed devices. The managed devices are the groups of devices that you can control through Kaspersky Security Center, and you can separate all these groups in separate formats. You have here to have, for example, a group pointing to a location or multiple locations. For example, if you have some branches and you are controlling all these branches through one Kaspersky Security Center, you can separate all these branches by location here in some groups. So in my case, I have lab client one policy to have a policy applied on the client to a machine, which is here, and also a separate policy for controlling a second device here on Windows, for example. Okay, so this is devices and how to manage it, how to separate them into groups. This is very easy. We will see this during our work. And for the mobile device management, this is a separate branch. If you have some mobile device like iOS and Android and you want to manage them, this tab will help you to do so. Okay, we have here device selection. This is related to some reports related to some properties, like for example device with critical states. If I want to open a specific selection for this category, I can open it. We have here some unassigned devices. Unassigned devices, these are the devices that appear in Kaspersky Management Center that don't assign to any group here in managed devices. As we said, we have some groups. Each group will include some devices. So unassigned devices are devices that are not attached to any group to be managed through our policy or tasks. Okay, so Kaspersky Management Center will try to pull every device in the network through multiple ways. Okay, like for example, trying to send ping or ICMP packets to this device, and if this device succeeded to ping to us, this device will appear here because it's not included in any group, so it will be under unassigned devices. Also, we have here some policies. We could create some policies related to the kind of application that we have. In our case, we are going to create a policy for Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud, a light agent, and also the protection server. So under policy, we could create some policies related to our applications. In our case, as we said, we have Hybrid Cloud Security, Virtualization Agent, Light Agent. So we will have two policies. The first policy will be for Light Agent, and the second policy will be for the protection server. We will speak about this at its time. Also, we have some tasks. This is very important. We need to have some tasks that we are creating, whether they are scheduled or manually. Okay, so for example, we have a task that we will run manually when we need to install something on a machine. For example, we need to push an application or install something related to Kaspersky Light Agent. We need to create a separate task for it. And also the task of updating. We need to update all the signature databases or all the modules of the application. We need to use a separate task for this. Also, for example, we need to create a custom virus scan task. We need to create it from here. Okay. Or, for example, trying to change components of applications that are installed on our machine. We could do this from here. Okay. And for Kaspersky licenses, here's the panel that you could add your license here and distribute this license on your machine. But firstly, you need to add your license here under this tab, and then you can use this license on your application, which is protection server, of course, in our case. And then from protection server, you can distribute your license on your machines in your environment. Okay, under advanced you have some user accounts you can add from here. By default you will have administrator related to your domain and also the local administrator. Okay, and also here for the application management, for example, you can be able to collect all the information of applications that are existed on your machines. You could have them here, and for example you have software vulnerabilities. If there are any application or any software that's run on your machine and it's critical or vulnerable to anything, you could have these vulnerabilities here, and afterwards you can install some patches for these vulnerabilities. So Kaspersky Security Center enables you from fixing all these vulnerabilities and getting all the needed patches for this process. Also for the software updates, you can download all the updates that you need for all your applications installed on your machine. So for example here we have Windows 8.1 needing some updates related to this Microsoft Windows, and you can have this updates and push these updates onto your machine easily from this panel. We have here a separate task for remote installation. We could go to under installation package. We have here some package. We will deal with this during the labs, but for now we are speaking about the tabs quickly. So this is not an explaining video. This is just an introductory to Kaspersky Security Center, and as we said before, all these details we have tackled on the previous course. So keep in mind, if you need detailed information, you need to subscribe for the last or for the previous course in Kaspersky Bootcamp. Okay. So as we said, we have here a separate panel called the installation package. From here we could download our package related to our solution. In our example we will speak about Kaspersky virtualization. So if you open view current versions of Kaspersky applications, we could find Kaspersky Security for Virtualization agentless or light agent here, and then we can download it and then could install this agent on our machine. We will do this in next video, of course. Okay, and also data encryption and protection. This is a separate topic about encryption. We didn't speak about encryption yet, but we will in a separate course, and also Kaspersky for Linux. For device discovery, we could find our devices in the domain of our domain, and also from IP ranges. Deleted object related to all the things that have been deleted from the administrator here. And also for the repositories, you could find, for example, backup. Here you will find all the trojans, all the malwares that are existed on your machines. You could find them here, and then you can restore them. For example, if you have investigated them and found out that there are no malicious softwares here, and you could restore these files to our device one more time. And also if there are active threats, you could find them here. All these things are saved here in Kaspersky Security Center, and during your work you will be very familiar with it. There is nothing difficult here. Okay, so this is about Kaspersky Security Center and how to use it, because all upcoming labs will deal with this Security Center. So you need to have an introductory video about Kaspersky Security Center. And again, if you need detailed information, you need to subscribe for the previous course, which was Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows with Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So on this video we are going to install our solution, which is Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud for virtualization. Especially we are going to install Light Agent. Okay, so to install this solution we need to open Kaspersky Security Center, which is here. Inside this Kaspersky Security Center we need to have some files before we begin to install our solution. So there are main files that we need to download from Kaspersky website before we begin in our installation process. So before we download this file, we need to know the exact website that we need to download these files from it. So I'm gonna go to this website. From here I'm gonna search, for example, Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud download.
Okay, so we have here Hybrid Cloud Security product updates. Inside this URL, I'm able to download all the different components related to Hybrid Cloud solution, especially for the virtual, for the light agent. Okay, so inside here, Kaspersky Security for virtualization, we have light agent. There are some components that we need to download. The first thing is something called Kaspersky Security Components Installation Wizard. This file is very important because we will use this file to install integration server and also all the needed applications, which are light agent for Windows and light agent for Linux, and also we could download our SVM server from this wizard. Okay, and we could also download this SVM manually from here. So the first thing that we need to download is this file, which is Kaspersky Security Components Installation Wizard, and also we need to download the package related to SVM for VMware ESXi. As we said, in our environment we are using VMware ESXi, so we need to download this package, which is a normal OVA file related to SVM, which is the protection server. So these files are very important before the installation process. We need to download this file and also this file related to VMware ESXi. All the other files related to the other hypervisor, like for Citrix or for Huawei or for example Hyper-V. Okay, so on our server we have downloaded these files. We have here KSVLA components, which is this file, the first one, and also we have downloaded the SVM machine, which is a normal OVA file. Okay, normally OVA file. So we need both of these files ready on our management center to be able to use them during the installation process. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is simply to install these components, which is KSVLA components. Let's double click on this file. Okay, so it tells me that I need to install .NET framework, which is required for Kaspersky Security for virtualization light agent. So I need to accept and install. So I'm gonna pause the video until the installation finishes. Okay, so once the .NET framework package was successfully installed on our machine, this is the second step of this installation process to install Kaspersky Security for virtualization light agent through KSVLA components. So there are some components that need to be installed on our machine that hosts Kaspersky Security Center, and we can choose between them. So the language should be English. I will accept this language and click next, but before I click next, keep in mind there are other languages you could choose depending on your country. And keep in mind also, during the downloading this file, which is KSVLA components, there are some other language you could download in the package, but in my case I have downloaded these four language only, but in your case you might need to install other language. You could find this package on the website of Kaspersky. So in my case I'm gonna choose this language to be English, and then I'm gonna click next. Then there are three choices right here. The first one is installing the management components. With this choice, we will install the Kaspersky Security Administration plugins, the integration server, and the integration server console. As we said before, the integration server is responsible for connecting my light agents installed on my machine to our SVM machine, which is the protection server. So I'm gonna choose the first choice in our case, but if you choose the second choice in another trial from installing KSVLA components, you can install all the distribution package of Kaspersky Light Agent for Windows and also for Linux. What does this mean? Simply, if you go to Kaspersky Security Center and then you go to Advanced, and under Remote Installation, you will find that you have some installation packages. And as we said in the previous course of Kaspersky Endpoint Security, you can download these packages from the internet through this link, which is View Current Version of Kaspersky Applications, or via the offline method. You will go to Kaspersky website, download your package, and then upload them here into Kaspersky Security Center. But through this KSLV components, you can download all the installation package directly from this console to your Kaspersky Management Center directly. Okay, and also you can download the SVM image from here. Okay, so you are not enforced to go to Kaspersky website and download this SVM as we said before. Okay, you can go to Kaspersky and then download the SVM from the website of Kaspersky. So you can download also the SVM image from this link. So in our case, as we said, we're gonna choose the first choice, which is an install management components, and then I'm gonna click next. Then I must agree on the license of Kaspersky and click next. Then it will review with you what are the main components that must be installed during this process of installation. The first thing, it will install the integration server, which is responsible for the connection between light agents installed on the machines and the SVM component, which is the protection server. And also it will install the integration server console that we are using to open the integration server and configure it and pushing the SVM from it to our VMware vCenter. And also the administration plugin for the light agent for Windows and the administration plugin for Linux and also for the protection server. As we said before in the previous course of Kaspersky Endpoint Security, we have something here called management plugin. It's simply a software that we need to install on the same machine hosting the Kaspersky Security Center to be able to create policies and tasks and deal with the kind of the application. So for example, Endpoint Security for Windows, it has kind of management plugin that must be installed on the Kaspersky Security Center to be able to create a policy and task and deal with the application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security. And it's the same case with Kaspersky for virtualization light agent for Windows. We need a management plugin for this application. We need to install it also on our Kaspersky Security Center. By using the previous choice, we will install everything related to the management plugins for all the application that we are using through this process. So we don't need to go to the management center or through the Kaspersky websites to download the administration plugins. All these softwares will be installed directly among this operation. Okay, and the account that will open the integration server will belong to the KLA admin and also the local administrator group to manage the integrated server. Okay, so let's click next, and then we must wait until the installation finish. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the video not to waste your time, and after the installation finished, I will get back to you. Okay, so once the installation of KSLV components finished, we will find here something appear to Kaspersky Management Center related to Kaspersky Security for Virtualization Light Agent. Okay, so this tab is very important. Through this tab we can open the integration console related to the integration server, and from this window we can push the SVM, which is the protection server, the OVA file that we have downloaded from Kaspersky website recently, to our vCenter from VMware. Okay, so as we said before, we installed this file. Let's review quickly. We have here some files. As we said, the first file is KSVLA components. We have installed this file to install for us the integration server and also the integration console and the management plugin for Kaspersky Virtualization for Light Agent for Windows and also for Linux. What we need to do right now is we need to push the SVM, which is here, the protection server, to our VMware vCenter through the integration server console. So we will click on this link, which is here, Manage Kaspersky Security for Virtualization 5.2 Light Agent. After you click on this link, a new window will be opened for you, which is Integration Server Console. This window enables you to manage SVMs that you have on your system and also to push the SVM to your hypervisor, and in our case we have vCenter from VMware. Okay, so what we need to do right now, before we start to push our SVM management wizard, we need to check that we have Kaspersky installation package are installed or not in our installation packages. So if you open installation packages, we should have that we have Kaspersky for Virtualization Light Agent for Linux and also Kaspersky for Virtualization Light Agent for Windows. These packages
were installed through the second choice of KSL VA components installation. So if you open it one more time, we will find that we have three choices, right? The first choice was for the deployment of integration server and also the management plugin, and the second choice was for installing of the distribution packages related to Kaspersky for Windows, Light Agent for Windows, and also Light Agent for Linux, which is here. So the second choice will install for you all the needed packages on your Kaspersky Security Center. So the next step that we need to do is simply we need to push the SVM, which is the protection server, to our VMware vCenter, which will try to install this SVM on a specific hypervisor ESXi on its data centers. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is to click on here. We have here a tab called Manage SVM. This is the first step. You can run Manage SVM to start pushing SVM to your VMware vCenter. Okay, so we need to firstly to configure a new SVM, right? We don't need to remove or reconfigure an existing SVM. We don't have any SVM installed before, so it's a fresh installing. So we need to deploy a new SVM here from this wizard. So I'm gonna click next, and then I need to check and select our hypervisor. In our case we have VMware vCenter, but in your case you might have other hypervisor, and you could download any documentation from Kaspersky that explains for you how to install this hypervisor related to SVM. But in our case we are using VMware vCenter, so I will choose it, and then I will type the address of the vCenter. Okay, let's double check this address again. We have here vCenter, which is 73. Yeah, okay, so 73. So let's type the IP address 73, and then we have here the administrator account and also the password. In our case we need to write the administrator password of the login to GUI, not the root password of the login to the CLI of vCenter. So we need here to type the administrator at vsphere.local and the password to be the password of this username. So let's type the username, which is administrator at vsphere.local, and the password. Okay, and then click on connect. So it should connect to the vCenter, and then it will list all the existed ESXis inside this vCenter. So the first thing we need to trust the certificate of vCenter, and then let's try to connect to the vCenter right now. Here we go, so it successfully connected to our vCenter from VMware, and if you expanded this vCenter you will find that you have one ESXi engaged into this vCenter, and by choosing this ESXi you can install your SVM on it by choosing this ESXi. Clicking check this ESXi, you can add the SVM or OVA file to this ESXi. So I'm gonna choose the ESXi that I have on vCenter. I don't have anything else, so I'm gonna click next, and then I need to upload the file of the OVA XML file. So as we said, we have downloaded it recently, so we have here the file of SVM inside SVM, which is the protection server. So I need the file with XML format. So when you download the file from Kaspersky website, you will find this file ready for you. So check this file and click open. Then you have here the choice to validate this for VMware vSphere to check that this SVM integrity is good and never change it during the download. So you can validate, or you can skip this validation process and you confirm at your risk that you have accepted that this file is validated and it's good for me. So in my case I will confirm that this file is good and I will not validate it one more time, and then I will click next. Then this is the name of the file, okay, that will be created into ESXi. I can change this file, of course. So let's change this file. Give him svm giant lab, okay, and the data store that will store this svm on the vcenter will be data store 1, which is related to vcenter, okay, and the network name I will choose VM network, which is the main network of my ESXi and also vcenter, because we are dealing with ESXi that are installed into the vCenter. So I'm gonna choose the network that is VM network. It's the same network, by the way, that I install vCenter and also Eve ng and all these components. So I have one network called VM network, so I have chosen this network to be my network for our SVM machine, okay. Then okay, so it can't click next. Why? I think because okay, so I think this is a problem in name. Let's check the name. Okay, so the name is not validated well, so I name it SVM machine, and then I will click next. Then the IP address of this machine will be, I need to choose the IP address for this machine to be 192.168.1.76, okay, and the subnet mask should be 255.255.255.0. Okay, so as we said before, we will give the IP address of this machine to be 192.168.1.76, which is the same subnet of all the components that we are working with, and then the subnet mask will be /24, and the gateway should be 192.168.1.1. okay, let's put the DNS server also to be the Google DNS. You may in your case have an internal DNS related to your environment, so you should put the DNS of your environment here, the local DNS, instead of Google, but in my case I will use Google DNS. And the alternate DNS, also I will put the alternate DNS of Google, okay, and then I will click next. Then this is the connection settings for SVM from Kaspersky Security Center to SVM. How could I connect between both devices? We have here Kaspersky Security Center and the SVM. So SVM will connect to Kaspersky Security Center through these ports, which is 13,000 and also 14,000. So I will put the IP address instead of the FQDM, because of if DNS has some problems or something like this, it doesn't make any problem for me. So I will put the IP address, which is 192.168.10.70, and this is the port that will that SVM will use to connect to my Kaspersky Security Center. And then I will click next. Then let's put the password, the account passwords. We have two accounts, scale config and root account. We need both accounts for managing SVM, and usually put the same password for both, not to be in conflict. Okay. And then if you need to allow the remote SSH via SSH root account, you need to check this from here, so you are able to SSH to your SVM from any remote device. Then click on next. Then this is a quick review for the installation process to your SVM. Then check this and then click on next. Then the installation will start from now, and it will try to install SVM on VMware vCenter. After this installation process finishes, you must see that you have here inside vCenter, okay. If we log into vCenter, after pushing this SVM from Kaspersky Security Center of the integration server to vCenter, we should find that we have here on VMware that we have our machine here among those virtual machines, okay, which is called SVM machine. Okay, so we are going to pause the video until this installation process finished, and then we will get back to you. Okay, so as we see here, the installation finished of SVM. So SVM was successfully pushed to our vCenter from VMware, and we can check this from here. If you go to here to our vCenter, we will find that we have something called SVM machine, and it's already running. Okay, and this VM from Kaspersky, it was pushed successfully from Kaspersky Security Center to our vCenter. Okay, so it's from CentOS 7, 74-bit, and its IP is 192.168.1.76, and we can SSH this virtual machine from any remote device, as we saw in the installation process. So if you go again to our vCenter and to our management center from Kaspersky and click next, so it will tell me that SVM deployment was completed successfully. So click finish and then click close. If you go again to our administration server and open our integration server console, we should find that we have here a list of connected SVM. But because we didn't make any policy related to the protection server, so we will not see the IP address of the SVM, because SVM didn't connect to integration server successfully through the policy. We will see this in next lab. Okay, so right now we need to as we saw, we need to make sure that SVM is successfully installed, okay, as we see in VMware vCenter. And also we should find this machine here under manage devices, or if you didn't find it here, you could go to unassigned devices, and you should see that you have SVM machine. This is the protection server from Kaspersky, which is here called 192.168.1.76. okay, so this is the machine. Again, this is the machine from Kaspersky that we have pushed through integration server from Kaspersky Security Center to our VMware vCenter. This machine, we need to move it to a group under manage devices. We will create a new group, and we will call it SVM machine. Okay, this is the protection server. Okay, so this is the group that we will put our SVM machine under, and then I will click OK. So the machine will be transferred to SVM machine, which is here. Okay, good. So the next thing that we need to do is to create the policy and the tasks that needed for this for this device, or for this application installed on this device. As we said before, we have here installation, under installation package, we have Kaspersky Security for Virtualization Light Agent for Windows, and also Light Agent for Linux. But this is not our case right now. We need to create the needed policy for SVM and also the needed tasks for SVM. But before we do so, we need to activate this application. As we said previously in the previous course, we have a trial license that we need to add here under Kaspersky licenses, and this license will help me activating our application, and also to activate Light Agent installed on our machines. Okay, so that's it for this video, and in the next video we are going to activate our application and also create our needed policy. Thank you very much. See you in the next video. We are going to activate our solution. The first thing that we need to do is to create a task to activate our protection server, which is here, which is the SVM machine. This machine, we need to activate this machine to take a license from our server, which is management server of Kaspersky. Okay, forget about this notification. Databases are outdated. because there are no tasks related to updating the application signature, so this notification appears, but in our case we need to activate our application first. In an upcoming video we are going to create the needed tasks for this application, like database updating, and also if needed we can configure or we can create change application components, and all these tasks will be configured properly in upcoming videos as we need, of course. So let's go here into Kaspersky licenses. We will find that we have three types of licenses. We have first endpoint detection response optimum. This is related to Kaspersky endpoint for Windows, which was the previous course. And we have here Kaspersky total security. This will be compatible with mainly each application except hybrid cloud. For the hybrid cloud security desktop international edition, this is the license that we are going to use. We have downloaded this license from support website of Kaspersky. We can go to this website right now testing this operation. So for example, let's open Edge, because in my case Mozilla Firefox does not support the formula of Kaspersky website for downloading a trial license. So I will go to Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud, okay, trial license, and then click the first link of Microsoft Bing, and then this is the URL of downloading a trial license for virtualization hybrid cloud. Okay, so this is the hybrid cloud, and we're gonna fill this formula from here, and then by clicking submit, a mail will be sent to our mail that we have entered here into this form. The mail that we will enter here will receive a mail from Kaspersky with the trial license key. In our case we are using activation code, not a license file. As we said before in the previous course of endpoint security, we have two types of license: the license file, which is a normal file that you can upload to Kaspersky Security Center, or the activation code. And during the using of activation code, we need an internet connectivity in our Kaspersky Security Center to activate this license. So I have got the license from Kaspersky, and I have uploaded it here, okay, in this panel. This license supports 10 devices, and the expiration date is 7 August 2022. Okay, so let's go to tasks and then click on new task, and under the application of protection server, so as we said before, we have installed the proper management plugins that are used for our applications. We have protection server, and we have light agent for Linux and light agent for Windows. In our case we need to activate our protection server, since license will be distributed through this application or through this SVM to our light agents that are installed on our machine. So the case of activation is related to the protection server, not light agent for Windows. Light agent for Windows will pull license from protection server. So the application or the SVM that I need to activate is the protection server, not the light agent itself. So right here I have the task. It's called application activation. Click on next, then you will find the tab of adding a license key. Click on add, and then choose the license that we have added before, which is related to Kaspersky hybrid cloud solution, and it supports 10 virtual machines related to workstations. Since we have both kinds of license related to hybrid cloud solution, we have license for workstations and we have license for servers. In our case we have added the 10 devices license for our workstations, because in our course we will practice using workstations, not servers. So let's click OK, and then it will review for the components that will work during the server. We have antivirus protection and application startup control for workstations. These components will be available for you by this trial license, and things else will not be activated during your usage of this license. Okay, I'm gonna click next, and then I will choose our SVM machine to be the scope of applying this license, which is here SVM machine, and then I will click next and then next, and then this is the name of the application related to sorry, this is the name of the task related to activation application of SVM-protection server. Then I will click next and finish. So task will be appearing here in my tasks window, which is here, this task. So I need to start this task, so I will click on start and then click on refresh. Okay, start again because it's scheduled. Click refresh again. So it takes some time until it works. So let's click multiple times. Okay. So it's pending. Yeah, so it's completely successful right now. So our SVM machine pulled the license or activated successfully. Okay, but another notification will appear here, which is database are outdated. This is related to a second kind of tasks. We will configure this task in upcoming videos. But right now, we have activated our application. And then the next step, our light agent will pull license directly from SVM machine. Okay, so the license will be activated on the SVM machine, and light agents will pull license from this machine. Okay, so that's it for this video. In this video, we have discussed how to activate our SVM machine through adding a license from Kaspersky Security Center to our SVM machine. Thank you. So in this video, we are going to create another task related to SVM machine. We need to configure a proper task for updating the databases of SVM machine, which is the protection server for hybrid cloud solution. We need always to have the databases of virus signatures and all this stuff are updated properly and consistently from Kaspersky Security Center. So this is done by using a specific task for this application. So let's go to tasks and then click on new task. Then under the Kaspersky Security for Virtualization Light Agent Protection Server, we need to choose Database Update. So this is the task to update all the databases related to Protection Server. And as we said before, the Protection Server is the central device that all the light agents installed on all machines will pull license and pull updates and pull everything from this Protection Server. So this is the core of the protection component, and also for the license distribution and the updating, and all things related to security will be distributed through this server. So we need to update protection server through this task. So I will click next, and then I will choose the scope of this task will be our SVM machine, which is here, and then click on next. And then the task must be scheduled. So in my case, I will make this task to run weekly. On Friday, for example, it will run on 6 p.m. It's okay. And then I will click next. So this task will be called database update. I will add something to be different from other tasks. Database update for protection server SVM. Okay, then I will click next and then click finish. So a new task will be appearing here in this window of tasks, which is database update for the protection server. Keep in mind, we have also another task that must be installed and configured previously, which is download updates to administration server repository. Since this task has existed, all the updates will be downloaded from the internet to our Kaspersky Security Center, and this task will pull updates from Kaspersky Security Center to the repository of SVM machine. And then all these updates will be distributed properly to our light agents installed on machines. Okay, so this task must be existed before I configure this task. So database update protection server, so it's pending until the time comes, but in my case I need to update this SVM machine right now, so I will click on start manually. But scheduled, this task is running, so in the proper time it will run automatically for me. Okay, so it's completed successfully, which is here, updating database. Okay, so let's get back to our SVM machine to check if updates are transferred to our SVM. So right now, if we click refresh, so it takes time to pull these updates or to change the notification center from here to give me that updates are good and there is no critical issues appearing on this machine. Let's click on all tasks and then force synchronization to synchronize the state of the device to management center. Give it its time. So until it synchronizes with my management center, let's configure another task. So if you click on new tasks, trying to search for all the tasks that remained for me, I have used this task, which is application activation and then database update. This task is used to roll back the update that I have done on my SVM machine. But in my case, I don't need to roll back all the updates. Okay, and all the other tasks are related to Kaspersky Security for Virtualization 5.2 Lite Agent for Windows and also Lite Agent for Linux. Okay, so I think we don't have any tasks to be configured on the level of protection server. All the other tasks will be configured on the level of Lite Agent for Windows. Okay, so I should stop the video at this point, and in the next video we are going to see how to configure our devices to have Lite Agent installed on them, and also how to configure policies needed for our applications. So thank you very much for this video and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome again. So in this video we are going to configure a proper policy for our SVM machine. This policy will enable our device, which is SVM, to be able to contact the integration server and also to communicate with Lite agents via encrypted tunnel or via clear tunnel. We will see all these things related to the policy when we configure the policy. So I'm here under SVM machine group that contains our device, which is SVM. Okay, and I will go to policies, and under policies I will configure a new policy, and this policy will be related to protection server application or protection server SVM machine. It's not related to, keep in mind, it's not related to Lite Agent for Windows or Linux. Right now I need to configure a policy related to protection server, which is the SVM machine, the central device that will manage everything related to protection for Lite Agent installed on my machines. So I will click on next, and then this is the name of the policy that will appear here after finishing this wizard. Okay, and then I will click on next. Then I must accept the agreement of Kaspersky Security Network. As we said before, Kaspersky Security Network, it's a cloud service from Kaspersky to give me all the updated signatures for the file that the application has nothing to do with this file. It's an unknown file, so it will ask KSN Network to give him its updates related to this file. Since it's a threat intelligence service from Kaspersky, all the files are stored on this cloud service from all the users all over the world. So this is very good service. We need to accept the agreement of this functionality, so I will click on next, and then I need to update the settings related to the application modules. If there are any updates related to the application modules of SVM, I need to update it using this functionality, and then I will click next. Also, I can monitor the status and settings of SVM using SMP monitor. Let's also enable this functionality and then click on next. Then I need, this is very important, this is the window of activating the communication between the SVM and the integration server. As we said before, integration server is the communication channel between SVM and all the Lite agents. It's one of the ways to configure our Lite agents to communicate with our SVM through what we call integration server. Of course, there are other ways to configure our Lite agents to communicate SVM through directly putting the list of addresses of SVM machines that are existed on my Kaspersky Security Center. But in our case, we will use integration server, and also we gonna show you how to use the direct communication between Lite agents and the SVM. Okay, so let's put the IP address instead of the FAQDN. the CAS server, which is the management server, as 10.70, and the port that I will communicate through is 7271, and then I will click next. Then it will try to go and search for the management center, and then the connection protection. If you need the connection between SVM and light agents to be encrypted, so you need to check this option. And then also, if the encrypted way of communication has failed, you need also to check that if the encrypted way has failed, so it's normally to connect to SVM using an unsecure connection to be cleared. So it's up to you if you need to check this option or not, but in my case I'm gonna choose this option, and then I will click next. Then there are some things called tags. So tags is simply something like a special property that you can put on the light agent to be connected to SVM. So if I put, for example, light agent on a specific machine, this tag, so this tag will enable this light agent to connect to a specific SVM from a group of SVMs. So this happens usually in large environments and large production environments, and also it needs a specific kind of license called enterprise license. So in my case, I will not use connection tags because I have only one SVM, and all the light agents will connect to SVM. And then I will click next, and then this policy must be active policy, and then I will click finish. Okay, so this is our policy. It has been successfully created for me. Let's click refresh. So it has applied to our SVM machine, which is here. So it's successfully applied to my SVM machine. Okay. If we double click on this policy, we will find that we have multiple settings that we have configured during our creation of the policy. So for example, update settings, we have checked that take updates of the application modules, and also the connection protection and the connection tags, and all things related to the policy. Okay. For the state of our SVM machine, I think because I have changed my DNS, so there is a problem in downloading the updates to my Kaspersky Security Center, but it's okay. I will try to solve this problem, and then the state will be fine, and this error will be disappearing. Okay, so that's it for this video, and in the next video we're going to see how to push our light agent to our machines and test how to connect to our SVM and take a license and see the state of the protection. Okay, thank you, and see you in the next video.
Hello and welcome back. So in this video we're going to see how to install light agent on a test machine here inside my ES6i hypervisor. So if we open vCenter, we will find that we have ES6i, which take the IP address of 192.168.1.200. Inside this which is here, of course. Inside this ES6i we have multiple machines. Okay, these machines will have light agent installed on them to be secured through SVM machine, which is here, as we said before and explained in the first section. So I will take this machine, which is called Windows 10 remote. This machine is Windows 10. Okay, I will push my light agent on this machine, and we will see how to connect this light agent to our SVM machine, which is here, through the policy of light agent installed on this Windows 10. But firstly, we need to install light agent on this machine firstly to be able to create a policy and connect this light agent to our SVM machine right here. So the first thing, we need to make sure that our management center here is able to connect to our machine, which is here, which is Windows 10. Okay, so I will open my management center and try to ping to my machine, which is 192.168.1.121, and it successfully pinged our machine, so it can see it. So once the management center can see our machine, I can install network agent and configure things on this machine remotely. So I will go to tasks, and then I will click on new task, and then I need to install application remotely. So we are speaking about Kaspersky Security Center administration server tasks.
So here is the task. It's called install application remotely. So the first thing that I need to install is installing network agent on our machine to open a communication channel between me and the remote machine, which is Windows 10. So I will choose deploy Kaspersky Security Center package, and then this package is network agent, Kaspersky 13.2 network agent. Okay, and then I will click next, and then I don't have any network agent installed on the remote machine, so I will uncheck this option, and I will enter the username and password of this machine, or the administrator, of course, because it will be able to install applications on this machine. So I will click next, and then I will prompt the user if there is any action needed on this machine, and then I will click next, and then after the network agent and installed successfully on this machine, I will move this machine to manage devices. Then I will click next, and inside the selected network device, I'm gonna add the IP address of my machine that I want to install network agent on it, which is 192.168.1.121. And then I will click OK, and then next. Then there is account need to be required because I don't have any network agent installed on this machine, so I need to enter the administrator of this machine. In my case, it's Ashraf, and then the password is password complex. Okay, and then I will click OK. Then click on next. Then click on next, and then the task will be install application remotely network agent. I think this task is already here. I don't have to create it from beginning. So let's double check. Instead of creating the task, I think I have this tasks created for me. Let's check on it. Okay, I have install application remotely, but this application, I think it's not network agent. It's related to the endpoint security. So okay, so let's create it one more time. Install application remotely, and then choose the package, which is network agent, and then next. And then I will not use network agent, and then prompt the user, and then move the application to the managed group, and then ID IP address, which is 192.168.1.121, and then OK, and then next, and then account required. Okay, and then click OK, and then next, and then next, and then let's rename this task to be the application is called network agent, and then next, and then finish. So after creating this task, it will appear here under my tasks window. This is the task. Okay, network agent. So I need to push the task and make it begins. Okay, so here is my task, which is here. So it failed. Let's check the error. The client is blocked. Okay, so the account, I think it refused the account that I have entered. So let's check the administrator on this machine. Let's open control panel, and then let's go to users. Okay, let's check my account. Okay, so Ashraf is an administrator. Let's check all the accounts. I don't have any account except to this. So this is the local account and the password. Okay, let's double check on our side on Kaspersky Security Center that maybe I entered a wrong password. Let's check. So the account. Okay, let's delete this account. Configure it one more time. Okay. Password complex. Okay, and then click on apply and OK, and start the task one more time. Okay, let's check. It's also refused, so the admin is not available for the following accounts. The same error. Yes, because it's trying to log in via the test domain, because this device is not test. Okay, it's a local account, so this is the problem. So let's get the PC name and change the domain of logging. So let's get the PC name. Okay, so let's go to desktop icons, and then let's show the computer. Let's click on apply and OK, and then let's go to our computer and then properties, and the name should be desktop 4D. Okay, so I will not be able to copy the. Okay, let's click on change the settings and click on change. Let's see if I can copy from the window of the browser, and let's check here. Let's go to the account and then let's open that account and click on okay, so I can't paste here, so I must copy it manually. Okay, so let's copy it manually from here. So desktop, let's create it one more time. Sorry for the corrupting of the video. So let's type desktop, okay, and then dash 4D8J48D. Okay, this is the name of the PC, and then backslash Ashraf, and then click on OK. Click apply and then OK, and let's start the task one more time and let's check the result. Okay, so also error. Let's check the error. Also the account is not available. I think the name, it has something. Okay, let's see the name. 4D8J489. For the AG489. Okay, it's the same name, but I think there is a problem in the domain, so let's create a new user here. Okay, instead of creating a new user, let's see if we have the administrator of the local accounts. Let's click on manage and then let's open local user and then users, and we have administrator here. Let's set a new password for this administrator. Okay, okay, there is a problem in writing, so okay, and then let's go to properties of this user and then make the account enabled and then click OK. Let's try again with another user, which is the administrator. Let's see the domain name. I think the problem is in the domain, so let's put another user, which is administrator. Then click on OK and then apply and OK. Click on start. I think it will give me an error also because it's the same error, which is the domain. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so it succeeded now. So once I put the administrator of the local account, it became active for me and the tasks already run for me, so it's okay. So after the task finished on my PC, so the network agent will be installed on my remote PC, which is here. After the network agent is successfully installed here, I need to push my light agent of Windows, and once the light agent is successfully installed, I need to create a policy for this application to be able to communicate with my SVM. Okay, so let's wait until this task finishes. I think it will not take time, so I will not pause the video. Okay, so it's successfully installed, which is here, network agent. If I open my machine once more and then I check control panel and then go to programs, I must find that I have network agent installed on my PC, which is here. Okay, so I have network agent pushed successfully from Kaspersky Security Center to my machine. The next step is to push my light agent. So I will click on new task, and then also I have a task related to administration server. So I need to create or install application remotely. Click on next, and then this application is among Kaspersky Security Center package. This is the application that I want to push to my Windows machine, and then I will click on next. And then if you need to install network agent together with this application in one shot, you can do so, but in our case we have installed network agent at the previous step, so I will not check this option here because I have installed already network agent on my PC. And then I will click on next, and then I'm gonna use network agent since it's installed on my machine, so I will keep this choice. Then I will click next, and then I will prompt the user for an action. If the application needs to restart your PC or something, it will pop up a message for the user to take an action related to this event that will happen on the user's machine. And then I will click on next, and then I will choose the PC. I must see this PC here. Okay, so it's not here. It must be here, I think. Okay, let's check our PC because I have installed my network agent, and among the choices I have told the Kaspersky Security Center to transfer the PC to the managed devices. So I wonder why my PC is not shown here in managed devices. There is only CAS. Okay, let's check unassigned devices. Let's click on refresh. Okay, so let's search for this PC. Let's click on search and let's type the IP address, which is 192.168.1.121. Okay, there is nothing related to this PC. However, I have installed network agent on this PC, but it doesn't show anything related to this PC. So let's check settings of this PC. Let's try to ping our management server from here. I think because the gateway of this server, it's something else related to my gateway of the home, which is 192.168.1.1. The gateway of this machine must be 192.168.1.74, which is the 40 gate, to be able to reach my Kaspersky Security Center. So I think this is the problem. So let's open our machine one more time, and let's go to network settings. Let's open control panel, and then go to network and internet. Then open network and sharing center. Then if you go to our adapter, which is network, and then let's check the settings of this Ethernet. Click on properties, and then you will find that you have the gateway is related to 192.168.1.1, and this is wrong because if I try to ping from this PC to my management center, I will not be able to do so because on my router I didn't put any routes to my 40 gate to be able to reach my Kaspersky Security Center. So let's ping to our management center, which 192. Okay, because typing is very hard here for this window, so it will take time. 192.168.10.70. Okay, so it will not be able to ping my management center since my router doesn't know anything about this PC since it's behind the Fortinet. Okay, so I must change the gateway on this machine to be 192.168.1.74, which is related to our 40 gate. Then click on OK, and then OK, then close. So let's click on yes, and if I try to ping again, unfortunately I turned off my CMD. Let's open it one more time, and let's try to ping to my management center one more time. Okay, 70. So right now I'm able to ping my machine, which is Kaspersky Security Center. I think it will take time until it gets this PC, because after 15 minutes it will try to check all the devices around, try to send ICMP packets, and the device that will respond, it will store this device under unassigned devices. So I think it will take some time. Let's check manage devices one more time. So it will take some time, okay, until the device appear here. Okay, so until this happened, I need to check my updates. So updates had successfully installed. Let's check our database update on SVM. Let's click on start one more time. Okay, also give me pending. It should start, by the way, because I have downloaded my updates here to my repository of the administration server, so this task should be run successfully, but I don't know why it's not starting. Okay, let's give it some time. Let's see our managed devices, if our PC appeared or not. I think it will take time, but we can make this happen quickly if we uninstall network agent from the PC and reinstall it one more time. Okay, so I will go to my machine, which is here, and then I will delete the network agent and install it one more time. This will make the process happen faster. So let's open programs, and then programs and features, and then let's go under network agent. And then let's uninstall this application and reinstall it one more time. Okay, let's click on finish, and then let's get back to our management server and then re-initiate this task one more time. Click on start. It will start to put the network agent in our device and must be appearing here under managed devices. I think there is a problem in this task. Let's delete it and create it one more time for the protection server updating databases and run it manually. Okay, so let's go under protection server, click on database update, and then let's choose our device, which is under SVM machine. Click on next, and then click on next, database update. Okay, let's check. Yeah, manually, I need it to be manually, and then click on finish. So this is the database update task related to Kaspersky Lite agent. Let's click on start. Must run, by the way. Yeah, it's running. Also give you scheduled. I don't know what's the problem here. Side protection server. Okay. Okay, so the task ran successfully. I think I should see network agent reinstalled again and send all the ICMP packets to our management center. So if I open manage devices one more time, okay, device didn't appear also. Let's search for this PC. Okay, I think it will take some time also. Let's manually pull all these devices in device range. So, okay, so let's spot a specific range, a new range related to this range, which is here, which is 192.168.1.0/24. I didn't put this range, but let's create it. Let's add it, which is 192.168.1.0, and the subnet mask should be 255.255.255.0, and then click OK, invalid name. Okay, so this is users cloud, and then click OK, and then click OK. Okay, this is our new user zone. Okay, let's start polling. Go to IP ranges and then poll now. Let's configure the polling. Poll now. Click on OK. It should try to poll, and I think the user must be appearing here. Okay, give it its time, because it will take some time until this finish. Yeah, and the update also became completed for databases of SVM machine. So I'm gonna pause the video until Kaspersky Security Center succeeds to contact our device, which is here. Okay, to be able to see this device, it will take some time, as we said before. And the updating completed successfully. Okay, so after the Kaspersky Security Center succeeds to get our machine, we will complete our installing process. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we are going to see how to install our Lite agent on our machine. As we said previously, we have installed network agent, but we didn't find our PC. But right now, until searching complete, we should have our device here, okay, which is desktop 48J49489. okay, have network agent installed successfully from the previous video. So the needed task right now is to install Lite agent after installing network agent. So we will go to tasks, and then let's create a new task, and then this task is related to Kaspersky Security Center administration server, and then I will click on install application remotely. Then I need to choose the package related to Kaspersky Security Center. It's called Kaspersky Security for Virtualization 5.2 Lite agent for Windows. Then I will click next, and then I have install network agent. Install network agent is already installed on our PC, so there is no need to choose this option. This option, as we said before, it enables you from installing network agent and Lite agent in one shot, but in our case we have network agent installed successfully in our PC, so there is no need to choose this option. Then I will click next, and then I will force the installation package using network agents, since I have network agent installed on my machine. Then I will click next. Then I will prompt the user for an action. If the application needs an action to be taken on the PC, I shall prompt the user to accept this action. Then I will click next, and then I will pick up my PC, which is here under manage devices, okay? And then I will click next, and then there is no account needed since network agent is installed on our machine, so I don't need to configure any account. And then I will click next, and then I will click next, and then this task should be named install application remotely light agent. In our case, we have this task pre-configured previously, so there is no need to create it one more time. I have here, this is the task, light agent for Windows. Let's check its components, and then I will restart it again. So we have here devices, our PC, and the account, we don't have any account, and the okay, and then I will click on OK, and then I will start our task, which is here. So let's click on start, and then until the installation finishes, I will get back to you once the installation finished. Okay, so after the task is completed, we will have our PC here under manage devices. Already have light agent installed on it, which is here, okay, but it will tell me that the protection is disabled and there is no connection to SVM. Since there is no connection to SVM, so the protection will be disabled, of course. So we need kind of policy to be applied on this PC to be able to contact the SVM and take all the protection components from SVM. Okay, but before we do so, we need to create a new group under manage devices. Okay, this group should contain all devices with light agent, so we will name it light agent. Okay, machines. Inside this machines, we should transfer our PC from manage devices to this group, which is LA machines. Okay, so let's move this group. Okay, so okay, there is no tab for moving, so it's strange. So let's take it, drag and drop to LA machines. Okay, so under LA machines, we have our device, which is here, desktop 4D. Okay, so right now we need to create a policy for connecting our device to our SVM machine. So under policy, we should create a new policy. This policy is related to Kaspersky Security for Virtualization 5.2 Light Agent for Windows. Then click on next, and then this is the name of the policy. Then click on next, and then there is no configuration file. I will configure everything manually. I need to enable also the application control and also system integrity monitoring. All features must be enabled. This is the recommended way, and then click on next. Then all the protection settings, this was for the control settings, and this for the protection settings. All protection components must be at the default state, and then I will click on next. Then this is very important. You are telling your machines that have light agent installed on them what is the IP of the integration server that will be used to connect to SVM, or you can also choose the next choice to add the SVM addresses manually. We will see both cases, but at the first case we need to check use a custom LSE of SVM addresses. Under vCenter, we should see that SVM machine takes the IP address of 192.168.1.76. So we will put this choice, which is here, add custom list of SVM addresses, and then let's put the IP address of the SVM machine, which is 1.76. Okay, 1.76, and then click on OK, and then click on next. Then keep everything at the default. This is exclusion of the scanning and the protection. For example, Kaspersky for light agent will not scan Microsoft Windows exclusion, which are related to system components, and also use the recommended exclusion for desktop operating system and also for server. So keep everything at the default. There is no need to change anything here, and then click on next. Then these are settings that could be changed later on the policy itself, so we will not configure anything and change anything here in this panel. We will keep everything at the recommended way, and then on the section of configuring the policy, we will try to see every component of this policy for this application. And then I will click on next, and then you might here protect your application via password, so the user will not be able to get out from the application or anything. Let's configure this. So KLadmin and the password, I will configure it of this username, and then all operations like the you could select the operations like the server that the user will not be able to exit the application or enable protection components, or for example disable protection components, or you could choose all operations will not be allowed except the user entered the password KLadmin and also the username KLadmin and also the password of this user. Okay, so I will keep it at the all operation, then I will click next. Then this policy must be active, and then I will click finish. So once the policy is created, it should affect this PC. Let's click on refresh. So this policy affected our PC successfully. So it will take some time until the connection happens between the light agent and our SVM machine. So let's get back to our machine, which is here. Let's click refresh. Let's go to our device. Let's open our application. Okay, so this is the interface of light agent. It's completely different from endpoint security for Windows. Okay, so I think here the connection happened. If you go to settings, you will find that your connection to SVM, it's already done by the policy, which here is the IP address. As we said, we put this IP address on the policy of light agent. Let's check the license, and also it pulled the license from SVM since it's connected successfully to SVM. So it took a license from SVM since we have activated our SVM through a license. So it pulled successfully a license from SVM, which is the same license that we have bought on the SVM. And also if you go to protection and control, you will have all the protection is enabled, and the device control also enabled, and web control. Okay, and also the tasks that we didn't configure any tasks, so we'll see this in the future. But right now we have a license, we have connection successfully to our SVM, and the protection is enabled. We will test also this application through some viruses and some trojans in upcoming videos. But right now we have our Kaspersky is good and it's working fine. If you open again, you will not find any notification or any warning related to Kaspersky, since everything is okay and fine. If you get back to our management center and click refresh here, okay, so there are some notifications disappeared, but there is something here tells me that the license expired. Let's go to license, check its date. So this is the license that we are speaking about. I think it will take some time, but right now it took 2 devices from the license, one for SVM and one for our machine, so it's okay. And the expiration date is 7 August. I think it will take time until it's synchronized with our machine. So this error is a fake error, it's not real, because I took license and the expiration date is 7 August 2022. Okay, let's check our PC one more time. I will not find any notification. Everything is okay, everything is good, but it will take time until it's synchronized with our machine, so our Kaspersky Security Center. So here you will have that license as effect from 6th of July 2022 until 8th of August, until 7th of August 2022. Okay, so this is the expiration date. So it's good and it's working, and also the application is working fine. If you open again our management center, I think it will take some time until it's synchronized with the device. Let's synchronize our device one more time for synchronization. Okay, so forget about this error, it will disappear. Okay, but right now we need to make sure that we have a task for scanning and also to configure the policy of this machine, which is here. Okay, if you click on policy, and this is the policy, we have here multiple components. They are same like endpoint security for Windows, except the encryption. There is no encryption in this application, but all things are nearly like endpoint security for Windows. We will discuss them quickly in upcoming sections, and we will see how Light Agent will defend against some malwares and trojans related to Kaspersky Light Agent. Okay, so that's it for this video, and in the next video we are going to configure our policy and configure the proper tasks and see how Kaspersky Light Agent will defend against some malwares and trojans. Thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we are going to see how to configure the scanning task, the virus scanning task on the Light Agent level, and also how to configure the needed policy for securing our application on our virtual machines. Okay, so let's open Kaspersky Security Center. I'm here on the tasks panel. I will click on new task, and then I have here very important task that I need to configure on the level of Kaspersky Light Agent for Windows. All the above tasks are depending on the user needs. So for example, if the user needs to check the system integrity check, if there is anything changed on the system, it can be defined here under this task, which is system integrity check. If the user wants to know everything is installed on the user's machine, so it can be known from this task, inventory. Or if the user needs to change the application components of the Light Agent, if you go here under the installation packages, and then if you open the Light Agent for Windows, you have multiple components of this application. Okay, so if the user wants to change any of these applications on the level of the Light Agent, it could be changed through this task. Okay, so for example, if the user wants, for example, to enable system watcher on the server operating system, it could be changed through this task, which is change application components. So it depends on the user needs, but in our case we need a very important policy to schedule a virus scan task on the machine that contains Light Agent. So I will click on virus scan task, and then I click next. Then the scan scope will be all these partitions, and I could add also all the network drives, but it's not important. I need to scan my PC only. Okay, and all the removable drives, all the disk boot sectors, okay, and all the running processes and startup objects. All the recommended settings are chosen here, so there is no need to change anything or add anything. But it's up to you. If you want to also add the network drives on the scan scope, you could do so. But in my case, I will keep everything on the default, and then I will click next. Then the scan action, the action will be automatically depending on the recommended setting, which is disinfect and delete if this infection fails. This is the best choice, so it will be selected automatically from Kaspersky. And then there is a way of scanning also called or an action called advanced disinfection if the a normal disinfection failed, so it could run scan advanced disinfection, but there is a warning here: when active threats are detected, the advanced disinfection procedure started without prompting the user for confirmation. The protected virtual machine may be restarted when the process is complete, because this is very advanced, and the normal way of disinfection, if it fails, it will go to the advanced disinfection immediately. So I will keep this choice. It's very important for the advanced threats or the active threats. Okay. And the run mode, suspend schedule scan when the protected virtual machine is unlocked. Okay, share resources with other applications. So if needed, you can check both settings, but I will keep everything at the default way, and then I will click next. Then I need to select the scope of the device that I will run this task on. So in my case, I will choose the Light Agent machines, which contain all the machines that have Light Agent installed on them. Okay, then I will click next, and the default account will be the administrator, that one that will run this task. And then I will click next, and keep in mind this task must be scheduled because I need to run the scan all the time, so I need to run a schedule for this task to be run automatically. So for example, I will run this task weekly, okay, on Sunday, and the time will be 6 p.m. It's up to you if you want to change this time. Of course, it's up to you according to the time that all devices are not overwhelmed with all the applications run, or the employees in your organization is working. So you need to make sure that so you need to make sure that this time is free from users that are using their PCs, okay, because it's preferable if you run this scan on the time that users are not using their PCs much. Okay, so I will click on next, and then the name of the task will be virus scan, okay, for Light Agent. Then I will click on next, then click on finish, and then the virus scan for the Light Agent I will click on start, so it will start immediately, but it's scheduled also, so at the time that it's working under, it will work automatically in the time that I configure in the schedule properties. Okay, so this is the scanning task. The second thing that we need to take a look at is the policies. I need to configure a proper policy for our application here, which is Light Agent. Keep in mind, as we said before, we have a separate policy for Light Agent, and also we have a separate policy for the SVM machine. So I configured the policy for SVM in the last section, but in this section I need to configure another policy for Light Agent. This policy deals with the protection components and also the control components and the general settings for the application itself, not for the connection or for the also for the connection of the integration server and the SVM machine, but mainly the policy for SVM machine, it depends on the connection to the integration server and things like this. Let's double check the policy of the SVM. If you double click on the policy, you will find that you have some event configuration. If you click on general, previously in the course of Kaspersky Endpoint Security, we have spoken about all these options related to the inheritance settings from the parent policy and things like this during the KSC course. But here, if you click on event configuration, you will find that you have some critical and functional failure and warning and info. These are the notifications that you could configure to be appear to you in Kaspersky Security Center or not. So for example, if you want the critical events, like for example, the license has expired, if you want this not to be shown to you on the events notification, you could uncheck this one, so it will not appear to you on the Kaspersky Security Center. If you click on settings, you will find that it's using the administration server. If you, for example, wants to send this notification via mail or anything like this, you could configure here from the events configuration. Also, you will find this tab on the policy of the Light Agent also, but I'm here on the policy of SVM. Also, for the Kaspersky Security Network, I need SVM to be able to contact KSN, not the Light Agent. So you will find this option here in the policy of SVM. So it's recommended, of course, to keep this choice active for the policy of SVM to ask KSN for unknown files and web addresses, because KSN is a cloud service from Kaspersky that contains everything related to unknown files and web addresses that are shared all over the world. And keep in mind, you need to accept the license. We have accepted this license during the installation of the policy. And for the update settings, you need to update the application modules consistently from the Kaspersky Security Center once it downloads all the updates to its repository. Okay, and also the SMP monitoring setting, as we configured the policy before, you need to enable the SMP monitoring for the states of SVM. So if any failure or any disconnection happened to the SVM, Kaspersky Security Center must know about these events. Okay, then we have settings for connecting SVM to the integration server. This is very important. I need to put the IP address or the FAQDN of the integration server on the policy of SVM to be able to contact integration server with SVM policy. And as we said before, if you go to the integration server, if I click OK, and then I will go to my administration server under the console of the integration server. Once I make this policy active, I will find that the integration server contains the list of the SVM. Before this policy is active, you will not find this this SVM contained here under the integration server, because integration server is not able to contact the SVM. But once the policy is active on the level of the SVM, SVM appeared here under the integration server console. So let's get back to our policy on the SVM policy. And so we have spoken about the connection settings for SVM to the integration server, and then the connection protection. I can encrypt the data channel between light agent and SVM, and also on the level of the light agent I can enable this choice. I need to enable this choice on both policies to encrypt the traffic between light agent and SVM. So in case anybody tries to sniff the data between light agent and SVM, he will not be able to see anything, since the communication between both devices are as encrypted. Okay, and this choice is for if the non-secure connection failed, so allow this traffic in a clear text. You could select this choice also if you need. Okay, and then we have something called connection tags. Also, we have talked about this tab, which is connection tags. This happens in large environments where you have multiple SVMs and you want a specific light agent to be able to contact a specific SVM. This will happen through connection tags. So I will give the light agent a specific tags. These tags will be able to communicate with a specific SVM only. Okay, and this will work under an enterprise license, as we said before also. Okay, so this is the policy related to SVM machine, but this is not our case. We need to configure a policy for light agent, which is related to the protection components and control components and all these things. So we have here a policy for the light agent. I will open this policy, and then I'll try to configure everything related to this policy. Keep in mind, these options are very similar to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. This application we have spoken about in the last course, Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So all these options are similar to options that we have spoken in Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So we will not take a long time speaking about these options, because if you want to know everything related to these options, you can subscribe for the previous course. Okay, because as we said, Kaspersky is a series of courses that you need to be familiar with each application and how it works, because they are very similar to each others. So here we go. We have, for example, the general settings. As we said, we have here active policy. You can make it inactive, but in our case it's active. And also inheritance, we have spoken about the inheritance and the policy. For example, there is a parent policy and a child policy, and the child policy is inheriting everything from the parent. We have spoken about this in the last course. Then we have event configuration. It's the same case as we saw in the SVM policy. The same concept here. We can configure the notification that appear to the admin on the Kaspersky Security Center, or is the local interface of the application itself on the machine. You can configure all the events that might appear to the admin user. Okay. Then we have the antivirus protection. Okay, and endpoint control. We'll speak about it. So we have here multiple things related to the protection. The first tab is general protection settings. This tab is a general protection settings. It's not related to a specific component. Okay, so it describes the higher level of protection and how it works on the light agent. So for example, I will start Kaspersky light agent once the virtual machine is powered on. You can choose this one or not, but it's recommended to choose it. Keep in mind, we said in Kaspersky Security Center, these choices or these configuration are made by Kaspersky experts, so it's not recommended to change anything related to this area, which is the protection component. You can change few things here under the endpoint control depending on your needs, but for the protection component, it's not recommended to change anything unless you are familiar enough with what you are doing. Okay. So here under general protection, as we said, you can start Kaspersky for virtualization when the virtual machine is powered on. Also, you can enable the advanced disinfection technology. This option is very useful when there are some malwares or attacks that are very advanced and the normal protection technologies are not able to detect and disinfect from this attack. So this feature will enable Kaspersky from detecting all the advanced attacks. You can check this if you need, okay? And this is the scope of detecting the objects. So what kind of objects Kaspersky Light Agent will be able to detect? So also by default it chooses malicious tools and the adware and also the auto dialers and backed files and multi-backed files. All these things are chosen by default, so don't change anything. And then the exclusions of the scanning process and the trusted applications. We have here ready trusted applications for us related to the trusted applications that have, for example, digital signature and known by all over the world. So they are trusted and no need for scanning these applications. And scanning might harm these applications and stopping these applications from working properly. So it's recommended to make these applications trusted. And also there are multiple exclusions here related to the Windows itself. For example, we have here program files for the Windows. So there is Microsoft Configuration Managers, and all these stuff are related to the operating system itself. So they are excluded from the scanning process because there is no doubt about these applications. They are completely safe and there is no need to scan these files, and also not to harm these files and stopping them from working properly. Okay. Then we have here file antivirus. Okay, this is the first component of protection. This component is working against files. So if there are any files that are malware or are considered malicious, they will be disinfected and deleted according to the automatic action from Kaspersky experts. Okay, and it's on the recommended way, so don't change anything. Again, don't change anything unless you are familiar with what you are doing. Okay, so for the general tab, it's working under the files scanned by format, and the scan scope is, or the protection scope is, all removable drives, all hard drives, and all network drives. And the performance it will work via something called heuristic analysis with a light scan option, and it will scan all the embedded OLE objects in the Microsoft Word files and also PDFs and things like this. Okay, and then under the additional, it will work for the scan under smart mode, so it will not work directly on access and modification of the file itself, but a smart mode is more advanced and professional, so Kaspersky work with this mode, and iSwift technology will be very careful to make the scanning process very fast, not to waste time and not to overwhelm the resources of your PC. Okay. Then you can also pause the protection by schedule at a specific time. Don't make any, just make this component is useless, and file antivirus protection component will not work, for example, at this time, but it's not recommended, of course. Then we have mail antivirus. The same idea here. You will need to secure the mail traffic. So here you are securing the files. Here you are securing the mail traffic. So anything comes through the mail will be inspected and scanned carefully, and if there is any malicious object or any malware or attack, will be disinfected and blocked according to the action of Kaspersky. Then we have web antivirus, also the third gate of protection to protect all the web traffic that will go through the internet. Okay, the same idea here. Then we have firewall of this light agent, and by default all the trusted, we have here categories related to the applications. So for example, trusted applications will be able to contact multiple components of the system related to the type of the application. Related to the type of the application, there are specific rules that will be configured under network packet rules. So for example, trusted applications or trusted network, trusted applications will be able to do whatever it wants in the trusted network. Okay, we have spoken very much about firewall in the previous course, so I will not repeat everything here. But by default, keep everything at the recommended way. Okay, again, don't change anything unless you are familiar enough with what you are doing. Also, we have network attack blocker related to the protection from any attack or any exploit that comes through the network. for anything that comes through the network. If it's malicious or exploit, will be blocked through this component. You can also create some exclusion for any address that you consider this address as safe, so you can put the IP address of this machine that you consider this safe and never scan this IP address here. We have also system watcher. Is this related to monitoring the activity of the application, and if there is any exploit or any trial from an application to exploit your machine, it will be blocked. And also it could roll back from the malware actions, like for example if a malware try to encrypt your files, from this component Kaspersky can roll back from this action from the malware. Okay, we have here AMSI protection. This is related to Microsoft applications and third-party applications to scan all the objects inside these files, for example OLE objects. So I will scan all the embedded files to be able to detect if this file is trying to put any malicious OLE objects or anything malicious on my PC. Okay, then we have here, this is very important, related to the connection to SVM. But before this, we will take a quick look on the endpoint control. Here on application startup control, here I am able to define some applications that will never start on my PC. So for example, I will need this type of application not starting on my PC. I can put here in the deny list of application, and by default the allow list will be operating system and its component and virtualization applications. This will be allowed by default, and also all the applications will be allowed unless you have entered here some applications to be denied. We have here application privilege control. This is the protection component or the endpoint control component that will give some privileges to the application to do, for example, access the operating system processes and objects. You can control also these rules from this tabs. Okay, we have here something called device control. Under device control, you can control what are the main preferables that can be connected to your PC or not. So for example, I can control if the printers can connect to my PC or not. For example, if I need to block the printers from connecting, I can here say block, so printers will be blocked from connecting to my PC. For example, removable drives, I can also block this device from connecting to my PC. Okay, and then I have web control. For example, I want to block a specific category for example video or audio or anything. I can block this category by content category. So I need, for example, block the sound data or video or social media. Sorry, if I go to content category, and then I need to, for example, block, for example, weapons, gambling, or internet communication, anything from this type, I can block here by using the category-based blocking way. Okay, and also I have system integrity monitoring. If I want to check the integrity of the system, if there is anything changed or anything edited from a virus or a malware, I can do it from this tab. Okay, then I have here connection to SVM. This is a new tab appeared on Light Agent. You will not find this tab in Kaspersky Endpoint Security because simply there is nothing there called SVM. SVM has existed only on the level of the Light Agent and the hybrid cloud virtualization solution. So as we configured previously under SVM discovery setting, I will put the IP address of the SVM. I can use the integration server, but I need to declare the integration server in the next panel here about the IP address or the FAQ of the integration server. But in my case, I will use the IP address of the SVM machine. Also, the connection tags or the connection tag mean if I need to give a specific tags for the Light Agent to be able to connect specific Light Agent to a specific SVM, and this happens also in large deployments and very big environments. And the SVM selection algorithm is also used, or the advanced mode is used in the very large environment that uses multiple SVMs, and this controls the way of connecting to the SVM. Okay, we have then the connection protection. Here is the option of encrypted data between Light Agent and SVM. Then you need to check this option here and also on the level of the SVM policy. Okay, then we have some other settings related to network traffic monitoring. this to scan the secure connections. If you have an HTTPS, for example, traffic on the user, and you want to inspect and scan this traffic, you must check this option here. Okay. Manage detection and response related to the MDR. This is out of the scope. And we have advanced text. This is related to, for example, enable self-defense. So if there is any trial from the attacker or the malware or the virus to uninstall our light agent from the PC, so the light agent will defend itself. It will try to not to make the attacker or the malware uninstall our application from the operating system. Okay, so this is very important choice here also. Okay, and here we can action on removable drive. It's recommended also to make a quick scan automatically for the removable drive. Then we have some, these are the settings of the reports. How long I leave or how long I store our reports on the light agent repository and things like that. This is related to the interface itself of our application on the client machine. So as we said, I went on these panels very quickly because, as we said before, we have talked a little bit about, we have talked very much about these options in the course of Kaspersky Endpoint Security because they are very similar. So if you need to learn more about these tabs, you need to go to the previous course and see what we have talked about. Okay, so I think that's it for this course, for this video. Okay, and then in the next video we are going to test how light agent and how SVM component will protect our machine from target attacks or from some trojans that we will create from Kali Linux attacker. Okay, we will have some trojans and some malwares that we will create, some payload on the Kali Linux, and we will see how light agent will be able to detect these attacks and block them. And also we will test the very known virus from Eker virus and how Kaspersky light agent will be able to successfully detect this virus and also the trojans that we will create from Kali Linux. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we will test light agent against some trojans created by Kali Linux. So we have here Kali Linux. Okay, in the previous course we have created some payloads using Kali Linux. Okay, we have, for example, created a payload that when it's executed on the victim, a reverse shell will be opened on Kali Linux, so attacker will be able to do whatever it wants on the user's victim machine. Okay, so if we open Kali Linux here, let's log in. Okay, we use the tool called Metasploit to create our payload. Okay, so inside var and then www and html, which is the web server of Kali Linux, we have multiple payloads here. Okay, we have two kind of payloads, and we need to test light agent against those payloads. The first payload, for example, is cast.exe. This is a normal payload that we have created using Metasploit. This payload will enable the attacker of Kali Linux to open a reverse shell to Kali Linux from the victim, so it can do whatever it wants on the victim's machine. Okay, and there is another kind of payload which is called WRAR 520. This is a normal application which is WinRAR. Okay, but inside this application we have attached the payload. Okay, also done using Metasploit tool. This payload is inside the normal application, and also we need to see if light agent will be able to detect this application that's malicious and it's not normal application. Okay, so I'm gonna log in, or I'm gonna access the web application of the Kali Linux from the client machine, which is here, the client machine here, which is containing our light agent, and we will see how light agent will defend against those kind of trojans. So I am opening here Kali Linux, which is take IP of 192.168.100.20 right here. So I am accessing Kali Linux from the machine. Okay, so here we go. This is the Kali Linux machine. I will download firstly the cast.exe, which is the normal payload file that I have created on Kali Linux. If I click on this file,
I should see a block message from the light agent to tell me that this is a Trojan. Okay, so here we go. We have access denied from security for virtualization light agent. This is a Trojan Win32 generic. Okay, so it succeeded to detect that this is a Trojan, that it's not a normal application, and it will be blocked from light agent. If I get back to my Kaspersky Security Center and then I go to reports from events, administration server, and then events, I should see that this event is logged here inside administration server. So if I go here under this plugged message, I will find that this is a plugged traffic from this IP address that I have access Kali Linux. Okay, and it's a Trojan Win32, and it's happened through machine learning. This is the component that worked against this Trojan, and it's on desktop. Okay, this is my machine, and also the name of the machine is, this is the virtual machine, which took a name of Win10 remote, and also this is the ESXi that hosts this virtual machine. Okay, so let's try another payload. Okay, this payload that we have configured in Kali Linux called WinRAR 520, which is a normal application containing inside it the payload that we have created using Metasploit. Okay, so if I go back to my machine and open another time my Kali Linux, so for example I will use this payload. So see, if I click on it, it will be downloaded successfully. So the web protection component will not work against this payload, but when I execute this file, Kaspersky Light Agent should stop me, and it will tell me that this is a malicious component. Okay, and this will be detecting using another component of Kaspersky, which is called file protection component. So the last detection method was web protection component. It blocked the request directly from the web protection component, but right now I downloaded the file successfully. Okay, but when I run it, okay, so it's deleted. So why it's deleted? Because the file threat protection has successfully detected that this file is malicious. If I get back to my Kaspersky Security Center and click refresh here, I will find that this is a new object that was deleted. Okay, so if I open this event, I will find that this is the WinRAR 500.20 was successfully detected. Okay, and it's Trojan Win32 generic, and the reason is the expert analysis. It's not machine learning. Okay, and the component that protected me is simply the file antivirus. In the previous state was web antivirus, so the file antivirus has succeeded to detect that this is a malicious application. It's not a normal application. Okay, through the expert analysis. Okay, and also it's deleted. So if I go to backup right here, I will find the file that was deleted, which is here. I can restore this file again if I investigate in this application and I found out that this is not a malicious application. I want to restore it, I can restore it from here. Okay, so Light Agent is very powerful, like Kaspersky Endpoint Security. It has the main features of a protection component and also control components. Okay, so keep in mind, while you have a virtual environment or virtualization, you need to use Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud, not Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this course, and in next courses we will complete our Kaspersky bootcamp. We will speak about another application called Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response. This is very famous also, and many organizations buy this solution because it helps them to detect the reason behind the attack and malware that occurred on the PC of the user. Okay, so thank you very much, and see you in next video. Welcome to Giant Lab Courses. This is the third course in Kaspersky Bootcamp. This course will be about something called Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. This solution is very important for the administrator that wants to investigate and detect all the threats that occurred on the machines, while they are workstations or servers. But before we get deeper in our course, we need to discuss how this application will work on our topology, Giant Lab. So for the two previous courses, we have spoken about two solutions. The first solution was Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, and the full name of this solution is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business. Especially we have spoken about Kaspersky Endpoint Security for the Windows operating system. And also we have spoken about Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud solution in the second course. And we have discussed why we need this solution over the first solution. Simply because the first solution is very optimum and it's made especially for the physical workstations right here and also the physical servers. And we have also said that we have another solution called Kaspersky for Windows Server. This solution from Kaspersky is made especially for the Windows Server operating system, since these operating systems run specific services and they are made especially to introduce specific services for users. So I need a special application to run on these servers, and we have called this application Kaspersky for Windows Server, but we haven't explained this application yet in this bootcamp. In upcoming videos we are going to speak about this application. Also, we have spoken about something called Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud solution. Speaking about the virtual environments that are introduced through multiple vendors like VMware or Microsoft or Citrix, these virtual environments have special considerations that we need to take in account before we deploy any security application. And we said that the performance is very important in those environments, and Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows will not be the best choice for these environments. So we have tackled the solution from Kaspersky called Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud solution for virtual environments. And we have spoken about the most known solution from Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud, which is called Kaspersky Light Agent, because it has multiple advantages over the agentless solution. In this course, we are going to add another solution on this series called Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response. This solution is very important, as we said, for the administrators that want to investigate and detect all the threats that happen to their machines. Since Kaspersky Endpoint Security will not try to investigate or detect and take some actions related to the attacks that happen on the machines. The application will only delete these files and disinfect the machine from the attack. It will not take any decision afterwards. But EDR will enable the administrator to do so. And we will discuss everything related to this solution in the PowerPoint slides. Okay. As we said, we have here an application called Kaspersky Endpoint Security on the machine, on the physical machine, right? Or Kaspersky Light Agent on the virtual machine. So the physical machine and the virtual machine must have a protection application. In this case of the virtual environment, we call this machine Light Agent, and in the case of physical workstations or servers, we call this application Kaspersky Endpoint Security. Okay, so this is the first step, to have an application to protect our machine. Another application must be pushed to these machines, whether they are physical workstations or virtual machines. This application will enable me from detecting everything related to the attack and also take some responses related to this threat, like for example isolating the device from the network. We will speak about these features in the slides. But the same application will be installed on the same machine itself. In the case of Kaspersky Endpoint Security from the newer version, EDR is a component from the application itself, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So we don't have to install another application to introduce for us the service of EDR. Just we will enable a component for the application and EDR will work directly. Okay, but in the case of virtual machines, we need a small application called Endpoint Agent that needs to be integrated with the Light Agent to introduce for me the service of EDR. And also the same case in Kaspersky for Windows Server. Only the case of Kaspersky Endpoint Security, the EDR is a small component or a module for this application. So I need a specific license to enable this service on the Kaspersky Endpoint Security, and it's one application will be installed on the machines, and then the EDR component will be enabled and everything will work directly. Okay, so this is how to install Kaspersky EDR on our machine. So there is nothing new, only I will push the agent, which is called endpoint agent, that is responsible for EDR service in case of Windows Server or Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud, or just I will enable the module of EDR in the case of Kaspersky Endpoint Security. And in our case, we are going to speak about Kaspersky Endpoint Security. This is the most important solution and most known solution from Kaspersky, so most of our labs will be about this application. So let's start in our slides right now. Okay, so we have two main solutions from any vendor of endpoint security. We have something called endpoint protection platform, and also we have endpoint detection and response. So the first solution from any vendor of endpoint security, in our case we are speaking about Kaspersky, of course, the normal endpoint protection platform application like normal KES, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, as we have explained in the first course, and this will happen below version 11.6. We will speak about versions in an upcoming slide, but this application is used mainly to completely protect and control our machine. Also to automate the response to known and unknown threats through its inside components. But it will not provide the administrators with needed information for investigation about happening threats on the machine, and also to take some responses to these threats. What does this mean? Simply, I have a simple application. Okay, this application is called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business, whether it's for Windows or Linux. This application can protect our machine from the known threats and unknown threats through multiple components inside this application, like for example the protection components. Also, this application can control our device through the control components of this application. Okay, so any threats will be disinfected and our machine will be protected. But the administrator will not be able to detect everything related to this threat. Simply, he will not be able to see, for example, the files that are created by this threat on the PC. Or for example, what are the main network connections that this threat opened to the cloud. For example, there are many threats or trojans that they are trying to contact C2C servers, for example. Okay, the administrator will not be able to know these connections through this solution, which is endpoint security for Windows. If you don't have the license of EDR, the administrator will not be able to investigate this threat furthermore. Only he will be protected. Okay, but if the administrator wants to know the registry that are created through this threat, or the processes that are created through this threat, he will not be able to do so using the normal application from Kaspersky, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows or for Linux. Okay. Also, there are some types of attacks that might be very difficult to be detected through normal endpoint protection platform, like for example target attacks, which may have various vectors and can be carried out in several stages and use legal software. It's extremely difficult to detect this type of threats due to the targeted nature of the attacker's action. Okay, so a very familiar attacker knows exactly what he is trying to do, can generate a specific target attack that will appear to the endpoint protection platform as normal traffic on the user's machine, so the application will not be able to detect all these trials from the attacker to attack our machine. Only EDR through investigation and detection will be able to detect that this application or this attack is just a very advanced attack, and we could block this attack through EDR service. Okay, so the first requirement of the administrator to work with EDR simply is to investigate and analyze all the attacks and threats that occurred on my machine. And also there are some attacks that will not be detected and blocked through the normal endpoint protection platform. Only EDR will be able to do so. Okay. So Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum is a Kaspersky product that requires the respective license functionally Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum extends the capabilities of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows or for business solution. Okay, so there are more add-ons will be introduced through EDR beside Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business. You will have both protection and also analysis and visibility on your machine. This is the main feature of EDR over endpoint protection platform. Okay. Also, EDR Optimum Analyzer can perform multiple things through EDR, like for example detecting the causes of incidents, isolating the device, preventing of execution of the threat, and run IOC scan. We will speak about all of these in labs and in upcoming videos, but for now we are speaking about a high overview of EDR. So as we said, we have a component of normal application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security in the case of this application, or if we have endpoint agent that will integrate with a hybrid cloud solution and Kaspersky for Windows Server. This service will introduce for me multiple things that I will not take when I use the endpoint protection only, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security or Kaspersky Hybrid Cloud or Kaspersky for Windows Server. EDR will increase some features that will be introduced over the normal endpoint protection application. Okay, like for example, we might be able to run something called IOC scan. IOC scan, it's called indication of compromise. This task, for example, will try to search for the same threat that was detected on a single PC to all the PCs on my network. And once this file is detected as malicious file through IOC scan, it will be the device itself could be isolated from the network, or this file could be quarantined in the quarantine of Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so EDR Optimum is a component of Kaspersky Endpoint Security that works in close integration with its other components. So this is very important. You can't have an EDR only installed on the machine. You need to have a protection component that works directly with the endpoint detection and response. You need to have kind of integration between both applications. This happened in the previous versions, but right now, of course, we have a new version of Kaspersky Endpoint Security that have among its components something called Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. But in older versions, we had to install something called Kaspersky Endpoint Agent. We will speak about this in upcoming slides. Okay. This is the version slide. Okay. So from version 11.6 and below, for Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business was a separate application that was used mainly for protection and controlling of our machine, and also to automate the disinfecting and blocking threats. As we said before, we have an application called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business. This application is used to control and protect our machine, but it will not give me any investigation or analysis about the threat that happened to our PC. Okay, and this happened from version 11.6. okay, so the administrator at this time, if he wanted to install EDR in its environment, what should he do? Simply, he will have another application called Endpoint Agent, Kaspersky Endpoint Agent, and this application will be pushed also by Kaspersky Security Center on the client's machine, and through the policy of the endpoint security for Windows, he will check an option to integrate with the application that is called Kaspersky Endpoint Agent. Once the integration occurred, the EDR will be functioning well, and all the features of EDR will be introduced to Kaspersky Endpoint Security. So the administrator will be able to investigate and analyze all the threats that happened to the machine. Okay. So as we said, to enable EDR Optimum work with KES in the previous case, we needed to install another application from Kaspersky called Endpoint Agent, which was integrated with KES through policy to enable function of EDR. From the version of 11.6 for Kaspersky Endpoint Security and above, KES has inside it a small module of EDR, so you don't need to install another application on the machine to enable EDR, but it works with a special license.
we will have a special license that will enable this component inside the new version of Kaspersky Endpoint Security from version 11.7 and the above. This component will work directly, so I don't have to install another application on the machine. Okay, only I must enable this option on the components of the application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security, then EDR will work normally for me. Okay, and as we said before, if you need to deploy EDR on machines that have hybrid cloud solution or Kaspersky for Windows Server, you need to have a separate application called Endpoint Agent that will integrate with Light Agent or Kaspersky for Windows Server. Again, let's recap this point, not to make you in a conflict. As we said before, we have here physical workstations, okay, or physical servers. For the physical workstations, we are using an application called Kaspersky Endpoint Security. This application had two main versions, the previous versions and the newer versions. The previous versions from 11.6 and below, this version needs an application called Kaspersky Endpoint Agent that could be integrated with it to introduce EDR Optima for the administrator. But the newer version from Kaspersky Endpoint Security from 11.7 and above, this will introduce the EDR as a simple component inside the application that could be activated easily through a special type of license, and then you have the service of EDR. Okay, in the case of servers, you have both applications that could work on physical servers. The first application is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Business, the normal application that we have spoken about, and also we have another application called Kaspersky for Windows Server. Okay, this we haven't spoken about this application yet, but this application is very important when you are dealing with Windows servers. To be able to run the EDR service on the servers here, also related to the Kaspersky Endpoint Security, the same case will run on the servers. But when you use Kaspersky for Windows Server, you must install something called Kaspersky Endpoint Agent from Kaspersky Security Center to be pushed on the machines. This application will integrate with Kaspersky Security for Windows Server, and then the EDR service could be introduced through this integration. Okay, in the case of the hybrid cloud, suppose that you have a virtual environment and you need to also run on its EDR. How to do so? Simply also you will have a special application called Endpoint Agent that will be pushed on the virtual machines to be integrated with Light Agents that are installed on the machines, and then the EDR component will be introduced through this integration. Okay. Okay, so to work with EDR Optimum, which is a part of Endpoint Security for Windows, as we said, you need to install Kaspersky Management Center Web Console. You will not be able to investigate and detect and run all the services and features of EDR with the normal MMC console like we have used in the previous courses. In this course, we will work with Web Console from Kaspersky Security Center. So you need to have this console installed on your machine to be able to work with this application. Also, as we said, we have to install Kaspersky Endpoint Security version 11.7, 11.8, or 11.9, which is the newest version from Kaspersky Endpoint Security, and enable the component of EDR with it, and also the network agent. We will speak about these steps in upcoming slides. So this is the deployment method of EDR on Kaspersky Endpoint Security newer version. So simply, if it's a fresh installer, you need to enable the module of EDR Optimum in the components of the KES application. We will see this in labs, but we are reviewing it here quickly. So if you go to Kaspersky Management Center, and then we have here the client to machine, for example, client to this is the client that we will speak about. This client, for example, we have here a policy for this client and also tasks and things like this. But if we go to advanced and then remote installation and installation packages, and then we have here something called Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows version 11.9. If we double click on this application, we will have some components of this application. So if it's a fresh installer on our machines, we need to enable the component of endpoint detection and response, which is here. if we scroll down, we will have that we have something here called endpoint detection and response optimum. So if we need this component to be enabled among the components of Kaspersky Endpoint Security, we need to check this option here on the settings of the application. Then when I install this application remotely or create a standalone package on the Kaspersky Security Center to be installed on our machine, this component will be active among all the components of the Kaspersky Endpoint Security. This is the first step of activating EDR optimum on the application itself. The second thing of trying to install the EDR component on Kaspersky Endpoint Security is simply to change the application components task. If I am working already with the application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, on my environment's machine, okay, and I have bought, for example, Kaspersky EDR Optimum, and I need to activate this component. So I need to create a task that will change the components of the application directly to add Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. How to do so? If we go again to our Kaspersky Management Center, and then we go to tasks and then create a new task. Among all the tasks of this application, there is something called the change application components. If I click on next, and then here I will check this option, the endpoint detection and response optimum. Then this application or this task will run on all the PCs on my environment, and then the components of the application will be changing to support endpoint detection and response optimum. Okay, good. So the next thing is the features of the EDR component. First, we have something called analyzing the information about the threat. This is the detection part. And then we have a response part related to taking actions related to all the previous stage, which is the detection stage. Okay, so detection stage is consisting of multiple information gathering stages. Like, for example, I can gather information about the created files from this threat, the parent process that runs this threat, also the registry changes that have been created by this threat. What are the main registry that are created through this threat? What are the network connections for a threat that established from this threat? So for example, if I have a threat or a Trojan that can contact some C2C servers, they will of course create some network connections to these servers. So through EDR, I can detect all these network connections through the investigation part. For taking actions, we have, for example, host isolation. I can isolate our device from the network completely, except some communication to our Kaspersky Security Center and also some DNS traffic. But the host will be completely isolated from the network, not to infect or harm anybody else. Also, I can prevent the execution of the object. If I have detected a specific threat, this threat might not be executed again through this task on the PC. Also, I have something called IOC scanning, indication of compromise scanning. Through this task, I will try to go to every PC in the network, trying to search for something like, for example, a specific file, a specific registry that will appear during the detection part, okay? And then I will run this task to scan these files or registry or anything related to this thread to be scanned on all the PCs. And once this file is detected or this registry is detected, there are some actions that could be taken as results of this IOC scan, like for example isolating the device also, or delete or quarantine this file in the quarantine repository of Kaspersky Security Center. We will see this in lab. Okay, so and then we can creating needed tasks like getting files. So there are some specific tasks related to endpoint detection and response that we could run, like for example getting the files that are created through a threat in a specific task. Okay, so this is a very important solution for those administrators that want to investigate and wants to know everything about their PCs and their environment, and this will not occur with using the normal endpoint protection platform and also the normal hybrid cloud protection that is used for the virtual environment or any application that's depending on the protection only. EDR is very important for detection and response techniques. Okay, so this was an introductory video to our course, and what we will do during this course, we have multiple labs here, and we will try to simulate everything you will need in real world environments. So keep in touch, and thank you. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we will see how to install Kaspersky endpoint detection and response on our machines. We will speak firstly about Kaspersky endpoint security, okay, and we have the latest version from Kaspersky endpoint security. So we will find EDR as a module inside this application. We need to activate this module and install it on our machine, okay, and then afterwards we are going to see how to integrate endpoint agent on hybrid cloud solution, and also for the but we don't have Kaspersky for Windows Server. We didn't explain it, so we will not speak about it. We will speak about the process of integrating endpoint agent with Kaspersky Light agent. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do is simply to integrate Kaspersky, or simply to activate the component of EDR on Kaspersky endpoint security. As we said, we have two main methods. If you have a fresh environment, you didn't install any Kaspersky endpoint security on your environment, so you need to just change the component of the application from installation package, and then when you push the application, it will automatically activate the component of EDR on your machine. Okay, so I will open Kaspersky Security Center. I have here a fresh machine, which is here, Windows. This machine doesn't have any security application. Okay, I don't have anything here related to Kaspersky, so I will install here Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows with the component of Kaspersky endpoint detection and response optimum on it. Okay, let's open Kaspersky Security Center, and then I will go to installation packages, and then I have here Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. Let's double click on this package. Then inside settings, I will scroll down until I find Kaspersky endpoint detection and response optimum, and then I will check this option and click apply and OK. Then I need to install this application to our machine here, which has the IP address of 192.168.1.50, which is situated in VLAN 30. So I will go to tasks, then I will create a new task. This task will be install application remotely under Kaspersky Security Center Administration Server, as we said before, and as we explained in the first course of this bootcamp, which is Kaspersky endpoint security. We have explained everything related to tasks and how to use tasks. So if you start from this course, you need to subscribe for the first course to be able to know everything related to the Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, we will not use Kaspersky Web Console from this point. We will use it in the detection and response case only, but during the installation process we will use Kaspersky MMC console. Okay, so I will click on install application remotely, and then I will click next. Then I will choose Kaspersky Security Center as the source of the package. Then I need to install Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows 11.9. Keep in mind we have forgotten to install network agent, right? You are asking yourself, why didn't we install network agent? Simply, I will install network agent in one shot here with the Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. So I will click next. Then this option will enable me to install Kaspersky network agent with Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows. So I will check this option, and then I will install network agent with me. Then I will click next. I don't have any network agent, right? So I need to put the administrator and password of the user to be able to install both of these applications. Then I will click next, and then I will prompt the user if there is an action needed from the application to be taken from the user, and then I will click next. And then after these both applications are installed on my machine, I need to move this device to my group managed device. Then I will click next. Then let's select the device, which will inside client 2. Okay, so it's under unassigned because it's a new device. So let's go to work group, not work group. So let's see test. Yeah, it's this PC, which is client 50. And then I will click next. then there is an account required. I need to enter an account, which is a part of the domain because the PC is a part of the domain. So I will enter the domain administrator. Okay, and then I will click OK and then click next. Then I will run this task manually because it will run one time, and then this will be the name of the installation task, and then I will click finish. Okay. So as we said before, this is the first installation method. It's a fresh installing method. I don't have any Kaspersky application on my PC, and I will install a new application on my PC. Among these components of this application, I have chosen the component of Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. So here's the task. Okay, I will click on Start. Okay, so it's running right now, so it will take some time, of course, because I have two applications to be installed on my machine. So I will pause the video until this installation process finished, and then I will get back to you.
The installation finished. We have here the task finished successfully. Okay, we will go to our PC, which is here. Let's click refresh to check our application that was successfully installed, which is here, Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, so let's open our application from here to check our components that we have decided previously. So we need to see that we have Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum among all its components. Okay, so let's go to security. Then we will have that we have endpoint detection and response is a specified component from all the components that we are dealing with. Okay, so this was the first way to install fresh installing a device on our machine. Okay, so we have edited the components of the installation package from here. We are on the installation packages. We have here a specific package, and also we have edited the components of this package. Okay, so suppose that we have a running machine already, which is here, this map device, and we need to change the components of this application that is running on this machine. How to do so? We will go to Kaspersky Security Center, and then we will go to tasks. Then let's create a new task. This task will be related to the Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows, which is here, and we need to change some application components from this option. So I will click on change application components and then click on next. So all the components will be open for me, and I can choose any component that could be changed here from this panel. So I will go to endpoint detection and response, and then I will check endpoint detection and response optimum. Okay, and then I will click on next. Then I'm gonna choose our PC that we need to apply this task on. In my case, it will be this PC, which is here, client 2. Okay, that has an IP address of 192.168.30.40. Okay, and then I will click on next. Then the task will be run manually. Since I click on start, it will run directly. So this changing the application component of KES, and let's put also EDR, and then click on next, then click on finish. Okay, so the task will appear here in the tasks panel, and then I am gonna click on start to start changing our application components. So after this task finished, I should see here on my machine, which is here, map machine, I should see that the application components it changed to support Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Optimum. So let's log into our PC one more time, and then if I check my application, I should see that I have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows supports Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response by changing the components of this application through a specified task on Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, so if I go to security, I think the task has not finished yet. So let's close this application and let's check our security center to check if the task is completely finished or not. Okay, I think the okay, so I think the scope of this task is 2 devices. I didn't choose to be 2 devices. I just okay, so it's on the SVM machine and also lab client 2, so it's wrong. I need to stop this task. Click on refresh. Okay, let's open the task one more time and change its scope, because I need to apply this task only on this device that have Kaspersky endpoint security. So let's remove this task from here and then click on apply and then okay. So this task became efficient and it will start on my PC only. So this is the task, and then I'm gonna click start. Click start one more time, and okay, I think it will take some time because Kaspersky in those cases is not the good thing, because it will try to take some time and things will not appear properly on the GUI of Kaspersky. So we need to just wait until this task is finished. Okay. Okay, just give it its time and then it will finish. And after finishing, you will find that this PC also has Kaspersky Security Center. Among the components of this application, you will find that you have here Kaspersky endpoint detection and response also on this machine. Okay, until it's finished, I need to go to Kaspersky Security Center, doing some work related to this PC, which is here, because it's a fresh installing PC. So I need to give it a license and also to do some tasks related to this device. So I have here our device, which is client 50, that has an IP address of 192.168.30.50, which is here. This is our PC. I need to move this PC. Let's move it to put it inside client 1 policy. Okay, so this policy is not good because I have applied encryption on it, so I will delete this group. Okay, and then I will create another group. I will name this group client 50 lab client 50 policy. Then I will click on OK. Then I need to paste my device here. So I have client 50 here. Okay, I think it didn't pick up any license or take an update or virus scan task, so this is not the normal state of it, which is equal invisible. No, it should take a license. If we open our device one more time, which is here, and go to license, I think it didn't pull any license, so this case is fake. We need to activate this application and also put this application inside the virus scan and update task. So let's do so. We will go to tasks. Let's check our license one more time. We have here endpoint detection and response. Let's open this license and see the applied device. We have client 2 and desktop, so we need to change this to have also our PC. So I need to do this through a task. Let's create a new task. Let's see our tasks here. We have here a task related to endpoint detection and in endpoint security for Windows. Let's open this task and let's go to our devices. We don't have any device, so let's go to settings. Then we have this license key. We need to double check. We have here our license key related to endpoint detection and response. I think this license, because it supports endpoint detection and response license, so I need to check this license. I think this is the same license. Okay, so let's double check. We have here our activation key. Okay, so this is our license. Let's check this. Yeah, it's the same license. And then I will click on apply, and let's change the device scope to have our device, which is here, client 50, and then I will choose my device and then click OK and then click apply and then OK. So this is the task to add a key to our device, which is client 50, and then I will click on start. So it should activate our application, and then also I need to include our device into the database update to take updates from the repository of Kaspersky Security Center. Let's go to devices and add another device, which is inside client 50 policy, and then I will choose my device to be included in the policy in the updating task. Then I will click on OK and then click on apply and OK. And also I need to update our databases, so let's start this policy one more time. And also the virus scan should also include our device, which is client 50. Let's also put this device among this scope devices, which is here, client 50, and then client 50, click OK, and then click apply, and then OK. Okay, good. So let's check our, and also I need to start this task. Okay, so let's check our changing components, which is here. I think it's also scheduled, so there is a problem in this task. Let's delete this task and create it one more time. So let's delete this task, and then let's create a new task. And on this task I need to go to change application components to support endpoint detection and response, as we said in this device, which is map. Okay, so let's click on endpoint detection and response optimum and then click next. Then let's choose our device, which is here, and let's click on next, then click on next and then finish. Okay, and then I need to start this policy manually also, which is here. Okay, let's click on start, and then the add key. This is the policy of activating, this is the task of activating our application, and also this is the task for changing the components. Must change the components, by the way, but I don't know what's the reason for this. I have another one here for KES and it was successfully installed, so I don't know what's the reason for this task. Okay, let's check this task. I don't have any device here, and the settings I think I have enabled the encryption, so it was for this device, which is MAB. Also I have changed the components to support encryption, so it was the same thing. So I don't know actually why is the reason that this task is not running properly, why it's telling me that it's scheduled, but I don't know why it's scheduled. So let's open this task and try to put our PC in its domain and check if this task will succeed to change the components of our application. Okay, so let's put our device, which is here, and then click on OK and apply and OK. This is our task. Let's run it anyway. Okay, so add key, it's completely successful. So I think our device pulled the license. Let's check, which is here. I think it pulled successfully a license. Let's check. Let's go to license. Okay, so it will take some time until it's synchronized with the management center. Okay, let's go to license in Kaspersky Security Center. Where it is, here it is. Okay, and then let's click on refresh multiple times. Okay, let's get back to our tasks and then check our add key task, check its domain and its scope, check that we have our PC inside its scope. Yeah, here it is, and it's successfully completed. So it will take some time until it's synchronized with our application. So this is the changing components. It started already. Okay, so I told you before that it's not very good on the MMC console. I think web console is more stable than this MMC console, because this is the newest version also from Kaspersky Security Center. So I think this is because of this you will find that everything is not good in MMC console. Okay, so let's check our database updates. It's already completed. So, and also the virus scan is already running on our device. Let's check our device. Okay, it's a client 2 and it's successfully on the client 50. Okay, then let's go to our license again, check if it successfully pulled the license. Let's open this machine. Devices. I don't have this device because it's a light agent. It's nothing to do with Kaspersky endpoint detection and response. I need to delete this. Okay, because I can delete it from our machine itself. Okay, click on refresh. Also it can't. Okay, let's go to tasks one more time and then add key completely successful, and then we have change component successfully. Oh, so it's also scheduled. Okay, so let's check our PC one more time, which is here. Okay, let's get out from our application. Okay, and then let's open it one more time. Go to license. Okay, I must turn on this Kaspersky Security Center. Kaspersky Endpoint Security tells me that you need to start your application to be able to defend against all the malwares. Okay. Let's go to license. Also, it didn't pull a license, but the task is completely strange because the task tells me that it pulled a license successfully. So let's add the license manually from here, but I need to check that this PC goes to the internet. Okay, so how to check? We have here all the path to the internet is already done, but I need to double check on my FortiGate that the traffic is going to the internet. So let's open FortiGate to check if the traffic goes to the internet. Okay, so let's go to our FortiGate to check if I can access the internet. Okay, so let's open our FortiGate, and also let's double check the policy because I have changed some policies. So I need to make sure that the policy that permits the traffic to the internet is working. Let's open our FortiGate and let's log in. Then let's check the static routes. Inside static routes, and then I should see that I can go to the Palo Alto. Yes, can go. So let's check that I can reach the internet. Execute ping to Google, for example, so I can reach the internet, so it's good. Let's check the policy for the users to go to internet. So let's check go to policies and then firewall policy, and then I should have a policy from users to the intermediate on the FortiGate to be able to go to internet. So users, okay, I don't have any policy for users. Okay, so let's pick up one of these policy. Let's edit it and let's change its name to users to internet. So the source port must be the users, which is VLAN 30, and the destination should be intermediate VLAN, which goes to Palo Alto. And I should enable NAT here because it will go to the internet, and then I must click OK. Then this is the policy from users to the intermediate VLAN to the internet, and also from servers to internet. Let's check that we have this policy. Okay, servers to intermediate, so servers can go to intermediate. Let's put this policy here. Okay, so here I make sure that everything is okay. Let's try to ping from our PC, which is here, to the internet. Okay, and I think I bought the the DNS of my domain, so let's check. Okay, so I can go to internet. So what I need to do now is simply I need to activate my application manually from the PC itself to go and take a license key from the internet. But I think the activation license is on the Kaspersky Security Center. So let's open Kaspersky Security Center and go to my repository files to put the license key on the sharing folder to be able to take the license key from the client to put it into the application. So this is our trial key for EDR Optimum. I will take here and put inside my sharing folder. Okay, so let's KL share. Okay, I will create here a new document and put my license key. Okay, I don't have the permission. Why not? I'm the administrator. Okay, let's open, for example, packages folder, and then let's create a new text document. Also I need permissions. Okay, I'm the administrator, so what was the problem? I don't know. So actually let's go inside and click new, for example. Okay, so let's try to create a new folder. Also I will not be able, so I think I must be the local administrator to do so. So okay, so let's go to CAS directly from here. Let's try to create a folder. Okay, so let's try to put it here on the domain controller. Okay, I will go to sysvolume, for example. I will here we have a new text document. I think this is the trial license. I have edited one time before, so I will not save this document. I will go to directly my machine, which is here. Let's check one more. I don't have it. Okay, so let's put it manually. I think this is not logic. Okay, but Kaspersky sometimes make this for us, and fortunately we have multiple ways to do our actions, so there is no problem. So let's connect to our domain controller, and let's go to sysvolume. Let's open our new text document, and let's copy this trial license and go to our application and activate our application using the license new. So I will put my activation code, and then I will click on activate. It should go to the internet to activate our license. Okay, so let's wait. Okay, so this is the license. Okay, we have license activated successfully, and I think also in the Kaspersky Security Center it will synchronize with the manager, and then I will find that the license has changed. So let's go to our Kaspersky licenses and then click on refresh multiple times. It will take some, yeah, it became 3. So if I open this license one more time, I will find that under devices I have climb 50. Okay, so let's check our tasks one more time. We have here changed components. It's completely successful also, so this is good. And for the virus scan also it's good. Let's check our PC from client 50 policy, check its states. So I think it's good, everything is good, and it's okay and visible. Let's check our PC, which is here, and let's check our security. Let's go to our components. We'll find that we have, I think we must find endpoint detection and control. So okay, so let's close this and open it one more time. Okay, so click on exit, click confirm, and then let's open it one more time. Okay, let's check our security center. If we double click on the device and then go to applications, and then it's inactive, so I need to go to general settings and go to components. We will find I must have detection not installed. Why it's not installed? Yeah, I think we didn't change the contents of the task. Okay, so it's already running. Let's check our task one more time. Let's go to our task of changing components. Let's check our settings and then let's scroll down. Yeah, I didn't choose my changing the components already, so let's click on apply and OK, and then I think I have edited this, so let's double check. Excuse me. Let's go to settings and then let's scroll down to our endpoint. Yeah, okay, so let's start this task one more time. Okay, let's start, and after completely successful installing this task and applying this task, we will be able to find our components of our application on the Windows PC, which is, sorry, Map PC. I think it's Map, it's not yeah, I think we have applied our wrong task on our wrong PC. So let's double check again. So let's go to Kaspersky Security Center and let's wait until this task finishes. Let's open this contents of this task one more to check the domain of applying this policy. Okay, devices, client 50, okay. So it will apply the encryption and also it will apply our endpoint detection and response component. So this is the fresh installing PC, right? We should have applied this task on our Map PC, so this was the problem. Okay, so we need to include also in our task the second PC, which is Map PC. Okay, so we must wait until this task finish, and then we should include our Map PC into the same task to be able to find the endpoint detection and response component on the application. Okay, so not to waste your time, I think you got the idea here from this video. We have two main methods to install our application, which is Kaspersky endpoint detection and response. The first one is simply to change the components of our application inside the installation packages, and the second thing is to go to our application, go to our tasks, and then because in the first case we have fresh installing process, in the second case we have already running PC that contains Kaspersky endpoint security, and then through a task we can change the components of our application through a task. This task is named change application components. We can change the components of the application through a task, and then by clicking on starting the task, the application will be changed, the application components will be changed, and then you will find that you have Kaspersky endpoint detection and response activated on your application. Keep in mind, again, we have a special license from Kaspersky to activate our module of Kaspersky endpoint detection and response. The normal license for Kaspersky endpoint security will not work and will not activate your application. So keep in mind, you need to check this with the sales and pre-sales engineers in your corporate to check that I need the endpoint detection and response optimum license that support this module, not only the protection component of Kaspersky endpoint security. Okay, so thank you very much and see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we are going to see how to create a task using the web console of Kaspersky Security Center. From this time and until the end of the course, we will not use MMC console. We will deal with Kaspersky Security Center web console, since, as we said before, if we need to investigate and use all the EDR options of Kaspersky, we need to use the web console. Okay, and for a test we are going to create a task using the web console that will enable us from the changing the components of the application installed on this device, which is Map. If you go to Map device, you will not find anything related to Kaspersky endpoint detection and response, so we need to enable this component among all these components of this Kaspersky application. So we will go to our Kaspersky Security Center. Here we go on the web console. If you need to log in to web console, you need to log in locally to the local host IP address. Okay, and the port by default is 8080, and then click OK. You will be
converted to the login page of Kaspersky Security Center Web Console, you need to log in with the same password, username and password that you have did on the system itself. Okay, during the installation process, we have picked up the Windows authentication mode to be the same authentication way of Kaspersky Security Center. Then you will be redirected to Kaspersky Security Center from here. Okay. Then the first thing that we need to do is simply to install the web plugin of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows 11.9. As we said before, we need some management plugin and web plugins that we can use to manage our application. In case of the management center of the MMC console, and also in case of the web console of Kaspersky Security Center, we need kind of management plugin. In the case of MMC console, the plugin is called management plugin, and we can download it normally as an exe file, and we can install it on the PC. In case of the web console, we could also do the same thing to download it from the website of Kaspersky, but here we can download it directly from the web console. We can go to test and administrator, we can go to console settings, and then under web plugins, we can go under web plugins, and then we can click on add. We will be directed to the page of all the application from Kaspersky. We need to change the language to be English only, not to show all the language of Kaspersky. So I'm gonna add a filter, and then the filter will be related to the language, and the language must be English. And then I will click apply. Then I will be showing all the versions of Kaspersky and all the applications related to the language English. So here we go. I have here all the application related to Kaspersky web plugins. Okay, so all the web plugins of all the application of Kaspersky. In my case, I need Endpoint Security for Windows 11.9, which is here. After I click on this link, I will download and install Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows 11.9. And after automatically downloading this file, it will be automatically installed, and I will find this web plugin installed on my web console. So I will click on it, then it will download and install directly on my Kaspersky Security Center web console, and then I will install plugin. If I close these panels, I will find that it's trying to download and install the plugin, but keep in mind it's quite large, so it will take some time until finishing this process. Until this download finished, I need to go to something else called the viewing the events related to EDR. To be able to investigate and analyze all things related to threats via the EDR, I need to do something to be able to view all these things related to threats. The first thing that I need to do is simply to add the alerts widget into the monitoring and reporting dashboard window right here. I need to add something called alerts, since alerts will take you to EDR panel. Okay, so here we go on alerts. So this window is not existed by default. I add it from here. I go to add or restore web widget, and then I expanded thread statistics, and then down below you will find something called alerts. So alerts shows you everything related to EDR, and all these threats events will take you to EDR panel that you can do whatever you want from this window. Okay, so I must add this here to be able to see everything related to the EDR. We have here something called enriched and something called basic. So basic means this threat is very basic and does not need anything to be analyzed through EDR component. But enriched means that this threat is might be very strong, and you need to analyze this threat using EDR. Okay, so in our case we have 8 threats will be classified as enriched, and we have 6 threats could be classified as basic. Okay, and these threats of course these threats of course appeared with us in the 2 previous courses. We didn't do anything related to the testing or penetration testing in this course. Okay, so the second thing I need to do is simply to show this alerts tab. By default, I don't have anything here related to alerts. I have only these tabs only. So alerts is not existed by default. How to add it? We can go to console settings, we go to interface options, and under interface options, you will find something called show EDR alerts. If you click on this option, you will show everything related to alerts here on this tab. Okay, so these alerts are related to EDR, and I could open any of these alerts simply to the EDR panel to analyze it and take decisions like host isolations and reading information about this threat and all this stuff. Okay, as we said before in the introductory video. By clicking on this link, it will take me to the EDR panel and see everything related to this threat. If you click on it, okay, so it needs also a plugin to be able to see all things related to the incident. As we said before, we need plugins to be able to work with this web console. But I'm installing the plugin. Okay, so I will not be able to show anything related to this thread unless I have the plugin installed on my web console. Okay. Also, I can show these alerts or these events from kind of reports called reports on threats. Okay, so if you go to reports, okay, I think it's quite slow because it's trying to install the web console plugin. Okay, and then I will go to here we go. We have here something called reports on threats. If you scroll down a little bit, we have here something called reports on threats. Okay, if you open this report on threats, okay, and then we will find something related to all the threats that we have. But here you will not find anything related to the incident. The incident is trying to tell you that there is an incident and you need to analyze this incident through the EDR component. But if you find the information about the threat here, you will not find this column of this information about the incident. So you need to add it. How to do so? Scroll up again and then go to details. Sorry, go to edit. Okay, so it must show you anything. I think it's slow because of trying to install the web plugin, but let's open it one more time. So this reports on threat. Okay. Let's click on refresh. Okay, everything is good. No, it's not good. Actually, the CPU and the memory. Okay, give it time. I think it's trying to install the web plugin, so it shows me that things are corrupted. Okay, so let's scroll down again and click on report on threats. Okay, and then click on edit. Okay, good. And then let's go to fields. We need to add a specific field called incident. Okay, we need to put this incident at the top of these columns to be shown at the first, not to go down. So open incident, this related to the EDR, so I need to move out until the beginning. Okay, and then click save. So after clicking save, we will be able to show everything related to the incident, and we can open this threat via the EDR, analyzing all things related to this threat and then taking decisions. If you click again the report, and then let's go to details. On details, we could see that we have, okay, sorry, let's get back to summary, and then Okay, so as we said here, we have under details. Okay, if you click on view incident card, you will be converted to the same page of alerts. Okay, but the same error will be appearing to you because we don't have any plugin related to this application of the EDR Lite. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have the plugin installed. Let's go back to our console settings and then web plugins. I think took so much time. Yeah, it's here, KES for Windows. Okay, it's installed successfully. Okay, so but we have also another plugin that might be that needs to be installed before we try to do anything related to the Kaspersky endpoint detection and response. It's called EDR Lite plugin. Let's check for this plugin. Let's go to web plugins, and then let's go to okay, click on add, and then it will show me all the plugins that I need, but I need to filter for the language to be English. Okay, and then click on apply. Then we have here all the plugins related to all our applications. If we expanded others. Okay, so I think Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows will be enough to view all these incident response, but I don't think that this is the error of the web plugin that we have installed. So let's see. I think we don't have this application also, so let's try to see what is the error. Okay, so let us firstly create our task that relates to the management components before we do anything related to the EDR. So I will go to tasks. Okay, I will navigate below to down the okay, so I will go to devices and then tasks, and under tasks I should add, click on add, and then I need to choose the application. Why it's not showing me the Kaspersky Endpoint Security? It's so strange. So let's click refresh. I think the web plugin is not synchronized with the web console, so let's click refresh. Okay, let's click on add again, and then yeah, okay, so right now we are able to find the application which is Endpoint Security for Windows 11.9. okay, and the same concept is here when you speak about the MMC console. Okay, so we need, as we said, to change the components of our application. So let's pick up change application components, and then I need to assign this task to administration group. This group under manage devices, it's on the client 2 policy. I think it's here on the client 2 policy, and then click on next, because we have this device which is Windows, I think, right? No, not this PC. Okay, so this PC which is map, I think it's client 2, right? So I will click on finish, and then the task will be created for me, and I'm gonna start this task right now. Okay, so here is the task. So the task is open for me. It's not like MMC, okay? There are some differences, of course, after I create the task, I will change the components after I create the task itself, not during the creating process. So right now I need to check this option, which is endpoint detection and response optimum, and then I will click save. This is my task, and then I will click on start. So the task started, and then it will take some time until it finishes, and after the task is finished, I will get back to you. Okay, so the task finished, and then I have all the components installed on our machine again. Okay, so I think let's stop this video to this point, since we have tackled many things related to the reports and alerts and everything related to the alerts of the EDR. In the next video, we are going to say how to activate this module on the policy of Kaspersky Endpoint Security, because we need to activate this module, of course, because it's not working by default. We need to enable it in the policy. And then we will see how to open these incidents and deal with EDR component. Okay, so thank you very much for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we are going to see how to install the proper policy that we need to activate the EDR component inside the policy of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So as we said, we have a small component inside this application, and we need to make sure that this application, this component, is already active and running. Okay, this will done through the policy. So we will get back to our lab here. Then we have Kaspersky Security Center. We need to go to devices, and then policies and profiles, and then click on add. Then you will be chosen to choose a policy for Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Then click on next. Then you need to accept the KSN license terms. As we said before, KSN is a cloud service from Kaspersky to support you for new threats and unknown files that Kaspersky applications will not be able to detect and investigate about these files. Then I will click on next, and then I will have the general tab here like MMC console. If you open MMC console and go to policies, okay, and then open this policy, for example, it's not existed, so let's go to another policy, like for example this policy. If you click on this policy, you will have a general tab here in MMC console also. Okay, so it's the same case, but only some small differences. So here we have, for example, general tab. So inside it you will find active policy, out of office policy, and active policy. It's the same case here. Then on the application settings, you need to do one important thing, which is under detection and response. There is a tab called endpoint detection and response. You need to make sure that this option is enabled. So I need to make sure that endpoint detection and response is enabled on the level of the policy of Kaspersky Endpoint Security. Okay, then click on OK, and then click on save. So this policy will be applied on the device which is called Windows device, which is here. Okay, this device which is here. Okay, so I need to make sure that this device has been affected by the policy. Okay, to check this, we need to go again to our Kaspersky Security Center, and I will hover on the policy, and then I will click on distribution. So distribution will show me what are the main devices that have been affected by this policy. So client 50, which is our case here, this Windows PC, it's affected by this policy. Okay, and also if you need to check on the Kaspersky MMC console, if you go to client 50 policy, and then under policies, you will find the policy that we have created, and it's also affecting this PC, which is client 50 PC. Okay, if you click on this policy, sorry, you will find here under details, you will find that we are affecting client 50, which is the Windows PC. Okay, so it's a client 50. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to check that the component is already working. Okay, how to do so? Simply we need to test anything malicious, okay, on this machine, which is here. Okay, we need to make sure that any malicious file. So this is the web URL of our Kali Linux. As we said before in the previous courses, we have created some payloads using Kali Linux. Okay, we will not repeat the process of creation these payloads. You can subscribe for the first course to be able to see all these things, but in our case we will download this payload directly from Kali Linux and see how this will affect our EDR. Will it work or not? We need to test that this component is already working with the policy of Kaspersky Endpoint Security. How to do so is simply we need to go to our machine, okay, and we need to test that this PC is protected via the endpoint protection component, and also inside security component you will find that we are enabling endpoint detection and response. So after, for example, downloading this file, which is WinRAR 520, we said that previously in the previous course we have a payload that is engaged with another normal file, which is WinRAR 520. So if I click on this file, so it will be okay. So it's a network error. I don't know why it's a network error. Let's refresh and then let's download it one more time. Okay, so it will be downloaded on our machine. If we try to click on this file and install it, I think it is deleted, by the way, because the antivirus worked good. So it's, yeah, if we open show new folder, and then if we click on this file to run it, it will not run, and Kaspersky Endpoint Security will try to protect me from this application. Okay, so if it will be deleted. So it's deleted. Okay, so it's been deleted with Kaspersky Security Endpoint Security. Just now we need to check that EDR is working fine. So let's go to Web Console one more time, and let's go to, as we said, monitoring, and then alerts, or from reports, or from the dashboard, anything. And then let's scroll down at the bottom. We will find that there was a malicious object here on the client 50. Okay, this malicious object is a Trojan, and it's called WinRAR 520. Okay, so this file is malicious and it was enriched, means that you need to investigate this file using EDR component. If I click on more details, I should see EDR panel. Yes, here we go. So this worked fine for me. This related to EDR working, and how to use everything will we speak about in next labs, but this is very good because EDR worked fine with the license of endpoint detection and response. So for example, we have here EDR tells me that this file is downloaded from Explorer process, okay, via the Chrome, and then this file make some things. We will speak about everything of these in separate labs, okay. And then you can isolate the network, or can you unlock the computer after isolation happens, and all this stuff we will speak about in next video. But I need to just tell you how to enable the policy, enable the component inside the policy, and how to investigate related to this policy from the EDR component under the application of Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, so thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video we are going to see the first stage in analysis of the thread that we are considering it's a malicious, and it needs some investigation from us using the new component, which is endpoint detection and response. Okay, so the first stage here, while you think that this device has been infected by something, is to isolate this device. So you need to isolate this device from the network. The device will not be able to contact anything except the management center and some DHCP services, okay, to take an IP address and of course something like this, okay, but it will not be able to contact any device or the internet, of course. Okay, so the first stage, as we said, is to isolate the network from the device. This could happen through what we call EDR response from the alert panel. Okay, so let's open our device. Okay, we are speaking about this device, which is here, Windows device. Okay, this device will access through the network our Kali Linux machine, which has a web browser on it. On this web browser we have some payloads that we have created in the first course. Okay, this payload is simply a normal application, WinRAR 520, and inside this normal application there is a payload
that we have created using Metasploit tool, this payload will enable the attacker or the Kali Linux machine to get a reverse shell from the machine if it's successfully executed on the machine. Okay, so the attacker will be able to do whatever it wants on the victim's machine. So we are going to do so. We need to open our device, which is here. Okay, this is our device here, Windows, and we need to open the IP address of the Kali Linux. Let's open it one more time. Okay. This is our IP of Kali Linux, which is here, 192.168.100.20. We have here Kali Linux is the under 100 subnet, and then we will try to access the web browser of the Kali Linux, and we have here some files. These files are malicious. Okay, the file that we are targeting is called WRAR 520. This is a normal application, WinRAR normal application, but inside this application we have attached a payload through Metasploit tool. Okay, so if the victim tries to download this file, I will click on it, then the file will be downloaded on my machine. Okay, so let's click on it one more time. Okay, so it will be downloaded to our machine, which is here, and then when I click on it, it will try to open, right? But suddenly this file will be deleted. So if I open show all, and then I need to see this file show in folder, so I will find the folder here. So give it some time, it will be deleted using Kaspersky endpoint security. So it became a deleted file. Okay, so Kaspersky endpoint security succeeded to delete this file since it's malicious, containing a payload, and Kaspersky endpoint security succeeded to detect this file. Then I need right now to investigate in this case. Okay, so the file is deleted, it's blocked. Okay, I'm protected, but I need to more investigate, not to find this file published on another machine, or maybe it opened a specific file that I want this file to be deleted, for example. And then let's investigate. To investigate in this case, we need to open EDR, endpoint detection and response. How to do so? I will open my Kaspersky Security Center, and then I will go to my alerts panel, which is here. Okay, and then let's scroll down to the last of this list. Okay, I will find that I have here an object deleted, which is a Trojan, okay, at this time, and the user is administrator. Okay, this file is called WinRAR 520. There's another file also created by this malicious file, also deleted, but in my case I want to investigate about the WinRAR 520. So I'm gonna click on more details. This will take me to the EDR panel to do whatever I want on this panel. Okay, so this is the page of investigation. So it succeeded to delete the file, so I'm protected. There is nothing to be afraid of, but also I need to investigate why I have this threat here. What did this threat do to my machine? Okay, we have multiple considerations that we need to keep in mind during the investigation process. The main step here is to isolate the device. If I have any doubts about this threats, I need firstly to isolate the device. Okay, so first we need to isolate before we even try to investigate about these files that have been created by the threat, or the code injection or network connection that the file or that the threat made. I need to isolate the device, okay, before taking any decision not to publish all these threats to my network. Okay, so how to do so? I will click on isolate computer from the network. Once I click on this option and click OK, the device will be completely isolated from the network, except, as we said, it will contact the management center to be able to push things from the management center, and also some DHCP settings. Okay, so if we get back to our machine, which is here, and there is a notification from Kaspersky that will appear to me that your computer client 50 has limited network access, please contact system administrator. Okay, because it became isolated. So if I open CMD and try to ping for Google, for example, let's try to ping for Google, then I'm not able to do anything, okay, because I have been isolated by the administrator. So let's open our EDR again. So
to check that we have some devices that are isolated, we need to go to something called tags under devices. So if you open devices and then go to tags, which is here, we will find that these devices took a tag for the isolation. Okay, so if we click on device tags, we have a tag called network isolation, which is here. If we click on view devices, we will find every device that was isolated from the administrator. Okay, so it will take some time to synchronize with me. Okay, open it one more time. Tags, device tags, then click on refresh. We are here inside isolated from network, and then view devices. I should see our device here. Let's click on refresh, and let's get back to our web console from another tab. Okay, let's go to our alerts one more time. And then let's scroll down to the bottom of this list. Then we have here our WRAR 520. This is the incident. Okay, so this is a message for the resources, so forget about it. Let's open other. Okay, so clear and refresh. Let's clear all the cached things. Let's get back to our web console, since the resources is overwhelmed by the web console, because it's a very large, of course. So let's check. Yeah, okay, so the CPU is overwhelmed by using the Kaspersky web console. So let's get back to our work. So we need to open our devices and then go to manage devices. Sorry, we need to go to tags, and then under tags we have device tags, and then device tags there is isolated from network. Okay, let's click on view devices. Okay, so it didn't show up to me. Okay, but in general you will find your devices here that are isolated from the network. Let's complete our work, and then we will get back here to see our devices here. Okay, so let's open again our incident card, which is here. Let's go to our alerts, and then let's scroll down. Then we have here our object that was deleted. Okay, this is the incident card of EDR. Okay, as we said, we have isolated our device from the network, and we have tested on the PC that it's completely isolated. Then we can investigate. Okay, so this was the first step here, to isolate your device from the whole network, not to publish or the virus, the normal virus will be transferred into worm, so it will be transferred to other device in the network, and this is a big problem. Okay, so what we need to take a look at next is simply the files. Okay, so we have here, this is the file that was deleted successfully and blocked from being executed. If I click on this file, I will find a panel that appear here on the right. Okay, we need to know more information about this file. Okay, so there is a SHA here. Okay, SHA 256. If I click on this SHA, it will open for me the threat intelligence from Kaspersky to tell me more information about this file. Okay, the date that it was seen on the network, and what this file actually is. It's a Trojan, of course, so it will give me some information about this file. But keep in mind, there is a premium service, and it's very good. The free way of investigation here is very poor, and you will not find everything that you want to know about this file. Actually, it tells me that there is no data, so this is so strange. I think I had kind of data here about this file, so Let's click on it one more time. Let's click on the MD5 also. I think the MD5, okay, so there is nothing related to the analysis or anything. Okay, so let's try any other file. So I think the Kaspersky threat intelligence has something to cache, so this is the problem. So let's try to investigate files. So we have here some files that were created through this threat. Okay, so this is the file itself. It was cleared and deleted. And also there are some files that are created by this threat. If I need to investigate about this file, if I click on file drop, okay, I will find all the files that are created through this threat. Okay, so maybe there are some files here. Okay, all these files are created by this thread, but they are dropped, of course. If I need to get any information about any of these files, I need to create a task called get file. Okay, so how to do so? Let's click on one of these files, for example, anything. Let's pick up this, for example. Okay, by clicking on it, it will give you all the path to this file. So I will copy this path, and then I will go to my tasks. Okay, and then let's create a new task. This task will be related to our Kaspersky endpoint security for Windows, and the type of this task will be get file. I need to get information about this file. Okay, and let's call it get file EDR analysis. Okay, and click on next. Then I need to apply this task on the client 50 policy, which is inside it you will find our PC. Okay, and then click on next. Then I will run this task through the default account, and then click on finish. After clicking finish, you need to open the task, which is here. Then you need to go to application settings, and then you need to add the path of the file that you want to search for. I will add the path here that I copied, and then I will click OK. Then once I create the task, I will run this task. So Kaspersky Security Center will try to get this file from the machine, and this file will be investigated by me, and then I have the choice to quarantine that file on myself and try to investigate that file that this threat tried to create on my machine. Okay, and then I will take a kind of decision. Okay, so let's get back to our EDR panel one more time. Okay, so let's open our incident card one more time. So we have here, as we said, some files that are created by the threat, and also some processes that are created and started with this threat, and all of course will be related to Google Chrome, since I download this file from Google Chrome. Okay, so all these processes are started during the execution of this malware. Okay, also we have something called network connections. Under network connections, you will find every and each IP address that was contacted from the malware during the execution. So the malware was trying to contact, for example, this IP address, all these IP addresses are try to be contacted through the malware. So you can go to your firewall and make some rules to block all these IP addresses from connecting to your network, since they may be C2C servers on the cloud that's trying to connect to your corporate network. Okay, so this is very useful when you know that your victim is trying to connect to a specific IP address. Okay, so as we said, we have isolated our device. Let's check our device tags one more time to see if device tags succeeded to get my device under its contents or not. So let's click on device tags and then isolate it from the network. Sorry, let's click on view devices. Okay, it's not enabled. Let's try to add it manually. So if you go to manage devices and then this device, which is here. Okay, yeah, because I have deleted this file once before, so it deleted it forever. Okay, so let's click refresh here. And if I try to isolate another device, I will see this device in this list. Okay. So, okay, I think there is a problem in this list, so it doesn't matter. Right now we have talked about the isolation of the devices from the EDR panel, and also how to search for some files that are dropped through the malware from the get file task, and investigate this file and then take a decision after you investigate this file. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is simply, if you want to unisolate your device from the network, so after you finish your investigation, you want to make your device able to connect to the whole network and the internet, of course. How to do so? You can go to the device, so under manage devices, you can go to your device, which is 50, and then go to applications, and under applications you have Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Then you go to application settings, and then you will have detection and response. Under endpoint detection and response, you will go under unblock computer isolated from the network. So by clicking on this option, the device will be unblocked from the network, so it can contact anybody in the network. Okay, and also you can isolate it from here, so you can isolate it from here or from the EDR panel. But when you need to unisolate the device, you need to unblock it from this panel. Okay, so let's click OK. Let's click close, close. Okay, so the device finally became here. Okay, I can click on it here also, and go to applications, and then go to endpoint security for Windows, and then go to application settings, and then the detection response, endpoint detection response, and then I can unblock also the device from here. Okay, and then click OK, click finish. If you check this device one more time, I think it will take some time until it synchronizes with the management center. Let's check. Okay, let's try to ping Google. So right now it became a part of the network one more time, so everything became normal, and there is no isolation or blocking from the network. Okay, so that's it for this video, and in the next video we are going to complete our investigation and taking some actions related to our incident card. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we are going to see another action that we could take by Kaspersky EDR. Okay, this action is simply the execution prevention. So as we said, we have a file called WinRAR 520, okay, that we have created through Kali Linux, engaging a specific payload into this file. So Kaspersky consider this file to be malicious. Okay, and we need right now to block the execution of this file from other devices in the network and also on the same device. So in the previous case, the file is downloaded successfully and executed on the victim's machine, but was blocked by Kaspersky. I need to prevent the execution from beginning, so the file will not be able to be executed from the beginning. Okay, this will happen through something called execution prevention. So how to do so? I will open Kaspersky Security Center. Okay, here we are in the web console, and then if you open the more details here. And by the way, I forgot to tell you something. I told you that you will not be able to unisolate the device from this panel of EDR, but you can do here in newer version, because I was working on the older versions, so this option was not saved in the very old versions. So right now you can unblock the device from here, from this panel. Okay, so in our lab today we need to test this action, which is prevent execution.
Okay, so I can prevent this file from being executed once more on the device itself or in any device in the network. So as we said, we have here the file that was deleted or blocked successfully from Kaspersky Endpoint Security after execution. But what if I need to prevent the execution of the file from beginning? So I need to click on prevent execution. So let's click on the file itself, which is here, and then after investigation and going to the threat intelligence of Kaspersky, investigating the file, I need to prevent the execution of this file. So this action will be done for me if I click on here. So it reviews me that this file will be added to the list of prevention rules in Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. So I will click OK. So from the properties of the application, which is Kaspersky Endpoint Security, we will find a specific rule under prevention, execution prevention. This rule says that this file will be blocked from execution on any device on the network. Okay, so this file became prevented. Okay, if I get back to my Kaspersky Endpoint detection, Kaspersky Endpoint Security, if I open my list of the application, right here we have under device and discovery and deployment, operations, and then we have here Kaspersky applications, and then so how can I find it? Okay, so I think it's under distribution packages. So let's get back to our and then third-party application. Let's installation packages, and then we have here Kaspersky Endpoint Endpoint Security, which is here, right? If I open this application and then go to application settings, which is here, then the protection component, as we said, I'm sorry, I need to go to the application that is installed on the device itself, not from here. So let's get back to our managed devices, and then let's open our application that is installed on this device. Also the policy itself, you can see that we have added this rule into the components of the application itself. Okay, so it will take some time because my resources are very exhausted. So let's open the policies, and then let's go to Kaspersky Endpoint Security for Windows. Okay, and then let's go to application settings, and then let's go to detection and response, and then let's get to endpoint detection and response. Okay, so we will have here a rule, okay, for this file, which is WinRAR 520. This file will be added to the execution prevention. Okay, but I think it's here disabled, so I need to enable it first before I go to apply the execution prevention in the EDR panel. So if you open this rule, we will have that we added the file through MD5 hash. Okay, and don't so the path to the object don't use, because I have already the MD5. Okay, so if I need to enable the execution prevention, because this policy is inherited, so I can't edit anything on this level, so I need to edit the parent policy. So let's get back to our managed devices, and then we have this policy. I think this is the parent policy. Yes, I need to edit the application settings, and then let's go to detection and response, and then endpoint detection and response, and then let's enable the execution prevention. So I need to enable this before I wait for the result. Okay, and then I need to block and write to the report also, because simply if I choose this one, which is log events only, the file will not be blocked from execution. Only the logs will be stored on the Kaspersky Security Center. So I need to check this one also, block and write to the report, and this is the file that we have added. This is the rule. Okay, and then click on OK. Oh, sorry, I click on cancelled. So let's open it one more time. So go to application settings, and then detection and response, and then endpoint detection and response,
and then let's enable execution prevention and block and write to report. Let's click on OK and then save, and let's review that this policy is applied on my PC correctly. So let's check this policy and click on distribution. We will find that it's trying to applying, so okay, so it didn't until now. So let's check one more time. Distribution, yeah, right now it's applied successfully on my PC. Okay, so if I try to execute the file once more, the Kaspersky Endpoint Security will tell me that this file is prevented from being executed. Okay, so it will not investigate, it will prevent this file from execution directly without investigating anything related to this file. Okay, so let's get back to our machine, which is here. Okay, let's log in. Okay, I think it's not isolated. Yes, okay. So let's trying to browse the IP address of Kali Linux once more, and then I will download the file one more time. Okay, then the file will be downloaded to my machine. Let's show in folder. Let's click on keep. So the file will be downloaded. Okay, so let's try to click on this file. I think the file will not be started. Okay, the file will not be executed on our machine. Okay, if we open Kaspersky Security Center and then okay, let's click on the events. Okay, so it's an active threat. It should give me a message that it was prevented from being executed. So let's go to our events. From here, okay, so this is event selection. Let's go to alerts. So open more details. Okay, so this is the hash of the file. Let's take it, copy, and let's go to our policies. Okay, let's open our policy and see the application settings. Side application settings, let's go to detection and response and then endpoint detection and response. Okay, so it's enabled, and this is the hash file, which is here, kill it chain. So it's executable file. Okay, and also I am applying, and this is the hash correctly, so it's correct. So this is their way of blocking the file from beginning. Okay, like prevention execution. So once we apply this policy on all devices with its contents, of course, so the file will be blocked directly before it investigated through Kaspersky Endpoint Security. Okay, so that's it for this video, and see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in this video we're going to see how to create an IOC task, IOC scan task, and also how to see its results and how to configure its actions that could be taken through depending on the results of this IOC scan. So IOC scan is called indication of compromise. It's a trial from Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response to detect a specific file or process that was created by the threat on other devices in the network, and this to make sure that this threat does not propagate to other PCs in the network. And according to findings from IOC scan, I can take some actions, like for example, if I found out that there is a file created by this threat on another PC, I can isolate this PC from the network, or I can delete this file and quarantine it in my Kaspersky Security Center and delete this file from the machine. Also, I can scan all the critical areas of this PC. So to do so, we need to open Kaspersky Security Center. And then let's go to our alerts of EDR, which is here, and then let's navigate to any incident card from these attacks. So for example, I will choose this attack, which is here, or this threat related to WinRAR 520, and then inside this incident card I will find some files and some registry files that was created by the threat. So for example, these are the files that was created by the threat, and these are the processes that were started during the execution process of our threat. So I will open the processes, and I will search for these processes on other PCs in the network. So for example, I will pick up any file, like for example this process. I will check this process, and then I will click on create an IOC scan. So this will create automatically a task in the tasks repository, okay, and from this panel I can identify the action that could be taken after the IOC scan finished and get out with results from this scan. So if it found out that there are some files that or some processes that were created on other PCs, this means that the threat was successfully propagated onto this PC. And to take an action, you could, as we said, isolate this device from the network, or run a scan for the critical areas, or move copy to the quarantine and delete the object. So in my case, I will choose the third option, and then I will click create task. Okay, so the task will be created for me. If I double check my tasks repository, I will open MMC console because my web console is very slow, and then I will click refresh. I will find that I have 3 IOC scan. Right now I have 2, but if I click refresh, I will see that we have 3 IOC scan. Okay, we have here 3 tasks. So this is the task that I need to make sure that it's running on my PC. After clicking run this task, okay, some results will be get back to me, okay, and under the repository of Kaspersky Security Center I will find all the processes that were similar on other PCs. Okay, so I got results from a previous lab, so we don't need to run this task again. So if we click on close here and then open our repository in Kaspersky Security Center, I will go to operations. Under operations there is something called repository. I will open it, and then under repository we have quarantine. So if we check quarantine, we will find the file here called Chrome.exe that we were trying to discover on other PCs and also on my PC, which is the local PC. So I will find the Chrome.exe. If I click on this file, I will get some information about this threat. Okay, so this is the object that was infected, and this is the process that was running during the threat. So right now I made sure that this threat was successfully propagated on this PC, and this file was deleted on this PC and was quarantined on my Kaspersky Security Center. I can also change this action, as we said, from the task itself to make a scan for the critical areas, for example, or to isolate the host completely from the network to be able to investigate furthermore related to this threat. Okay, so that was something about IOC scan and how to make use of it and how to take an action related to the results of IOC scan. And we have talked about some actions related to EDR, like for example host isolation, exploit prevention, IOC scan, and also the investigation process of EDR. Okay, so that's it for this video, and thank you.